It appears that we're now live, so welcome to all who are joining us this morning for day one of our public hearing on Three Sisters Mountain Village ASPs. It promises to be an interesting week, perhaps. Looking forward to the opportunity to hear from a great many people. I will ask, though, that people be patient. This is fairly new process for all of us, and I think administration has it well set up, but if there's any bugs, we'll sort them out. Now, I'd like to begin the first day of the public hearing by acknowledging that the town of Canmore is located within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta. And in the spirit of reconciliation, I acknowledge and appreciate that I live, work, and play in the traditional territories and the home of the Yahe Nakota nations, which include the Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Wesley. Also the Blackfoot Confederacy, which includes the Siksika, the Kainai, and the Piikani, and also the Tsuut'ina Nation and Region 3 Métis Nation. And the procedure that we'll be following for this public hearing is as follows. I'll call the meeting to order, and on day one, invite town administration to provide context and background for the matter under consideration. I'll then invite members of the public to speak and ask that all speakers maintain a respectful approach to sharing their perspective with council. I have been given a list of the names of people who have registered to speak each day and the time within which they have been scheduled to speak. I'll ask that each speaker tell council their name, whether or not they're residents of Canmore or have a home or business here, and whether or not they have read the two area structure plans that are the subject of this public hearing. I remind those registers to speak that there will be 10 minutes available to them, and that a member of administration will advise the speaker at the 9-minute mark that they will have 1 minute to conclude their comments. Speakers will be able to conclude their comments more quickly then, of course. There may be questions from members of council for the speakers, which would occur after the speaker has finished speaking. It's important that speakers address the aspects of the ASPs that are in front of council for consideration. I'll ask that speakers refrain from commenting on the character or intent of the landowner or applicants, as that is not germane to these considerations. It's important that we hear what people think of the details of the ASP applications and why those people are opposed to or in support of what is proposed within the ASPs. If necessary, and I hope this isn't necessary, I or another member of council will interrupt the speaker to ask that they maintain a respectful dialogue. There will be a short break taken each hour through the day, with a 1-hour break midday for lunch. And at the end of each day of the public hearing, I'll call a recess until the date and time that the public hearing is scheduled to reconvene. Once all of the members of the public who have registered to speak have done so, I'll then ask that the applicant or their agent be prepared to answer questions from council. At the end of the public hearing, the municipal clerk will enter into the record the names of people who have provided written submissions. And written submissions will be accepted until the hearing closes, and every submission received by the meeting adjournment will be noted in the meeting minutes and included in the record of public submissions. At that time, I'll give town administration an opportunity to provide closing comments and answer questions from council. That time, I will then adjourn the public hearing, and council may not accept any further formal submissions after the hearing closes. So with that, I will call the public hearing to order. And I will ask administration if they have any opening comments.
Thank you, Mayor Bowerman. I will be giving a brief presentation, as you had mentioned, to give a bit of a background on process as well as what we heard at first reading. Okay. So hello and welcome, everyone. One second, there we go. Thanks for tuning in. And for those who were present during the first reading, thanks for returning to partake in the marathon of a public hearing we have before us. My name is Josh Welsh. I am the file manager for the town for these two proposed bylaws, and I'll be providing a brief introduction to the two before council. Following this, we'll hear from the public for the remainder of the week up till Thursday and possibly into next week. So thanks for being engaged and for caring about the future of our town. And so here we have a slide that highlights what we have in terms of past and present direction for the development of these lands. So starting in 1992, the Natural Resources Conservation Board approved an application to construct a recreational and tourism project in the town. It provided approval in concept for the development upon Three Sisters lands, while understanding that the detailed planning process would follow with the municipality. Currently, we have Direct Control District DC 198 as part of our land use bylaw. This piece of the land use bylaw is in place to direct these lands to provide a reasonable level of certainty for use, generally consistent with the original NRCB decision. We also have the Municipal Development Plan, the Integrated Transportation Plan, the Environmental Impact Statement Policy, and many others. These three that I mentioned here were the primary policy documents referenced by the applicant to establish their approach for the ASPs. So to summarize, the NRCB decision assured development would take place while providing a general sense of what type of development. Details would follow, guided by the municipal planning process, which is where we all are today. So what are area structure plans? They are statutory plans. They generally identify where residential, commercial, institutional, recreational, ecological uses and sites will be located, and how particular services will be provided to those sites, such as water and sewer, as well as transportation. ASPs also outline the principles to guide future development within the plan areas proposed. They describe the number of people that would be expected to live in the area, as well as how the development would be sequenced and phased over time. So for more on the requirements of ASPs, you can reference Section 633 of the Municipal Government Act. So following the Municipal Development Plan, area structure plans come before the phases of conceptual schemes, subdivision, land use designation, development, building permitting. Then we see construction. So following an ASP process, there will be an extensive process to help foresee the greater detail of development. And so I've pulled together a few slides for each of the two bylaws to outline their strengths and unresolved concerns associated with them. At a high level, here are the top strengths of the Three Sisters Village Plan. The neighborhood framework design of the plan proposes a compact urban forms of human scale development and a neighborhood character that is oriented around complete streets and provides an array of spaces that offer the potential for vibrant places centered around human activity. Density bonusing. So this plan proposes a density bonusing toolkit. And this is meant to provide an array of opportunities such as net zero energy efficiency, additional affordable housing units, electric vehicle charging stations, and many other items. None of which, however, should be noted that the municipality has the power to mandate. So however, with this bonusing toolkit, we can't necessarily achieve such things as, say, net zero architecture and a maximization of additional affordable housing units, because there's a cap to the amount of density that can go on these lands. So it would be up to the developers, future developers, to choose which. So there's trade-offs. Additionally, more efficient Additionally, more efficient units or affordable units would mean more density and higher density altogether. So that could potentially undermine some of the gains made with the toolkit if the focus, say, is net zero. So parks and open space. The parks and open space proposed by this plan align with the municipal development plan and our open space and trails plan by proposing to expand upon the town's network of trails, parks, pathways, dog parks, and public amenities. The transportation network design proposes a transportation and mobility network that will be constructed to the standards outlined by our engineering design and construction guidelines and is conceptually designed to achieve our integrated transportation plan, which prioritizes alternative modes of transportation. And then lastly, affordable housing. This plan proposes a mix that improves upon the existing affordable housing makeup that we have here in Canmore. And so the following two items outlined some unresolved concerns associated with the Three Sisters Village ASP. The scale of development. The spirit of the original NRCB decision was about preserving ecological integrity while maximizing the development's contributions to the community. Both the proposed residential units and subsequent population increase, when you combine them with Smith Creek, when considered in the context of what already exists in Three Sisters, they're greater than what is reflected in the original NRCB decision. So regarding climate change adaptation and mitigation, the town estimates this plan will result in an increase of our annual greenhouse gas emissions. About half of these emissions would be coming from buildings, with the remainder coming from transportation and waste. It should be noted that theoretically it's possible to reach net zero architecture with density bonusing toolkit, but that's only if future developers pursue this bonusing strategy only. And so brings us to Smith Creek. So I'm going to highlight two strengths with Smith Creek that are shared with the strengths of Three Sisters Village. So the parks and open space plan. Again, we see a plan that aligns with the municipal development plan and the open space and trails plan. Also proposed here is a network of parks, trails, pathways, dog parks, and public amenities. Transportation network design is also built around complete streets. It proposes a transportation and mobility network constructed to the standards of the town, and also is designed to achieve our integrated transportation plan, which does prioritize alternative modes of transportation. So here's a few concerns that we have that are also shared with Three Sisters Village. Scale of development. Again, scale when combined with Three Sisters Village in this case is greater than what was reflected in the NRCB decision. Furthermore, in order to build the plan as proposed by the applicant, we would have to extend beyond the lands that were originally approved by the NRCB into Thunderstone quarries. Number two, climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. Again, we estimate an increase of our annual greenhouse gas emissions as a result of this plan. However, in the case of Smith Creek, more than half of the increase would likely come from transportation waste due to its distance from town center. Additionally, the climate actions that we consider levers from our bonusing toolkit wouldn't necessarily apply to Smith Creek as a whole. This ASP presents less of an opportunity, as 66 to 75% of its total housing stock may not qualify for density bonusing. And so there's a few shared responsibilities for the town and applicant regarding the environment and sustainability that we should mention. First being human-wildlife coexistence. Building this development and the wildlife fence is expected to displace wildlife through other parts of town. The monitoring of the distribution of displaced wildlife around other areas of Canmore due to the wildlife fence would be needed as part of the scope of the monitoring and adaptive management plan that is proposed to be developed prior to any conceptual scheme or subdivision on these lands. Also, the development of the plan area poses a potential doubling of human use within adjacent corridors and habitat areas. Coordinating the monitoring of human use with town-wide wildlife monitoring will be needed in order to help quantify cumulative impacts imposed upon wildlife and their habitat. The second item I want to speak to is ecological thresholds. It's unclear if, how, and when we will exceed the ecological thresholds for the ecological components we value, such as the presence of grizzlies and wolves. So as part of the monitoring and adaptive management plan, the town will need to determine what the desired conditions are for the municipality regarding the presence of wildlife. Also, because of the inevitability of producing regional impacts, a multi-stakeholder committee will be needed to be involved in the development of the implementation of the monitoring and adaptive management plan. This would help determine the best approach for both the municipality and the greater region. Thank you all again for tuning in. That concludes my slides.
Thank you, sir. If there are any questions of council for Mr. Welsh, I would entertain those now. Seeing none, thanks very much. So we will move on into the order of the agenda, which is inviting members of the public to speak. I assume that administration is prepared with the timer. There will be somebody in the administration watching the clock, and as I said earlier, giving the speaker notice at the 10 minutes. Wonder if we could remove the sharing of the screen from Mr. Welsh. There we go. So first up is Ms. Anderson, Kay Anderson, and I think are Kay and Gary speaking together, or?
I'm going to speak first and then start the film, and then we'd stop, and then he'll say a minute and then restart.
Great. Well, welcome to the public hearing, and please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Kay Anderson, a 17-year permanent resident of Canmore, living in Three Sisters Creek. I'm also the administrator for the Three Sisters for Wildlife Facebook page. The values and principles of our 2,000 followers state, we support development on Three Sisters land that will, number one, preserve and protect the environment with viable wildlife corridors and habitat, actively involve the community in a made in Canmore solution, mitigate and avoid undermining risks, and four, preserve the integrity of the adjacent lands. We heard you when you said you wanted to hear from the public. And so far, we have 1,222 submissions opposed and 106 in favor. So the net result so far is 92% opposed to these ASPs. So I will add my vote for opposed today to both of these new ASPs, as they do not adhere to any of our four principles and values. My husband and I and our two sons moved to Canmore from the US almost 18 years ago now. When I was recently sworn in as a Canadian citizen, I took what the judge said seriously when he emphasized that one of the most important responsibilities of every Canadian citizen is their role to play while protecting Canada's natural resources and environment for future generations. I've personally seen moose travel through the area, 2 wolves chasing elk, multiple bears passing through, including grizzlies, the Three Sisters herd of elk, sometimes at 100, coyotes, deer, and cougar tracks. I want my grandchildren to be able to see the entire suite of wildlife now and in the future as well. And I want them to know that I did everything in my power as a Canadian citizen to ensure this could happen. A few facts to share. Fact, the village center is being proposed on the most heavily undermined lands in all of Canmore. Fact, Canmore's expert Jerry Stevenson told all of us, quote, there is no 100% safe mitigation for undermining, end quote. And we must learn from experience, as Jerry told us repeatedly. For example, the Deergus Gate sinkhole is one big learning experience on a small scale with a true fix of $1.7 million. We used to watch the building of the unfinished golf course. They were trying to create a pond-like feature on the Three Sisters Creek, which would have formed the 6th hole. They tried to fill the undermining there by pumping concrete paste for days and days and days in that area, and it never held the water. As a last resort, they installed a double rubber lining, which helped, but if you stand there on a still summer's day, you can see bubbles rising to the top. Fact, A couple of points in the submission by another Canmore undermining expert, Ray Heimela, states, quote, "I see nothing in the Three Sisters 2021 ASP that would change the original decision of the undermining review committee. There is to be no development except for the golf course in this area. The Three Sisters Resort's 2-year liability insurance period is insufficient, and the town of Canmore should require the proponent to post a $5 million surety bond to be used by the town should risk of harm materialize. And he states this must be done now and not dependent on the decision to allow development or not." Fact. When the NRCB decision was made on these lands, they strongly recommended an undermining review group be established to review the applications for development. And Jerry and Ray were in this group. The NRCB stated, quote, "The board considers that it was fortunate to have received evidence from individuals who have personal knowledge of the Canmore mines, such as Mr. Stevenson and Mr. Hamela," end quote. Do you agree with the NRCB? Are we fortunate to have the professional, timeless opinions of these two Canmore legends on undermining? And if so, will you adhere to their repeated warnings and say no to extending the development footprint onto the unfinished golf course? I, for one, expect you to listen. And I know in your hearts that you know that you should. When Jerry told Rick Melchin, a previous owner of the lands, that he could only build a golf course out there, he listened. Keep in mind that Ray and Jerry were not paid consultants. All they ever cared about is their love of Canmore and our future. Next, how about the untried, unproven, no certainty fencing mitigation option being proposed by the developer? And all this is dependent on an adaptive management plan that hasn't even been developed yet. How will either of these issues, with undermining or fencing, help with affordability in Canmore? What do you think, or who do you think, is going to pay for the fence long after TSMV erects it and is gone? Who's going to pay for the failures to infrastructure in year 11 or 12 or beyond when they occur? And they will. Yes, we taxpayers. There's just too much uncertainty, and therefore the precautionary principle from the town of Canmore's Mining the Future Executive Summary, page 14, must be applied, which says, quote, "The idea that if the consequences of an action are unknown, but judged to have some potential for major or irreversible negative consequences, then it's best to avoid taking that action," end quote. And if affordability is truly one of our goals for Canmore, we simply can't afford to allow any structures or infrastructure to be built on the unfinished golf course. Additionally, a cumulative assessment and future scenarios modeling of the effects of development in the Bow Valley is currently underway, with results coming this summer. Another reason to say no to these ASPs, as you don't even have the results of this study. Isn't having all the best available science to assist in decision-making the appropriate course of action? For the past 17 years, TSMB has had a fully approved ASP for the resort center and golf course lands, which they've chosen to build nothing on. So it'd be important to remember, you're not saying no to them, you would just be saying no more. What is a reasonable solution for TSMB? Direct them to build commercial significantly on the current resort center footprint that they already have approved from 2004. This will preserve and protect the wildlife corridor functionality and eliminate some of the worst undermining risks. And if you like the Innovation Center or something else that they're proposing now, ask them to come forward with modifications and amendments to the currently approved 2004 ASP. Or direct them to return with a new ASP that stays within the currently approved resort center footprint after you have time to review the cumulative assessment and future modeling reports. And just say no to Smith Creek. We must balance wildlife and development, and I'm not in favor of expanding the urban growth boundary or changing the zoning there from wildlands conservation. Before I close, I have what I believe was the last letter from Jerry Stevenson that he wrote in 2019 before his death about the new undermining regulation being worked on. In it, he states, quote, "The new guidelines may result in a modest reduction of the remnant risk in the future, not by any means enough," end quote. He goes on to outline a solution, which was a huge focus for him, as you all know, a trust fund with payments paid by the developer to pay for the failures that will happen. Jerry met with David Taylor to try to get him to listen. He wrote to the province multiple times, and to date, a trust fund has never been established. I will attach Jerry's personal letter in my written submission for the public to read. I know my best friend would be turning over in his grave with the notion that a 2-year or 10-year insurance is all we have. Now I'm going to show the undermining film in its entirety. As I was previously approved, we have over 50,000 views. So this one is for you. If I can get it.
Excuse me, Ms. Anderson, I just wanted to give you a 9-minute time check.
Yes. Okay, so now I'm trying to figure out how I get it started. Hang on. All right, so I want to share my screen, share this, hang on. Okay, can you guys see this?
Not yet.
Not yet.
There we
Now?
go. Yeah, yeah.
A large part of Canmore consists of the uncompleted Three Sisters Golf Course on land that was previously part of the Canmore mines. Due to undermining and the real potential for sinkholes, the area was deemed not appropriate for residential development. It was, however, mitigated, making it suitable only for a golf course. Another factor in approving the golf course was that it would act as a buffer between dense housing and the critical wildlife corridor, a need that still exists today. In 2009, due to a sharp downturn in the demand for recreational properties brought on by the economic crisis of the day, the owners declared bankruptcy, and the golf course was never completed. In 2013, PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, was the receiver for the lands, while Three Sisters was in bankruptcy yet again. In an attempt to get greater value for the land, they proposed a revised area structure plan that would see the unfinished golf course being rezoned to accommodate commercial and residential use. However, after learning of the undermining issues, PwC immediately withdrew the application. In September 2020, the current landowner, Three Sisters Mountain Village, produced draft area structure plans which detail their vision for concentrated residential and commercial development on this land. Their vision today looks remarkably similar to the abandoned 2013 PwC proposal.
Thank you.
The liabilities and dangers of developing on undermined lands in this area are well documented. It is surprising that once again, concerned citizens need to bring this issue to the forefront. The general public needs to realize the potential hazards and liabilities related to the complex system of more than 3,700 kilometers of underground roadways and tunnels, many which exist on the unfinished golf course. It can be hard to imagine what a coal mine looks like underground after millions of tons of rock and coal have been extracted. A common perception is that a warren of tunnels remains, but this is not the case. If we look at the room and pillar method of mining that was used in the Canmore mines, it helps to understand what's beneath the surface. An initial slope was driven into one of the lower coal seams. If there were multiple seams, like in Canmore, the shallowest would be mined first to take the pressure off the lower ones. The tunneling was all about airflow. Canmore had some of the gassiest mines in North America, and it was essential that clean air could pass the coal face. Parallel slopes, called jigs, would be driven back to the surface so air could circulate. A level roadway, called a gangway, was driven across the seam to allow access for the mine cars. while smaller ones, called monkeys, would allow for the airflow. These would be reinforced with wooden supports, but only enough to keep rocks from the roof from dislodging. This grid formed rooms of coal, which were fully extracted, starting from the farthest away from the entrance. This was done so any roof collapse wouldn't block the way out. The pillars in the room and pillar method were only maintained along the main slope to protect the exit. When the section was complete, only the pillars of the main roadways would remain. Everything else would be temporarily supported with wooden props. The roof was expected to collapse once the mining had moved on to the next section. Over time, the evacuated seam would collapse, and the void would migrate toward the surface, eventually forming slumps and sinkholes. The town of Canmore and its citizens are very familiar with problems caused by void migration and sinkholes on undermined lands. In 2004, there was a major sinkhole where part of the highway collapsed on the Three Sisters Parkway. A couple of kilometers away is Highway 742, the Spray Lakes Road. The area under the highway was mined over 100 years ago. And when the road was built, there had been no evidence of any mine collapses. Recently, however, underground void migration has been detected, and mitigation is being done to prevent a sinkhole there. In 2010, yet another sinkhole appeared, this time on Durgis Gate in the Three Sisters Creek neighborhood. After being fenced off for 7 years, a permanent solution to fix the issue was estimated to cost $1,700,000. A Band-Aid fix was applied instead, costing Alberta taxpayers $600,000. According to the town of Canmore, this surface solution will require replacement approximately every 25 years, costing Canmore taxpayers more money for ongoing mitigations. This is a small-scale example of what is likely to happen if residential and commercial development occurs on the unfinished golf course. There is real potential that the Canmore taxpayers will again be left to pay the bills. The unfinished golf course has always been an area that has been considered too dangerous to build on. In this map produced by Three Sisters Resorts in 1990, a large part of the unfinished golf course was identified as non-development due to undermining constraints. In fact, it was only allowed to be developed as a golf course in the 2004 agreement because there would be very little subsurface site disruption. When we underlay the actual maps of the mine workings in this area, we're able to better visualize what lies beneath the surface. On these maps, the light blue represents heavily mined areas, and the darker blue represents non-mined out areas. Initially, we see the heavily mined area that is fenced off near the Worldmark Hotel. When we reach the northwest end of the unfinished golf course, it is here that extensive development is planned for the village center. The extent of the mining in various seams is evident. Mine workings here were complex, with cavities going from one seam to another, and each seam having a different gradient, some very steep. With steep seams, everything moves down and has the potential to eventually show on the surface. Not all of the mining in this area was in steep seams close to the surface, but enough of it was to create cause for real concern if development occurs here. It seems inconceivable that the Three Sisters Mountain Village 2020 Proposed Area Structure Plan now sees this area with a proposed population of 5,800 to 10,000 people and containing residential, recreational, and commercial development. Building on top of the near-vertical mined-out coal seams in this area has typically been avoided due to the large cost in trying to mitigate the danger. The area behind the Worldmark Hotel is such an area that was bypassed for development, and is now permanently fenced off to prevent human access. Another area of concern is the mine workings in the Stewart Seam under the unfinished golf course. Here, where major development is planned for the proposed village center, the coal seam is near vertical and the mine workings are much closer to the surface. The rooms of coal here were completely extracted, as the coal was so easy to mine with the help of gravity. Eventually, though, the roof, which is more akin to a wall, collapses. Because the debris doesn't bulk up and support the roof, it keeps settling lower in the seam, and a large void can appear in the weaker shale layers. This void can migrate horizontally even to areas that did not have undermining issues. This natural subsidence can cause sudden and unpredictable slumping and sinkholes on the surface. The undermining issues on the Three Sisters land are complex. Compounded on top of all the geological exploration and engineering required for mitigation is the question of liability. The new
Excuse me, Mr. Anderson, this is just your time check. You are at 9 minutes into your
that
presentation.
any engineers they engage have $5 million liability insurance per claim that covers them for a post-construction period of just 10 years. That same document states the developer carry $5 million liability per occurrence for only a 2-year post-development period. This should raise some serious questions from the residents of Canmore. What happens if $5 million doesn't cover the damages that will incur? There have been multiple bankruptcies since 1982. What happens when there is another bankruptcy? What happens if a sinkhole occurs 11 years later or beyond? Canmore taxpayers, the town of Canmore, and potentially Alberta taxpayers will be on the line financially, just as we are now with the Durgis Gate sinkhole. As
Mr.
Jerry
Anderson, can you tell us how much?
must learn from
There's
experience.
1 minute, 25 seconds left.
Okay,
Undermining on the Three Sisters lands has been of concern to the citizens of Canmore for the past 30 years. The local knowledge and expertise from engineer and former mine manager Jerry Stevenson and third-generation miner Ray Hamela has greatly assisted Canmore residents in understanding the issues. Multiple attempts of redevelopment on the unfinished golf course have all been abandoned because of these same undermining issues. Although the current proposal for redevelopment would have us believe that advances in mitigation techniques can make the area safe, it will never be 100% certain. The reality is that it's not a matter of if there will be sinkholes. It's a matter of when the sinkholes will occur. The next steps are up to everyone concerned to make their thoughts known to the town council. Please, take the time and act now.
okay, well, thank you both for being here today and for sharing that video with council, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson.
Thank you.
If there are no questions for the Andersons, I will. Councilor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson, for taking the time to speak to council. I really appreciate that video. Was that locally made? Because it's very well done.
Yes, it was done by Glenn Crawford and Jerry Ald.
Excellent. Well, it's a nice little hoot hoot for local filmmakers.
Yep.
So my question to you is, understanding that the undermining review was written and created by the provincial government, have you had a chance to share this video with Miranda Rosen, our MLA?
Not yet. There's 50,000 people who've seen it. I'm not sure of who all have seen it, so, but I certainly can share it with her.
I think it would be really helpful if you shared the
Great
real
idea.
decision maker with regards to that video, because I think it is very powerful. Thank you very much.
Great. We'll do that. Thanks, Joanna.
Again, thank you both very much. This time I'll ask Mark Horniansky to join us and speak to council.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor and councillors, just wanted to thank you for all your hard work on these issues. I know it's not an easy job. So Mark Kornianski, I've been in Canmore about 25 years. Kids have been born here. So my wife and I are, permanent Canmorians, if you like. I guess the thing that I wanted to just touch on was that I've got 3 main points. I think there's
Mr. Horniansky, can I just ask you to indicate whether you've read the 2 ASPs?
No, I've not read the 2 ASPs in full, in their full, the length of them. No, I've not.
Okay, great.
I'm still working full time, so that would be a bit of a challenge right now.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, thank you. Just go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, I want to keep it short. You know, we've got an adage at work, there's always time to do it right, especially with areas of safety, environment, and community focus. So I think that's what I'm trying to suggest here. That we need to take a bit more time and get this right. You know, I'm relying on the subject matter experts that have commented on the ASPs and some of the concerns that have been raised. I'm not an expert in these areas, but I do have some faith in some of these folks that have volunteered their time, that they have some serious things that need to be sorted out. The main areas I think are, for me, it's just the density, doubling the population, adding, 8,000 to 14,000 people in that area. It just, to me, it seems like way too much, way too dense. And once you commit to that density, you can't go back. So I think it should be cut back, and just look at all the effects of traffic, energy, sewage, footprint. You can always add more density if you get data that supports it over time, but once you've committed to that, you're pretty well there. So I think that's just too large a development for the area of the lands. The second point, I think, is the wildlife corridors. We know it's sensitive. There's been a lot of data that's supporting that the corridors need to be a certain width, and the current corridors are not meeting that, what the best practices are in that realm. And again, you can always make them narrower in the future. If you get more data, you can't make them wider in the future once you've set things up. So I think that's another key point, is, are we really sure that we've got corridors that will be truly functioning for a long time? The third thing is just the financial impacts. I think it's clear that we're seeing some tax challenges in Canmore. I know we've had a recent increase of 4.5%, and there's been some reserve funds used to mitigate that, which of course is appreciated, but even that's a pretty big hit. And I think if we look at the mix of largely residential with a small amount of commercial, that could easily increase. So the logical, I think, solution there is to get more commercial tax base earlier, and then try to balance off the tax situation. The other financial piece that's concerning is, of course, the undermining and any either provincial or I don't know if it would be the town of Canmore, but at least provincial money that would be used to mitigate undermining could be absolutely huge. So those are my 3 real concerns. I just think it's time to pause, kind of re-engage, pull in all these subject matter experts, and come to a workable solution with the developer. There's always time to work that through in a collaborative approach. There's solutions that are on the table, and that's my key message, really, is to pause and let's really work this out in a systematic way.
Great, thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions from members of council for Mr. Hornyansky? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here today and sharing your perspective with council.
Thanks for your time.
At this time, I will invite Mr. Heimele to speak. Mr. Heimele, how are you?
John, I'm good. Canmore is located within the Treaty 7 territory, traditional territories and home of the Stoney Nakoda, Blackfoot, and Tsuut'ina nations, as well as the Zone 3 Métis. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to live, work, and play in their territory and commit to the work of reconciliation. The following is said without prejudice and based on facts as I know them. My name is Raymond Heimele. I was born in Canmore. My grandfather started work in the number 1 mine in 1907. My father began work in the number 2 mine in 1926, and I started in the Wilson seam in 1963. I also worked in the Grand Cache mine in 1969. I was an intervener at the Natural Resources Conservation Board hearings on Three Sisters resorts and was recommended by the NRCB to serve on Canmore's first undermining review committee. This committee was to formulate a set of guidelines for development and or non-development over areas of past mining activity. These guidelines were based on peer-reviewed science and specific to the geotechnical hazards associated with the past mining of coal seams in the Canmore area and site-specific to Three Sisters Resort's proposed development, including the proposed golf course. I see nothing in the Three Sisters Village 2021 area structure plan that would change the original decision of the Undermining Review Committee, which concluded there is no development except for the golf course in this area and no building over the high-risk constraint areas as highlighted on the map prepared for Three Sisters Resorts by UMA in 1990. The decision by the Undermining Review Committee was made almost 3 decades ago and was based on the geotechnical hazards used in developing the undermining guidelines and the UMA constraint map. These geotechnical hazards include type of coal. Canmore's volatile and highly sheared friable coal is characterized by a low compressive strength and is not appropriate for long-term stability. Uniaxial compressive strength tests are used to determine the factor of safety or pull or pillar strength of the underlying coal seams. A factor of safety of less than 1.5 is not considered appropriate for long-term stability when predicting surface subsidence. Canmore's friable coal has a factor of safety that is often less than 1 and is the reason that page 15 of the 2020 guidelines states, and I quote, durability tests should be carried out on seam floor cores, and if possible, at least 1 core should be obtained from each mined coal seam, end of quote. To assume a higher factor of safety on the project's underlying coal seams and pillars without doing a uniaxial compressive test is a design which creates a foreseeable risk of harm to the public and could be viewed as possible negligence should that risk of harm materialize. For contrast, the coal at the Grand Cache mine north of Jasper, where I also worked, has a factor of safety of 3 or more, and that's because the coal is blocky coal, not friable coal. The volume of the coal extracted, map B, which in its paper form is 9 feet long. That's the underlying map that you see. And it shows the underground haulage system from Canmore Creek in the west, number 1 mine, to the Smith Creek area in the east, the number 3 mine. Approximately 25 million tons of coal and 25 million tons of rock were extracted using these haulages. This resulted in about 40 to 50 million cubic meters of cavities and voids before subsidence. And let me tell you, that's a lot of grouting at $200 a cubic meter, probably $8 billion. The question is, how many cubic meters of cavities, voids, and migrating voids exist under the proposed development, and where are they located? The number 2 mines Stewart Seam Map F shows extensive extraction of pillars and can be used to predict the locations of surface sag subsidence. The underlying Kerry seam below the Stewart seam further complicates surface subsidence hazards because the Kerry seam was mined from both the number 1 mine and the number 2 mines. And you usually only see the plan map from the number 2 mine. Map C, which I can't pull up, but it's based on the vertical section to the left of the Kerry seam and demonstrates the complexities and limitations involved in predicting surface subsidence when more than one seam is involved. And I refer to limitation 13, Appendix D of the Three Sisters Mining Impact Overview Report, which states, and I quote, "Despite this investigation, conditions between and beyond the borehole test hole locations may differ from those encountered at the test hole locations, and the actual conditions at the site might differ from those inferred to exist, since no subsurface exploration program, no matter how comprehensive, can reveal all the subsurface details and anomalies." What's important about that statement? The town of Canmore and its residents really do have to ponder this liability limitation when it comes to the risk to the public safety. And you can see the complications when you're looking at map C. And it does show the vertical section of the Kerry seam because it works from there down to Three Sisters Creek from the number 1 mine and also from the number 2 mine to the north, which all of that has to be taken into account. Predicted surface subsidence. Surface sag subsidence is based on the thickness of the coal seam and the area of coal extracted. For example, a 3-meter or 10-foot thick seam mined at a depth of 200 meters at the Daineng coal mine in China over time resulted in an equivalent surface area of downwarping of 2.69 meters, or it dropped about 8 feet, or about 86% of the thickness of the coal seam mined. And that was from a depth of 200 meters. Pit subsidence. Pit subsidence and the sinkholes occur without warning and are sudden and fast. The risk is that pit subsidence occurs over centuries and is related to voids migrating to the surface. Sinkholes are a risk to the public today. Reoccurring flooding of abandoned mines. Besides mine water contamination and the smell of rotten eggs, flooding also complicates the prediction of surface subsidence because caving debris is moved down slope. Reoccurring flooding can lead to increased water pressure, which causes lifting of the underground roof systems. This is a new phenomenon first observed in the Silesia coal basin in Poland 2015. This lifting process may have aided in the collapse of the Three Sisters Parkway over a decade ago and really should be investigated. Design mitigation should take this into account and be prepared for inverted stress-strain relation. Methane. Canmore coal is highly sheared and volatile. Methane is associated with all of the coal seams in Canmore, but especially in the Smith Creek area where the number 3 mine was located. Derek Steele, consultant to the town of Canmore and the chair of the Undermining Review Committee, said the number 3 mine was known as one of the gassiest mines in North America, referring to the methane. Coal seams in the Smith Creek area, mined or unmined, should be investigated for methane.
Excuse me, Mr. Heimelak, just to let you know you're at 9 minutes. This is your time check.
Okay. Liability. The 2 years term on the liability required of Three Sisters as set out in the 2020 guidelines is hardly sufficient considering the geotechnical hazards associated with the past mining can occur over centuries. The town of Canmore should require that Three Sisters post a $5 million surety bond to be used by the town should a risk of harm materialize. The term should be for 5 years and be renewable. Residents should not have to wait the 7 years it took to mitigate the sinkhole at Durgis Gate. The 2020 guidelines require consultants who work for Three Sisters to have liability insurance. However, Three Sisters Area Structure Plan's Mining Impact Overview Report, Appendix D, and I ask anybody watching to look at Appendix D, lists 3 pages of limits on the consultant's liabilities. In closing, I would like to emphasize that because of the risk to public safety, the Undermining Review Committee, appointed by the NRCB, decided that the only viable development of this specific site was a golf course. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, please read my 25-page written submission, which will be posted on the Town of Canmore website. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Heimler. I did have a couple of questions for you, and one of which was the initial question I'm asking everybody, whether or not you'd have you read both the ASPs?
I hope I have, and I hope everybody up there on the council has.
I hope everybody has.
Yes.
And also, I'm just curious.
Especially the area of liability D.
Great. Also, I wondered if you'd seen the mining engineering work that Three Sisters had prepared to accompany these applications.
Parts of it, and some of it, I won't go into it. I should talk to you privately about some of this stuff.
Okay, of course, at this time,
Yep.
yeah, we're in public mode, but
No, but I need to have my mind maps handy so I can
let's see.
pinpoint things for you.
Okay. Well, thanks very much for speaking today, Ray, Mr. Heimler.
Thanks, John.
You bet.
Take care.
Thank you. You too. This time we will hear from Dr. Hilary Young, and I believe Margot Walker's speaking with Hilary.
This is Margot Walker. I am not speaking with Hillary.
Okay, sorry, I just a glitch on my printed sheet then. So just Dr. Young, welcome to council, welcome to the public hearing.
Thank you very much. Councillor McCallum, I saw that you had a question for Raymond Hamela. Is it done? Okay.
It's too late now, I think. I think he's gone. I was gonna ask him the same question as I asked the Andersons. That's all. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. Thank you very much for listening to me this morning. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Yellowstone to Yukon Conservation Initiative, and I'm here on Treaty 7 territory, which is the home of the Stoney Nakoda Nation, the Tsuut'ina Nation, the Kainai, the Siksika, and the Piikani Nations, and the people of Métis Region 3. I'm going to be speaking today about wildlife-related issues primarily because I'm going to make the best use of my 10 minutes, but we will be submitting our written submission that will also address a number of other issues as well. So just for some framing, I'm just going to share my screen here. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So the Yellowstone to Yukon region is among the most intact ecosystems that remain in the world. In this 3,200 kilometer long area, we still have the full contingent of large mammal species that were here when European settlers arrived. Y2Y is the only organization that's dedicated to the vision of connecting and protecting habitat and people from the Yellowstone National Park in the south to the Yukon in the north so that people and nature can thrive. And we do this using the best science and knowledge and by working with our partners. To date, we've worked with over 450 different partners to make our vision advance. The Bow Valley is a low elevation gravel bed river valley. It's wide, warm, and is an important migration corridor for wildlife, and therefore it's a key linkage in the Y2Y region. The wrong decision on a corridor in the region has importance on a local and on a continental scale. And you can see here through these images, how much of our valley bottom has already been developed and fragmented. So this is a map of the Bow Valley. It's the same region that was mapped for the human-wildlife coexistence roundtable process. So there's Castle Junction in the west and the Kananaskis River in the east. And I'm just going to show you, this is an early product of the cumulative effects modeling that we're doing with the ALCES group. And it's simply going to show the changes from, it says the 1960s at the top, but it's actually the 1970s, it's off by a decade, to current day. I'm going to run this a few times, but if you can see my cursor, this is Canmore, and so you might want to keep your eye on the area of Canmore. All right, I'm just going to run it again. And I'll run it just one last time. Sometimes it's hard to see exactly what's happening. There we go. And this is simply for context to show some of the growth that's happened here over the last 50 years already to date. So Y2Y has been involved in Three Sisters Mountain Village proposal process for decades, in fact. But over the last few years, we've taken a solutions-oriented approach to try to make these proposals work best for wildlife and for the developer. And so in early 2019, Y2Y approached TSMV for a series of discussions, including 3 in-person meetings to explore alternative corridor designs that would maintain wildlife connectivity and meet TSMV's goals. These meetings ended in an impasse, in the details of which I presented to Council back in March of 2020. And then in summer of 2020, Y2Y hired Calgary-based planners, the B&A Planning Group, to develop a modified ASP design and policy suggestions for TSMV's Smith Creek and Three Sisters Village area structure plans. The goal was to offer suggestions that considered both the developer's desired outcomes and the needs of nature under our current constraints. And as a result, the design and policy suggestions that came out of that report did not represent the best solution for wildlife, but they did represent a better solution than the proposed ASPs. We shared our suggestions in the report with TSMV, and they chose not to incorporate any of our suggested changes into their final ASPs. We then shared them with Council, and we will be incorporating elements of the report into our final submission. But after having read through the ASPs and the supporting documents and having had many discussions with scientists, community members, public engagement specialists, conservation groups, and other stakeholders, we are of the opinion that Smith Creek is much too risky on a number of fronts, and we recommend that it is rejected. We recommend that Three Sisters Village ASP could move to second reading with significant design and policy amendments. And if these amendments are not feasible, we also recommend rejecting Three Sisters Village ASP. So starting with Smith Creek, our primary concern here is with the extent of the proposed developments. They, at this stage, as they are proposed, encroach on the adjacent wildlife corridors, and they create pinch points, one of which I've highlighted here, which is along the valley, and another over here to the east of the valley. And that second pinch point is important because Wind Valley is a key connection between Kananaskis Country and the Bow Valley. And the pinch point is at the mouth of the G8 Legacy Underpass, which is a well-used wildlife underpass. We're also concerned that the proposal extends past the town's growth boundary. The NRCB decision does not apply to these lands. Therefore, the BC Ag guidelines do apply to these lands. And this is also inconsistent with the MDP. We're concerned about the proposal to move the most heavily used wildlife underpass in Canmore, which is highlighted up at the top. Wildlife are expected to navigate a sharp, narrow corner here, which is highly unrealistic, except for some habituated elk and ungulates likely. The proposal also involves a fence, and the fence would be the hard edge that is being proposed to separate the development and people from the wildlife corridor itself. The fence is an untested experiment. We will go into more detail on the fence in our submission, but for us, that's a large concern. It's very risky. There's the fence. And finally, just this past month, a new paper has been put out. It's not yet peer reviewed, but it's going to go through the process shortly. It's by Jesse Whittington, Mark Hebblewhite, Adam Ford, and others. And it shows that relative to a historic state, connectivity for grizzly bears and wolves is at 21 on average, 21% of what it was compared to the reference state, which is the historical state. So we've lost a lot of connectivity for grizzlies and wolves already. And with the proposed developments, the footprints that are being proposed by TSMV, connectivity for grizzly and wolves would decrease by, on average, 6%. So for us, that is too much of a risk to go forward. Moving to Three Sisters Village. So what we have here is the 2004 approved ASP. And back in 2004, well, even before that, back in 1998, when the corridor was designated adjacent to the unfinished golf course, that was done before the BCA guidelines came out. And it was set on slopes that they didn't have, perfect information at the time. The slopes were much steeper than the BCA guidelines suggested. And in the later years, there was acknowledgement of this by the province's biologists, by Golder, and by the landowner at the time. And there was recognition that having a golf course adjacent to the corridor could add the added needed width there. And so hence the setbacks became part of a bylaw at the time. And that line that you see there is called the cabin line. And south of that cabin line, no permanent structures were allowed, so that that additional width could be added to the corridor in a functional way. In 2017, the proponent or the applicant had suggested that the development should be fenced and that quite a bit of extra land should be added to the inside of the fence, leaving less land adjacent to the corridor. That was ultimately rejected by council. And then today we see that there's a similar fence line being proposed and even more development inside the footprint. So this is for context. I'm going to show you here. This is one of the graphics that we developed in our report. And what it shows is that these steep slopes, which are the light green, are over 25 degrees. And this is the approved corridor through.
Excuse me.
Here.
This is your time check. Thank you. Your 9-minute mark.
Thank you very much. Long and the short of it is that there are quite a bit of steep slopes that are adjacent to the corridor, and we recommend that there needs to be more land dedicated to animal movement beside the village center, or Three Sisters Village. So our amendments for Three Sisters Village significantly reduce encroachment of the developed footprint on the adjacent corridor. The development should be set back by hundreds of meters from the corridor. We will go into more detail in our submission. We suggest conducting an assessment of alternative means of creating a hard edge other than an exclusion fence. We suggest adopting policies to ensure that robust measures mitigating the impact of the development on wildlife are sustained over the long term. And we would suggest considering incorporating the industrial or the commercial districts proposed in the Smith Creek ASP into the Three Sisters Village and reducing some of the residential adjacent to the corridor. In short, we would suggest that before Smith Creek moves forward, there is a need for a broad, meaningful town-led conversation about the future of the Bow Valley. We need to talk not just about what's happening over the next 30 years, but what's happening over the next 100 years, over the next 200 years. And we can then think about some innovative out-of-the-box solutions for Smith Creek that positions Canmore as a leader in both coexistence and sustainability. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Young. I have just one or two questions, and there may be other questions from council. The cabin line, which we've heard a lot of over the years, do you have any knowledge of how the cabin line, what informs the cabin line, how that was established?
Since I've talked to council last, I've talked to John Jorgensen, who is the wildlife biologist who was working on the file at the time. He put pen to paper and he drew the cabin line, and he will be making a submission to council to talk more about that.
Great, thank you. And one other question, and you and I have talked about this on many occasions. I'm curious your thoughts on the current functionality of the established corridor that has been in place for years, particularly from Stewart Creek through past the peaks of Grassy and through the Quarry Lake Habitat Patch to the National Park.
Mhm.
Given the high use of humans and dogs and everything in the corridors and the habitat patches, what are your thoughts about the actual functionality of those, the protections that are in place there?
I think that we absolutely need more involvement from the province to begin enforcement on those lands. And I think that the fact that we don't have support from the province in actually enforcing the regulations of no off-leash dogs, keeping people on trails, for example, it's a big problem. And so I think that certainly the functionality currently is compromised. I think the province needs to step in and we would have a much better solution.
Great, thank you for that. I didn't specifically ask if you'd read the ASPs. I'm quite certain you have.
I have, yeah.
And I'm looking to the rest of council. Councillor Sanford, do you have a question?
Yes, Mayor Barman, thank you for your presentation, Dr. Young. I'm wondering if you can tell me if anywhere in the Y2Y corridor there is fencing used as a mitigation for corridor alignment or improvement.
I do know that there is fencing being used in Jackson, and it's adjacent to an elk refuge. And so it's a different circumstance, in part because that valley is much wider than Canmore, and there's a lot more room for wildlife to roam. And it's also in a natural situation in that there's a naturally large elk population there due to management policies they've had. So there is that. Otherwise, though, I don't know of any examples of fencing adjacent to a large residential area in a narrow valley with the carnivore complement that we have here in the valley.
Thank you.
Welcome.
If there's no other questions from members of council, thanks again for being here, Dr. Young, and sharing your perspective with us.
Thank you so much.
And with that, I will ask Margot Walker to join in. And Ms. Walker, if you could just identify for council the, as I asked at the beginning, whether or not you're a resident or own a home or business here, and whether you've read the ASPs and those details.
Okay, thank you. I will be very brief. I have not read the ASPs thoroughly, but I have reviewed them. And I will just say good morning and thank you to everyone for allowing me to speak. My name is Margot Walker. I live in Jasper, which you all know is another beautiful small mountain town in the Rockies, with the difference of being in a national park. We do come to Canmore a lot. My daughter and her family live in TSMB. So we camp, shop, buy groceries, eat in the restaurants and recreate there. We've been coming to Canmore for 40 years. I'd like to just state for the record that I'm not in favor of and do not support the TSMB area structure plans for the following reasons. Developing over a vast, deep and complex undermining. Developing in an area that has been rated as a high to extreme wildfire zone. Developing in a sensitive wildlife corridor with no plan to mitigate or build infrastructure required to handle the increase in vehicle traffic. And to assume that people will just use alternate transportation such as walking or biking or taking the bus is totally unrealistic when we're looking at families and children and groceries and everything. And the fact that all Albertans, including Canmore residents, will eventually be on the hook to pay for this poorly thought out plan if, and not even if, but when it does fail. In conclusion, I'd just like to say, to me, it's painfully obvious that much more level-headed and forward-thinking discussions on these overarching concerns are needed. The vast majority of Canmore residents and Albertans seem to have some serious concerns, and they are counting on you, their elected council, to resolve them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions from council for Ms. Walker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
And now I'm trying to keep track, we were supposed to be taking a 10-minute break each hour, but we're at 10:15, which has another speaker. Municipal clerk listening.
I would suggest that you take the break.
Okay, well, we'll stick to that and recognize that it's gonna perhaps push the speaker times later than we'd projected, but it is important that everybody get a break each hour. So at 10:16 by my clock, I'll call a 10-minute break and we'll reassemble at 10:26. Okay. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. So I'll call the public hearing back to order. And the next to speak to council is Carol Poland. Welcome to the public hearing, Ms. Poland.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. I will be asking to share screen with permission. Is that fine?
Yeah, you bet. And just if you could just answer the few questions. I know you own a home here. Have you read the ASPs?
Yes, I have.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, my computer is loading slower than yours. Can you see my first slide? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Borman and councillors, for this opportunity today to talk to you and share with you my views regarding these two area structure plans. My name is Carol Poland, and I'm proud to say I am a full-time resident of Canmore, and with my husband, Dwayne Kohut, we own and operate Grandview Chalet Bed and Breakfast in town, and we are executive members of the Bow Valley Bed and Breakfast Association. I'm an active volunteer in many organizations in town, including most recently a volunteer member of the Canmore Tourism Task Force. Previously, I was a licensed veterinarian for many years in Alberta, during which time I was the first woman president for the Alberta Veterinary Association and served 6 years on council. Currently, I'm recovering from an accident. I refer to myself as the chick in the couch. I care about Canmore, councillors. This is my home, and it is now my place, and I want to stand up and protect it. I value the community, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you as my councillors. And I want to be an active citizen. To that end, yes, Mayor Borman and councillors, I have taken time to become an informed citizen. I have read all the guiding documents of the two ASPs, but I've read the guiding documents for this town and the proposed developments. And after much reading, much webinars, Zooms, and both citizen-led webinars, but also the developers' webinars, I have many, many concerns about the two structure plans, more than my 10 minutes will allot me today. But I ask of you, listen to my 4 concerns that I present. My first concern of 4 is the scale of this development of these two proposals. It is my understanding that the area structure plans plan to double the previously approved number of residential units. It was previously approved for 3,400, and it will be scaled up to 6,700 units. Now, I understand growth happens and Canmore has grown, and I know that the town will continue to grow. But I have concerns for the community I'm living in. Currently, our Spring Creek development has been approved for 1,000 residential and tourist homes. And that development is expanding and growing out. They have also 200 hotel units, and that developer is asking for another 20% more hotel units. We also have, as we know, the development going on up in Stewart Creek. All of this relates back to what we have on the topic today that we're discussing, the Smith Creek and Three Sisters Mountain Village. My concern is if you double our population, how will that affect our community? It will, I believe it'll be negative. We are already dealing with congestion and overcrowding. It will change continually with this much of a scale of development if you approve it. The part-time residents will change with the community. It will stress also your cost to the town and the cost to each individual taxpayer for the transportation alone to handle this much development. And that's not even to mention the stress upon the wildlife. I do not believe that this is consistent with Canmore's core values. My second concern is the urban growth boundary. Now, you as councillors are far more familiar with these plans than I, but I understand when I look at these municipal development plans and where the growth boundaries were laid out, it's my understanding that the urban growth boundary was set to limit the town's footprint. Specifically, it was intended to balance development and nature. And I understand that these guiding documents have been respected for more than 22 years, if you include the NRCV. So I believe that you, as councillors, know better than I that there's also the Alberta Municipal Governing Act, and with the NRCV ruling, developments beyond boundaries are questionable. I ask you, please honor the guiding documents in the terms of process. Smith Creek is beyond our urban boundary, as you well know. My third concern is rezoning. Currently, and again, I refer to the Smith Creek area structure plan. As you know, Smith Creek is asking to rezone 33 hectares of land that's been zoned for conservation of wildlands. This land includes, as you know, Thunderstorm Quarry and a very sensitive area of the Wind Valley entrance. I ask of you, why would this council approve an area of conservation of wildlands when your past council in 2015, their decision was to deny development approval and favored instead protecting the wildlife? You may also recall at that time, the Rocky Mountain Outlook paid tribute to the council of the time for its wise and unanimous decision to withhold approval of development. Mayor Borman was quoted, "Council made a decision representing the greatest benefit to the community and did not put the environment at risk." My fourth, but not my last, but only for today, is concern number 4. Canmore has declared a climate emergency declaration. We are all well aware of our climate crisis that's going on globally. And I do commend this town, of which I've chosen to live and plan to live here for another 30 years, that our town has stood up and declared a climate emergency and a climate declaration. So I wonder that when several councils have approved plans to address environmental sustainability and climate change, and they recognize this, and when our town has declared goals that by 2030, we will reduce our greenhouse gas by 30%, and that by 2050, we have a target of 80% reduction, then I ask of you, we have supported a climate emergency declaration. We have individuals on town, very talented and very proud to have a sustainability coordinator and a climate change specialist. So my question is, as you review the documents of these developments, how do they fit with our value of Canmore now? How green will they be? Will they look like the buildings on the left and fit with our proposed going forward structures for the future? Or will they be more of what we currently have? Or worse yet, will we become another Whistler? I look and listen to the first presentation again of today. These lands were approved in 1992 by the NRCB, and they currently have that approval for what I understand is a recreation and tourism project. To me, this looks more like a recreation and tourism project. I ask council to please consider and keep it that way. Going forward then, what are my solutions for going forward to council? I am not against development, but I believe the development should reflect the values of the people who live here, and it should be governed by the documents that have been created by this town. So I ask you, councillors, please honor the Town of Canmore land use bylaw. Uphold your municipal development plan, particularly the urban growth boundary. Honor also the conservation of wildlife lands. And you can, and you have the power, it is my understanding, to amend the land use bylaws to reflect.
Excuse me, Ms. Poland, just an interruption to let you know you're at the 9-minute mark.
Perfect. Thank you. You can amend it, I understand. You have the power to fit your land use bylaws to reflect our climate action plans. I understand that performance-based construction can be requested for net zero buildings. So if you listen and think of all the guiding documents, I ask of you, reject the Smith Creek. It has too many, they're not inconsistencies, they're out and out conflict with our documents. Regarding the Three Sisters Mountain Village, there are numerous inconsistencies there with our guiding documents and our values of this town. Why it would be fenced, I do not understand how that can be in a town that doesn't have fences anywhere else. So I would ask that also be rejected. I believe that ultimately that we can engage Canmore, we can do better. I believe if you engage all, we have a wealth of knowledge in this valley and beyond who want to help and work to create a better plan. You have the leadership. If you just slow down, send back the area structure plans, please. Engage the wildlife biologist and the expertise. Ultimately, it is your decision, and I respect each and every one of you there. By my calculations, there's 60 years of experience amongst you. I trust you'll make decisions guided by long-term planning, and you will value the input of the experts here and more to help protect us, protect the environment for the future. And I hope that you'll reach your decisions also in a far less crowded space than you're currently in, because I think this also impacts decision-making. So ultimately, thank you for this opportunity to share my opinions with each and every one of you, councillors. Ultimately, what we say is as important as what we build. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boland. If there are no questions at this time from members of council, I see none. I'll ask Dr. Hugh Notman to join us.
Thank you. My name is Hugh Notman. I'm a 25-year resident of Canmore with my partner who was born in Canmore. I'm a professor of biological anthropology at Athabasca University. I have reviewed the two area structure plans in as much as I'm qualified to do so and to interpret them correctly. I'm not here representing any particular group or organization, just myself and the subjects about whom I am speaking. First, I'd like to thank the mayor and town council for allowing me to speak, and to other stakeholders, including possibly representatives of TSMV, for listening. I'd especially like to thank the mayor and council for providing this forum for public engagement, as I acknowledge this is not an easy process for any of you, pulled as I'm sure you are toward opposite poles within the community with respect to the positions on this issue. My sympathies and my gratitude for your perseverance and patience are with you. I would also like to extend the mayor's and other folks' acknowledgement at the beginning of this meeting, in which it was recognized that the land we sit on, and indeed the very land we are talking about at this meeting, while privately owned according to our current settler legal framework, are Treaty 7 lands. Therefore, it behooves us to remember that our current contest over who has the right to do what with this land has historical precedent, and that none of the current stakeholders would be here today were it not for the fact that the land's previous stewards were forced to relinquish it in the first place. Now, one central theme of the debate around the development of the TSMV lands has focused on preserving movement corridors and the habitat of large and charismatic megafauna, elk, grizzly bears, cougars, etc. This is a vitally important issue and one which I fully support. However, there are other critters that inhabit these lands, smaller, slimier, and less charismatic, and because they are often unseen, they are easily forgotten or written off in environmental impact assessments as, if I can paraphrase, collateral mortalities to development. I'm speaking here specifically about amphibians, which we know inhabit the area, such as long-toed salamanders, wood frogs, spotted frogs, and boreal toads. In fact, the EIA, the Environmental Impact Assessment provided by Golder Associates, identifies 6 species of amphibians and 2 reptile species that will be impacted by this development. I fully understand that the development of any natural habitat results in these so-called collateral mortalities, and that the building of my own house here in the 1970s likely resulted in the loss of more than a few small critters as well. However, in the past, such losses were deemed, and indeed may have been, of little consequence to the overall health of populations. Today, we know things are different. Many species, small and large, but particularly small, are facing extirpation from localized habitats as a result of their unique distribution across the landscape. In the case of amphibians, their life cycles tie them to wetlands, streams, and ponds, which by their very nature form patchy distributions over a landscape. When these patches of aquatic habitats are degraded or removed, and the dispersal corridors linking them are disrupted, entire populations go extinct, because each pond or wetland is a population if you're an amphibian. Indeed, many of these smaller amphibian and reptile species are literally facing the proverbial death by 1,000 cuts as one wetland habitat after another is drained, blocked, or choked, even unintentionally, with the effluent of human civilization. Now, in terms of this particular ASB on the TSMV lands, wetlands are not an extensive aspect of the landscape, but they do exist both within and along the periphery of the proposed development. What I'd like to do is draw folks' attention to a couple of areas in particular that sit just outside the Site 5 land in Stewart Creek, including what's referred to as the TSGD district, the R3 SC1, which is the Residential Comprehensive Multi-Unit Stewart Creek District, and the PD, or Public Use District. In particular, I'm concerned about the proposed development that will be called the Gateway at Three Sisters. If you're looking at a map and above it to the north of this area, it's difficult to see on the map, but as you may know, this land slated for the Gateway is somewhat elevated from the highway just to the north of it.
Sorry, Dr. Notman, I appreciate hearing this perspective on the Gateway, but the ASP's, the subject of this public hearing is the 2 area structure plans, and we did have a public hearing on the Gateway district application a couple of weeks ago. So if you can tie your comments into the area structure plans, that would be helpful.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, sorry, I probably misinterpreted then the exact nature of what this hearing was about. But it is tied together the whole area, but it is all of the wetlands just at the foot of the area structure plan along the Stewart Creek development. And so my concern is that, I realize that the TSMV is not intending to build on top of any of these wetlands, in particular along that northern section of the development along the highway, and that these wetlands are a lot more extensive than they actually look. And so anyway, my concern is that, the old saying that, if you excuse the expression, that shit flows downhill, and the westernmost pond, which is it is at the Three Sisters Gateway, is that there's going to be a commercial development directly above that, which includes a gas station. So I don't have a lot more to say. I know it is more focused on that particular area, which might not be directly tied to the area structure plans that we're looking at right now. But my concern is that we have this development there that has the potential for leakage for groundwater contamination of cars spilling gas, diesel, antifreeze, oil, possible leakage from the tanks themselves. Not to mention all of the possible contamination from the earth being moved for construction purposes in the entire area. And so
just sorry to interrupt again. So is that a concern impact on your considerations for the 2 area structure plan areas?
Well, yes, because the Three Sisters or the Three Sisters, the gateway at Three Sisters, isn't that part of the area structure plan for, unless I've misinterpreted?
That was, no, the Gateway District is not part of either the village or the Smith Creek area structure plans.
Okay, well, all right, well, no, I mean, it is the ponds that I'm talking about do extend as far into the Smith Creek area, but it is more, yeah, I'm more of the impact that I'm concerned about is to the western end toward the gateway of Three Sisters. So in any event, it's not, there are other wetlands in that area of concern. It's not the only one. And the Smith Creek area does have a series of, as you know, creeks running through it. And many of these are only obvious or discoverable through a careful walking through the landscape. So I guess I encourage the town wherever possible that all of these areas be protected. And I understand that the focus so far has been on efforts to maintain corridors for the larger mammals. And this can help smaller critters as well, in as much as protecting the habitat of larger species creates an umbrella for the smaller ones. However, the habitat needs of all species do not perfectly overlap. And so wetland species do need these undisturbed, clean wetlands, as well as connectivity between them. So yeah, we can't really afford to disregard the potential mortality of the hidden species, reptiles, amphibians, and even insects as insignificant anymore. In the past, I think we could. And so as part of the ecological, putting in place and enforcing mitigation measures that Mr. Welsh described in the as part of the ecological monitoring effort that he described at the beginning of this meeting, I would encourage the council to make a condition of any approval for these area structure plans that they put in place mitigation strategies to prevent the adverse disturbance or contamination of wetlands that do lie at the foot of these developable lands from the Three Sisters Gateway eastward all along the Site 5 land. And even if some of these wetlands fall outside the property boundary of the Three Sisters, and therefore they may have fallen outside the scope of an environmental impact assessment, they're still downstream of the effects of development. So thank you. And I apologize if my presentation was on, well, literally the wrong aspect of the proposed development.
That's okay. These are very complicated matters and intersecting in many ways. And I know it's hard for the public to keep track exactly. It's so no problem. I appreciate you being here to speak on your concerns about wetlands in general. And I'm looking to see if there's any questions from members of council. But seeing none, honestly, thank you for being here and sharing your perspective, Dr. Notman.
All right, thank you.
That I will ask Jane Whitney to join us.
Good morning. My name's Jane. I live in Canmore, have lived in Canmore since the late 70s. I own a home. I ran an expedition company here for first 30 years. And I would like to be able to share my screen. Thank you.
While you're sharing that, could you tell us that you've read the both?
Oh, yes. ASPs? I have read the ASPs. Sorry.
Thank you.
All right, can everybody hear me okay and see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to start by introducing you to, I'm sure everybody there knows, my neighbor Louise Matson, who was born in Canmore and lived 92 years of her life in the Bow Valley. She was a proud coal miner's daughter. There was nothing more treasured and beautiful to Louise than her mountains. Louise's family home was located where the current Sherwood House is. She had 100 stories up her sleeve, like how they would float logs down the Bow River from Banff to Canmore. Sharing stories of our past reminds us of our history and connects us with our sense of place and how important the quality of our community fabric is to us. The mountains that attracted all of us to Canmore limit the livable space that we share with wildlife. The values and guiding principles we voiced with the Mining of the Future project focused on preserving Canmore's unique character and healthy ecosystem. These values and guiding principles form the framework of which our municipal development plan was built. In spite of our best efforts, the hill on which our vision stands is being undermined, and Canmore's sense of place, in my view, is at risk. There will always be controversies. The introduction of the bear-proof garbage bins or the Larch Park affordable housing come to mind. But these projects were working toward our vision and guiding principles stated in our municipal development plan. The Municipal Government Act states that any area structural plan must be consistent with our municipal development plan. The Three Sisters Village Aerial Structural Plan proposes residential and commercial development on the unfinished golf course, which is currently zoned as private recreation. To stress how this land plays an important part in the character of the town and opportunities for residents and visitors, a friend described all the wildlife she saw riding her bike in that closed golf course last spring. Bear, wolf, owl, elk, geese. Her dad calls the area the Serengeti of the Rockies. The Smith Creek Aerial Structure Plan requires that we amend our municipal development plan to extend our urban boundary into conservation lands. Our MDP specifically states that any urban boundary extension would only be considered if there was no environmental impact. And to reinforce what our MDP states, our land use bylaw states conservation zone lands are not designated for urban development. The conservation lands in the Smith Creek to Pigeon Creek area are super important for wildlife moving from Banff National Park, past the Quarry Lake area, behind the peaks of Grassy, and across Three Sisters lands into the Wind Valley, Skogan Pass area on their way into the Kananaskis, as well as over to the Deadman's Flats areas. Under the Canmore Clause of the Municipal Government Act, the town is obligated to approve any development application following an NRBC approval. The board, however, never approved any hotel development project in the Bow Valley area, as no such application was submitted at the time of their decision. As far as I can see, Three Sisters is trying to ask us to amend our municipal development plan and land use bylaws for their Smith Creek Aerial Structure Plan, in their view, as a community benefit. I do not agree with Three Sisters Mountain Village that their Smith Creek Aerial Structure Plan will benefit our community over our core value of environmental stewardship. This is just too much. There is just too much at stake to not continue to honor the conservation zoning our town councils have protected since the 90s. Let me repeat this. There is just too much at stake to not continue to honor the conservation zoning our town councils have protected since the 90s. As Dr. Powell, former science director of the National Resource Conservation Board, wrote, "What is at stake here is whether large mammal populations of the central Canadian Rockies remain viable or dwindle away as they have done elsewhere." The NRCB had concluded that the blockage of wildlife movement would constitute a major impact on certain species and consequently regional ecosystems. It addresses potential impact in so many different ways, including that the condition of the Three Sisters project approval was to retain wildlife movement corridors in as undeveloped a state as possible. The board also recommend that corridors correspond with known movement routes of animals. I understand that the NRCB ruled that the Three Sisters Mountain Village wildlife corridors are under the jurisdictions of the province. But like our MDP, I believe the NRCB decision was intended to be read and used in a comprehensive manner. Sections are closely connected to each other and need to be read in context and not in isolation from each other. I can't help but wonder if we should not follow up with the NRCB to have a ruling on the intent behind their decision. It is that important. And I have submitted such an inquiry to the board. Last summer, I was hiking on a very busy trail through the Wind Valley. And I imagine what it must be like to be a bear to move through such a busy landscape. I realize it's a lot easier for a bear to have to cross just one busy trail. It's only 3 meters wide, and when it has all the space it needs on the landscape. When we speak of wildlife corridors, the bear and other wildlife are already compromised. Just how much does it matter to you whether large mammal populations of the Central Canadian Rockies remain viable or dwindle away as they have done elsewhere? To me, it matters a lot. It is part of my sense of place, and it was identified as one of our core values to coexist with wildlife and not overwhelm them. For Three Sisters Mountain Village to publish the loss of habitat as not the issue for wildlife, it's the people in the wildlife corridors. It makes me wonder about their understanding behind the science of the Alberta Environment and Parks. And it also makes me wonder about the sincerity in protecting the last of the native carnivores we are trying so hard to preserve. The NRBC heard Three Sisters say that 70% of their residential homes would be permanent residents and 30% vacation homeowners. When I asked friends currently living in the various parcels on the Three Sisters properties who their neighbors were, they estimated between 50 and 70% of their neighbors are vacation homeowners. Until we have our next census, the town has no way of knowing how many people currently live on the Three Sisters properties, nor how many homeowners are permanent residents.
Excuse me, Ms. Whitney, I just wanted to give you a time check. You're at 9 minutes.
Empty homes do not promote the social fabric we voiced in our vision for Canmore. The Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek area structural plans go against our current direct control bylaw, which awarded Three Sisters 3,400 total residential units. Honoring our approved number of residential units to Three Sisters Mountain Village would greatly reduce the population of Three Sister properties, thereby reducing the impact on our community and allowing for better connectivity for wildlife corridors across the Three Sisters properties. I can understand that Three Sisters Mountain Village might look to how Silvertip and Spring Creek are building away. Unfortunately for Three Sisters, their land is the last of the land for wildlife to move through our valley. This is it. There is no more space. There is nowhere else for the wildlife to go. I feel Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek aerial structure plans are not aligning up to our vision and guiding principles stated in our municipal development plan. We are risking changing Canmore's unique character and healthy ecosystem. And in spite of our best efforts, the hill on which our vision stands is being undermined and Canmore's sense of place is at risk. To quote Ron Casey.
Ms. Whitney, I'm going to ask you to bring this to a close.
Okay, so what can be done? You can uphold bylaw 14.9.224, which specify the number of residential units for Three Sisters. You can uphold the existing zoning that we have. You can uphold the conservation of wildland zoning of Smith Creek. You can reject proposals to change Canmore's growth boundary, and you can zone adjacent lands to significantly widen corridors approved by the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for presenting today. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Whitney? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Maura Barman, and thank you, Ms. Whitney, for presenting to council and taking time out of your schedule. Your last statement speaks to zoning adjacent lands next to wildlife corridors. Does that mean that you would like to see municipal reserve used for to provide that adjacency to the corridors instead of using it for parks and schools?
Yes, yep, I would like to see that buffer put along the wildlife corridors.
Instead of using that land for parks and schools?
Yep, I would.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question.
There's no other questions this time from members of council. Thank you very much for speaking today, Ms. Whitney.
Thank you.
And I will invite Karen Hanna to join us now. Who I believe, there we are.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. So good morning, Mayor and councillors. My name is Karen Hanna, and I've lived full-time in Canmore for 25 years. I have read the area structure plans in a very high level. I do have a master's degree in planning law. I did a master's degree on implementing the municipal growth management strategy of Canmore in 1996. So I have an idea of how the different municipal planning documents work together. But I have a different spin on what I want to talk about today. I'm going to tell you a story that I hope will resonate with you when you're deciding how to deal with the wildlife corridors on the south side of the Trans-Canada. So I have to admit, I'm not really keen on public speaking, and this presentation today is way outside of my comfort zone, but I think it's very important to present. So for decades, we've talked about our community's desire to coexist with wildlife in the Bow Valley. We talk about wildlife corridors, and we present information about wildlife as lines or dots on a map or data points in a graph. And although this is the essential way of communicating information about wildlife, I wanted to tell you a very brief story that connects you to one animal in particular and the impact of our activities on her movements specifically. So I'm not sure if you remember, but in 2019, there was a bear-human encounter on Grotto Mountain that caused the entire south-facing mountain slopes on the north side of the Trans-Canada, all the way between Harvey Heights and the Grotto Mountain mine area, to be shut down for about 2 weeks. I was the person that was involved in that encounter. I've never publicly spoken about it. I've never talked about what happened on that day, but I wanted to give you a glimpse into what it's like to have a close encounter with a mother bear, taking care of her family and I want to do my best to try to tie this encounter to the decisions that are subject to this hearing today and for the next couple of days. So basically on that day, I was walking the trails that I had walked almost every day while living in Canmore, and I wasn't paying attention. Ended up coming around the corner about 30 feet away from a cinnamon colored mother black bear and her 3 cubs that had been heading east through Cougar Creek and up Grotto Mountain. By the time I looked up, the 3 cubs were running upslope away from me, but the mother bear was not running away. She was looking at me, and those 30 feet quickly turned into about 8 feet as she trotted over, walking purposefully towards me. Sort of like your worst nightmare as a hiker. And I'm sure all of the counselors here are avid outdoor people, and yeah, it's sort of like your worst nightmare. When she stopped, she was close enough that she could reach out and swat me or flatten me if she chose. Like we were that close. I could read the number on her tags. And I remember thinking right then and there that I was going to die right then. But the most ironic thing of all was that there was something exceptionally vulnerable about her. I think because in the back of my mind, I thought, if I die because she decides that's the best option to protect her cubs, she will die too. My lack of paying attention to what was around me could have been the end of both of us. In the end, she gave me a bite on the back of the leg as a warning, but she could have done much, much worse. Given how close I was to her cubs, she was very measured, just enough to warn me to back off, but not so much that I was severely injured. And I want to emphasize that she had 100% control over whether I lived or died that day. I also want to emphasize what an incredibly beautiful animal she was. And to see the four of them together doing what bears do was an absolute privilege. I'm sharing this story today because I believe it gives me a chance to help council to understand from a firsthand perspective that the habitat choices and options for these animals are becoming more and more limited. So I want to talk about her specifically, and then we'll connect it to the Three Sisters area structure plans. My encounter was with a mother bear known to frequent the Harvey Heights area. The day that I saw her, she was on Grotto Mountain, and she would have had to travel through or around Eagle Terrace, Silvertip, and Cougar Creek. Since the time that I saw that bear family, construction on a dam at the mouth of Cougar Creek has been taking place and has made east-west travel through that area essentially impossible for animals. And a fence has been put up across one of the main east-west paths between Silvertip and Eagle Terrace to prepare for construction activities for 90 more houses. If she travels through that area, she's now squeezed further down into the Eagle Terrace subdivision, or higher up into the golf course area, or higher yet into areas with steeper slopes that are not optimal for travel. I do, not right now because it's winter or the end of winter, but I do think about her all the time, wondering how she navigates through all of this. But to close, I am asking council for two things. First, I want you to please seriously take into consideration the opinion of independent wildlife biologists that have concerns about the impact of the design of the proposed area structure plans on the viability of the wildlife corridor on the south side of the Trans-Canada. Seems to be a very common theme throughout all of the conversations today. I believe that unbiased science is vital for responsible decision-making for this issue. And to that end, please respect the current planning documents that retain as much as possible of the essential wildlife protection areas, and please don't allow the urban growth boundaries to expand. Second, if it is the intent of council to approve these bylaws, I suggest that a better choice would be to delay the decision until after the fall election, so that it gives Canmore citizens the chance to vote for a council that the majority feels represents the best represents the values that the majority of us have with respect to this community changing development. I believe that this is an election-worthy decision that needs a broader audience than the few people that have written or chosen to spoke today. Alternatively, to bring people together in a mining the future type of forum so that the final long-term plan has community buy-in. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Karen, and you spoke very well, so no need to feel awkward in that. And thanks for sharing your very frightening story. It's a great reminder for all of us that are listening to carry our bear spray when we go out.
Definitely. I could share, I'm going to try sharing my screen. I think I have, oh, no, I won't get fancy. That's okay. I do have a great picture of her that was taken from a wildlife camera, but yeah, I don't want to get fancy here. Anyway, that's
imagine
okay.
her.
You can imagine it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
As you say, it's something we all fear. Just curious about your last comment about needing an election to have certainty that there's a council in place that is capable of making these decisions. Are you suggesting this council that was elected after a great deal of debate and discussion on development issues in 2017 are not competent to make these decisions?
You know what, Mayor Berman, I didn't say capable at all. This is a very capable council, but I think this is such a big decision that you're listening to the people that have elected to speak today, but the majority of the people that I talk to that are that this is too much outside their comfort zone, are wanting a broader opportunity to talk about it. And I think you look at what happened to our neighbors south of the border, there were big decisions there that were best represented by voting. And if we go into the fall and we give the the incoming council the opportunity to declare their position on this long-term plan, it might be a better representation of how people feel. That's all I'm saying. So.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Hannah? Seeing none, thanks again for joining us today, Karen.
Thank you. Yeah.
And with that, I'll ask Mr. Tim Logal to join us.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving me a chance to share my perspective. I believe so far today, mine's different from the ones we've heard so far. So my name's Tim Logal. I'm a home builder, and my two sons, my brother, and my team help me every day to exceed our customers' expectations with all, in my career, all different types of homes over the last 40 years. My wife, Sherry, and I have owned a home in Three Sisters Creek for the last 15 years. And prior to that, we had a home in Eagle Terrace for 5 years. We split our time equally between Calgary and Canmore, but Canmore is our principal residence. And we have a passion for the mountain lifestyle and consider Canmore a very special place. As I mentioned, I've been working on residential communities for
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Logal. Could you just let council know whether or not you've read the area structure plans?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
And that's the main reason why I have my opinion today. So I've had the advantage of being a part of communities getting started and then being a part of the development process that they've taken. And sometimes it's been a 25-year process from the beginning to the end. And so when I read the area structure plans and see how detailed they are and comprehensive, I conclude that they're quite excellent, and I would call best in class or world class from my experience of the over 20 communities that I have helped build homes for people in. When you go through the process that Three Sisters Mountain Village has gone through, and you are keeping in mind the guidelines of the municipal development that exist, you have a master plan, a vision, goals, principles, as the area structure plans relate to. That kind of work, and along with the feedback that they've sought out from the community, from you, the mayor, and the council, from my experience, positive results have been achieved. And that vision that's been there for quite some time. In fact, when my wife and I bought our home and moved over from Eagle Terrace to the Three Sisters area, it was the thought that there'd be more pathways for bicycle running as we do most weekends, and additional commercial, retail, spa, hotel. All of that was what we were looking for to add to the experience that we enjoy in Canmore. A focus on complementing the existing mountain town architecture, sustainable modes of mobility, respect for the wildlife, the environment, economic diversification will all show in time to be positive. And as I have began working on communities, I have come across considerable negativity at the beginning of that process, only to see after a few years direct feedback to me for how much better things have turned out than people thought prior to the development getting going. One of the most significant and positive outcomes from the approval of these ASPs that I believe will take place is that what I see in Canmore year after year after living there is that the demand for all types of housing is increasing, and recently it's dramatically increasing. And when I've gone to other cities that have not kept up with that supply of all types of housing, different income levels and diversity, those cities are struggling. And the price of the real estate is going really through the roof. And so these area structure plans, Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek, they will provide a much needed supply of this different types of housing that I've been involved with, from single family to townhome, semis, condominiums. That's when you have a healthy community, when you've got a nice constant supply, and it really has so many positive results. Also, the homes today that we're building, even from what we built 5 years ago, 10 years ago, they are so much more energy efficient. And oftentimes we're finding that people within the community that started with us 10 years ago are now thanking us for providing them new energy efficient homes. And I think that's what's going to happen with these two new communities, is that not only will the newcomers appreciate the energy efficient scopes of work that we're executing, but the existing people in Canmore are going to also appreciate this new technology that we're building into our drawings for our homes. What I see, and particularly on Saturday, is that once the pandemic is over, we're going to see more and more people working from home. In fact, the Wall Street Journal predicts that 25% of all workers in North America will work from home after the pandemic is complete. And Canmore is just an ideal location, as are other communities in Canada that are similar to Canmore, in that they offer an active lifestyle. And so there's going to be more people moving to Canmore to work from their homes. There's also we're seeing right now the peak of the baby boomers retiring, and they are also going to move to Canmore. And so without a reasonable supply of different types of homes, there's going to be problems, and those problems are going to be related to affordability. What I see in these ASPs is really a broad spectrum of choice that Three Sisters Mountain Village has thought about, planned, and also heard from the community. And then the second biggest benefit I see is that from talking to my neighbors and people in Canmore, everyone is looking for other commercial and retail opportunities. And I've learned that without homes and without people, these commercial and retail businesses, they don't do very well. And so to think that Three Sisters Mountain Village can go ahead and build commercial and retail to make everyone's life easier, to promote walkability, to reduce the carbon footprint by not getting into your car like my wife and I would avoid, and just walk down to a restaurant or a grocery store. That is not sustainable without the people and the homes. The people and the homes have to come first, and then the businesses can make their investments in the different types of businesses and make a go of it. So those are really the two main points I wanted to make today, or three. One, that I I feel from my experiences that Three Sisters Mountain Village is doing an excellent job of detailed planning and listening to the feedback from the community, both positive and negative.
Excuse me, Mr. Logal, this is your time check.
Okay, thank you. And then also that if we're going to see retail and commercial, we need people and we need the homes to support those businesses. Otherwise, they will not stay in business. And then in summary, it's because of me looking at these area structure plans that I do believe that what you have in front of you are world-class plans and a well thought out vision and a tremendous opportunity for the residents of Canmore and the future residents of Canmore that will make Canmore their home. And so I finish by saying, carpe diem, it's time to seize the moment. Thank you very much. I sure appreciate the opportunity to share those insights with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Logal. I'm looking to the rest of council to see if there's any questions that members of council have for you at this time. But I see none. So thank you very much for taking the time to join with us today and share your perspective.
You're welcome. Good luck.
With that, I'll call another short break, a 10-minute break, and it's 11:22 by my clock, so we'll resume at 11:32. It appears as though we're all reassembled and it's the appointed time, 11:32. Just before we get started again, I did want to make a small change of process. I understand that there's some feedback that people are not happy with the fact that council is asking if the speakers have read the ASPs or not. So it's entirely up to the speakers whether they want to identify the fact that they have taken the time to become familiar with the area structure plans that we're considering, but I'll leave that entirely up to the speaker. And with that, I will look to the list, and we have Chris Connor up next. Mr. Connor.
Hello guys, how you doing today?
Great.
Well,
having the time of my life.
I'm sure you are. First, I wanted to start by saying thank you, Mayor and Council, for your efforts on this extremely complicated file. I feel all opinions are based on perspectives and biases. So before I get started, I want to be really open and honest about mine. I'm a resident of Canmore. I moved here 2 years ago because I think it's the greatest place on the planet. I'm a 37-year-old with a quality local job, but I still live with roommates in a rented townhouse because the cost of housing is unreal and the available supply isn't fit for purpose. I'm a resident of Stewart Creek, and I've walked and cycled on Three Sisters lands literally hundreds of times. I'm also a civil engineer with over 14 years of local and international experience. Town of Canmore and Quantum Place are two of my top clients, so yes, I've read the ASPs, but no one is paying me to be here. I'm speaking as Chris Connor, as a resident of Canmore. So with my background and biases, I just wanted to chime in on some of the popular discussions that I see around our community. This is going to cause me to ramble randomly a bit, but I take comfort knowing that I won't be the only person today to do so. Let's start with undermining. So right now, you guys have a report on the Town of Canmore website produced by Wood Engineering that says that the land is suitable for the proposed use. Technology and understanding have come a long way since the last phase of Three Sisters. Just take a look at the cell phone in your pocket. Wood has more information than any previous investigation, and the engineers involved have decades of experience. Their conclusions are stamped by professional engineers and have a company permit to practice signed and stamped on them. So I don't know if any of you guys have ever worked for a multinational publicly traded engineering company, but I can promise you those stamps and signatures are taken extremely seriously. If those stamps are provided under false contact, it could impact the company's ability to work in Canada with potential impacts of millions of dollars. If a scandal developed from these reports and caused a reputational risk to the company, the impact to their share price could be billions of dollars. Just take a look at what happened with SNC-Lavalin a couple of years ago. So when Wood says the land is suitable, you should take the time to understand their bias and perspective. There are no lies in that report, and I absolutely promise you the developer does not have enough money to buy their opinion. Correlated to this, there are people in this community who say council isn't engaging or listening. The developer and council have done everything practically possible to address concerns about undermining. Yet there are still groups in this community who are using high production videos and fear mongering to try to push their agendas. It's important to note that—
I just want to interrupt, and I'd rather you didn't judge people or cast aspersions on intent or character. Simply stick to your observations and fact.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to remind everyone engagement is a two-way conversation where parties should listen to each other. So I'd like to talk about population impact of the development. So Canmore doesn't exist in a bubble. In the next 20 to 30 years, Calgary, Edmonton, and the surrounding communities in Alberta are likely to grow by over 2 million people. If less than 1% of those new Albertans come to visit regularly, it'll have more of an impact than this development. And that's not even considering national and international travel. I think people believe they can stop change, but I believe, and it can be proven, that change is coming regardless. I'd like council and administration to consider the fact that a viable commercial and amenity center that doesn't take crossing a bridge or a railroad track will actually make a positive impact overall on this community and help us deal with change. On to wildlife. So I'm not a biologist, but I would imagine a quality undisturbed habitat patch would make a real difference in our valley. The unfortunate truth is that the current lands in the proposal are not a quality undisturbed habitat patch. They're essentially a massive off-leash dog park. They are littered with pirate bike trails, stockpiles, previous industrial uses. They're surrounded by existing communities, highways, and rock quarries. There is human disturbance from dawn to dusk. It's council's administration job to consider impact, but please understand and take the time to understand where the land is today before you understand the change to it. Yellowstone to Yukon has spoken out against the development. And you know what? I would expect them to. They are a conservation organization and they are doing their job. It's not their responsibility to look at the potential benefits to the community. But even a perfect wildlife corridor has risk and concerns. Is it even a smart choice to have perfect bear and wolf habitat next to an existing elementary school? Everything, including protecting wildlife, has pros and cons, and those all need to be considered. Also wanted to chime in about the proposed wildlife fence. That gets a lot of emotion and commentary in the community. Would just like to comment that it's just a fence, and if it doesn't work, it can probably be taken down in a week. So I think just take the issue in balance with what it would take to address it. There is commentary about profitability and the developer here to make money. Land development is business, and businesses try to maximize profit. I think that's just a fact of life. So how does the town protect itself and prevent a developer from maximizing profit at the expense of the community? Well, one way would be the developer and administration working collaboratively over a course of years to find a plan that works for both parties. I think that step has been taken. Another way is to have current planning and engineering documents, which enforces requirements that the community needs. And the town of Canmore has a brand new land use bylaw and brand new engineering design and construction guidelines to help protect themselves. With these in mind, I believe administration has completed due diligence on this file. I think the developer can make a profit, and I believe the town can achieve its goals. Those aren't exclusive outcomes. They can work together for something positive for the community. My final thoughts on all this. This proposal is not mindless sprawl to pad a developer's pocket. It's a careful and considered development proposal on an extremely complicated site. It has impacts for sure, but it also addresses a lot of current and future needs. Despite these benefits, I imagine council will receive a bunch of negative feedback on this development. And I understand that. If I bought a home 20 years ago and I didn't find this benefited me and I found change was hard, I would be against it. And I would suggest there's no way that there's going to be as much positive support as negative support for a new community. But you have to ask yourself, why is that? It's because you're building for the future of Canmore. The people who develop or benefit from this proposal do not live here yet. So they don't have that opportunity to speak up. I think it's your guys' job to listen to existing residents and understand concerns, but still look out for the future. And I just ask you to please be brave and do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing your perspective with council. Are there members of council that have questions for Mr. Connor? I'll ask a brief question just in regards to your opening statement or observation that you're, even though you're a professional, you're sharing a house with roommates. Are you very familiar with the ASP plans around affordable housing for the future, using medium and high density housing and committing to a minimum of 10% of perpetually affordable housing, or what we call vital housing. Are you familiar with that area of the ESPs?
I am familiar with that. I'm familiar with Canmore Community Housing's principles, and I'm very familiar with the gap between what Canmore Community Housing provides and what's available in the market. When the developer talks about the missing middle, they are talking about me and all of my friends. Like, I don't have very many people that live by themselves in the 4 walls that they own. Like, everyone has renovated their basement, has taken on roommates, and there's just a constant narrative about leaving this community because it's not obtainable. So there is a big gap between the programs available to us and the housing stock. And I hope this development can address that.
Great, thank you for that. Are there other questions from members of council? Councillor Comfort.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Connor. Just following up on what you last said, do you see anything in these ASPs that will address affordable housing substantially?
The amount of affordable housing proposed in the development is best in class in what I've seen so far in my career. It is also a question of supply and demand. Having the entire village proposal based on kind of a denser multifamily area is a huge benefit. Like, right now we have Stewart Creek, but a large portion of that is single family or duplexes, both of which are totally unaffordable right now. So I think like that missing middle, me and all my friends have a garage full of bikes and gear, and that's why we live in Canmore. So that means a lot of the affordable options that currently exist aren't actually suitable for our quality of life because there's just no room to put the stuff that we want to live here. So I think understanding that and creating a market for it, which they're starting to do in Stewart Creek. Like, I live in a townhouse with a garage and it's perfect, but there's also not a lot of choices in that space.
So you would see that addressed in the density then, increased density?
Yes, that is a factor of it, but the affordable housing density balance I will leave to administration and planners to comment.
Thank you very much.
There's no further questions from members of council. Thank you once again for sharing your perspective with council today, Mr. Connor.
Thank you very much.
With that, I will ask Marlene Jones to join us. Hello, Marlene.
Good morning. First, let me say thank you very much for this opportunity. I appreciate how much effort council is going to hear everyone's opinion. I'm a long-term property owner in downtown Canmore, close to 30 years, and I've lived here over 12 years, full-time. And I'm not anti-development. If you look where I live, there has been constant development around me. Bungalows get knocked down, fourplexes go up. On the block I'm in, there has been constant development, plus bigger complexes going up. So if I was really anti-development, I would have moved out of downtown by now, and I haven't. There are several concerns that I'd like to present today. Like other people in Canmore, I am concerned about the risks of building on undermined land. And I am equally concerned about the wildlife corridors. But my other concerns include the possibility of increased property taxes if there is inadequate commercial development. And I am concerned about more demand on our downtown facilities, combined with traffic congestion and resultant pollution. So it might be helpful if council knows a bit about my background. My area is applied mathematics, including statistics and probability. So I tend to look at things, I tend to look at patterns. And so I'm not an expert in geology or anything like that. I know other presenters are going to talk to you about the risks and repercussions of building on undermined land. So I'll limit myself to financial concerns. I ask that the town ensure that it cannot be sued to the consequences of undermining, that the town does not rely on the developer remaining solvent or on limited time insurance policies, because we need to know those policies are going to be paid and kept up to date. Furthermore, as a taxpayer, I don't want to be saddled with the cost of repairing infrastructure, such as pipes and roads resulting from undermining. Wildlife corridors. Although the province has jurisdiction regarding proposed wildlife corridors, we as a community need to mitigate the impact of the province's decision. The proposed wildlife corridors appear to be inadequate, and they do not appear to be based on the most recent scientific research. I don't want to see the wildlife in this valley treated as inconsequential. And I have this impression that if the wildlife got a vote in all this, the wildlife that moves through the valley, I think it would be a resounding no. We already tend to block their preferred routes. So I say, let's get the wildlife a vote. Now this leads me to the question of density. I live in downtown where there have been density requirements. So I know the affordable housing in the development has density requirements, but I'd like us to look at the density requirements for the whole development. Ideally, I'd like to see fewer people up there on a much smaller footprint. And would that relieve some of the issues with the wildlife corridors? Do we really need more big houses on more big lots? And some of them will sit empty much of the time. We are in a wildlife corridor and we live in a time of climate chaos. So I'm assuming we want to live in a sustainable manner with minimal impact on both wildlife and climate. Okay, my next concern is likelihood of increase in property taxes. A few years ago, I attended a presentation by a town representative. He was giving a talk at the senior center, and he explained that Canmore already has an inadequate ratio of commercial enterprise to residential property. I know from the proposal that there are promises about commercial development. My question is, what guarantee does the town have that sufficient commercial space will be built and filled? Previous promises from developers have not come to fruition. So, as I've mentioned, I live downtown. In fact, I've owned my condo on 4th Street for exactly 7 years. In that time, the assessed value of my condo has gone up 54%. Now, if I was planning to sell my condo, I would be thrilled about that. But I want to stay here. And I'd like to keep living in my condo. And of course, my property taxes have gone up. So I really want to make sure that Three Sisters development does not have the effect of increasing property taxes or any other type of tax, because that will force the lower income earners out of Canmore. And then where will our local workers live? Because rents will go up too. I understand that they have set aside 10% for affordable housing. Now, my question is it truly affordable? And second, is 10% enough? I don't want to see our diversity in terms of who can live here. I don't want to see it change. I would love to see more diversity. I don't want us to become like Aspen, Colorado. I assume we want to be a diverse, affordable community. So what I've noticed is affordable housing tends to be dense, but the rest of the housing doesn't tend to be. We've got fourplexes everywhere in downtown. So I would like to see a smaller footprint in the development. And I would like to see fewer people. So in addition to the issue of affordable housing, will the development include a senior residence that is less expensive than Origins? Personally, I'd like to stay here indefinitely. My next comment is regarding transportation and traffic congestion. What are the traffic patterns of the people that currently live in the Three Sisters area? Has this been studied? Because the people I know who live up there drive downtown. The majority of people in the proposed new development, I don't think are going to walk or bike downtown, especially in the winter or if they have small children. So we know other transportation has to be provided, and people will want to come downtown. There are many reasons why the residents of the proposed development will want to come downtown. A key one is our recreational facilities are superb down here. For example, will the proposed development have a rec facility that rivals Elevation Place, provides all of what Elevation Place does, maybe even a bigger climbing wall? Will they have a library? We already have a parking problem downtown, particularly at Elevation Place. So how are we going to deal with Elevation Place reaching its capacity on a regular basis, especially on weekends and in the summer? And I think
Excuse
it
me,
will.
Ms. Jones, I'm just giving you a time check. You're at 9 minutes.
Perfect. Won't many of the team sports continue to be located downtown? Hockey, swim club, pool sessions for kayaking, gymnastics, dance, and other things, the senior center, all the activities and exhibitions at Arts Place. I fear there will be increased traffic coming downtown with increased pollution. We've all experienced what happens when the Nordic Center holds an event. Cars are idling, waiting to get through important intersections. I don't want to see increased pollution downtown, and we are in a valley though. So we can't assume pollution will quickly dissipate. Let me conclude by saying I'm representing more than myself. Approximately 70 residents of Canmore have sent me emails stating they wholeheartedly support the comments and questions that I presented today. And I want to thank you again. I appreciate your time.
Great. Well, thank you for being here and sharing your perspective with Town Council, Ms. Jones. We really do appreciate that. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Jones? Seeing none, thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you.
My pleasure. That we'll ask Wade Graham to join us.
Good afternoon, Your Worship.
Mr. Graham.
My name is Wade Graham. I'm a 20-year resident of the Bow Valley. My son was born here. I'm a small business owner and a property owner. In the past, I've done PR for many federal, provincial, municipal political campaigns. I believe one of my special skills is hearing the tone and sentiment of an audience. I'm speaking out today opposed to the ASPs presented by TSMV. I honestly believe that you have a relatively easy decision. These ASPs are incredibly unpopular. Those looking to get re-elected this fall should do their best to hear the overwhelming concerns of your constituents. Those not seeking re-election, I wonder, are these the ASPs that you want your legacy to be built on? I read in the written submissions that it was just a small vocal minority speaking out. This couldn't be more untrue. 92% of the submissions that you've received to date, and I know there are lots more coming in, are opposed to these ASPs. You do have a legal responsibility to give TSMB their due process. I appreciate that we are all here gathered to speak our opinions about this proposal. But I do believe you do have a moral responsibility to the 92% of those citizens to hear them. You all know that I have a love-hate relationship with social media, and I know that many of you distance yourself from social media for a good reason. I'm envious much of the time. But I wanted to give you a breakdown of what I've been hearing out there lately and the things that I've seen. A month ago, I started the Bow Valley Engage Facebook page. We have 700 followers in just a month. I have never grown a page this quickly. Our page has reached 28,000 people. It has 18,000 engagements. The Three Sisters for Wildlife video that you watched earlier now has 50,000 views on it. In just a couple of weeks, we've given out 250 Stop TSMV signs to the community. These are private individuals posting these signs on private property. As politicians, I know you know the effectiveness of these signs and what they mean on private property versus public property. Conversely, Three Sisters Mountain Village has a Facebook page that was built in 2013. They have 430 fans. In the since February 20th, they have received 336 comments and about 20 posts. Almost all of these posts were paid advertising. Only one comment that I found was supportive of their proposal. Most of the polls that I've seen have been in the 80+% disapproval rating. Again, 92% of the people submitting written submissions disapprove of this ASP. Oh, I should state that I have read the ASPs. Thank you. Of the 8% who are in support, the majority of them stand to directly financially gain from these proposals.
Mr. Graham, I think you're wading into inappropriate territory. You shouldn't be supposing to know what's informing other people's opinions or perspectives.
Thank you. I too would gain financially from the growth of this proposal. However, I've seen many small businesses, including myself, against this proposal. What are the people saying out there? I've had many conversations over the past few weeks. I think they're angry, they're scared, they're nervous. And I heard this statement more than a few times in the past couple of weeks. Canmore isn't the town I've come to love anymore. I wonder how long we're going to displace more locals with development and growth. Why are they so upset, I think? A lack of true public engagement. TSMV published their What We Heard document. And if that document aligned with the citizens of Canmore, why are we so upset? Does this align with our values and our vision of the future? I submit that it does not. A lack of trust. People are likely to do business with those they like, trust, and respect. I will leave it at that. TSMV's take it or leave it attitude. To quote, "We are not looking for any changes or amendments to this ASP. We wanted less and they gave us more." I implore you to listen to the citizens of this valley. Reject these proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your perspective, Mr. Graham. Are there any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you.
This time I will ask Ms. Leanne Allison to join us.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'd like to share my screen in a moment. Yeah, I'm a documentary filmmaker and 20-year resident of Canmore. Yeah, I'd like to thank the council for all the work that you've done to date, literally thousands of pages of reading and countless hours on Zoom and in meetings. You know, this is all such heady stuff. And for me, I just wanted to mention this before I start my presentation. It was really important to get out on those lands. And I went there on Sunday. And I really highly recommend you take a break from all the process and admin and reading and do the same. You know, if you go out there and stand under that first sister and just really absorb the historic moment that we're in and the role you have to play and how this transpires. You know, it's fair to say this proposal has turned our town upside down. It's turned many of our lives upside down. And that's because it is such a huge decision that is going to affect us for decades, if not centuries. So I do recommend you go out there and just look around and see how it feels for yourself. And so I'm just going to head over to share my screen and move this away. Yeah, so just to be clear, I oppose the TSMV development. There's many reasons why, due to all the risks and liabilities it saddles our community with in perpetuity. But today, I'm focusing on the inevitable increase in human-wildlife conflict. So I'm citing from several different reports today, the Human Wildlife Coexistence Report, the NRCB Decision Report, and the TSMV ASPs, which, yes, I have read.
Just wanting you to know that we can't see your whole presentation. There's something in front of it. We can see portion of it.
Oh, okay. I think that's just my notes. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd just like to start the presentation showing you the first couple of minutes of my film Living with Wildlife, which was funded and supported by the town of Canmore, WildSmart, Alberta Parks, Alberta Environment Parks, the Calgary Foundation, and others. It's just the first 2-minute opening.
I think one of the biggest challenges in the valley, and it's been going on for over 20 years now, it's been going on since the mid-80s, is the constant change of the landscape itself within the Bow Valley. Everybody's having to learn new things every single year, and that includes animals and how they move through the valley. You know, an example of that would be many years ago following a radio-collared grizzly bear into the Bow Valley here, and I remember sitting at a corner waiting for her to pop out and to try to keep her from entering into a development. And I remember her popping out onto the edge of the forest and going up on her hind legs and looking around, and what used to be a forest the previous fall was now completely gone and was just a big construction zone. And I just looked at her, and it was like she was thinking, oh my gosh, what happened and what do I do now? And I think it was a great example of how wildlife are really struggling at times to figure out how to move through the valley.
Okay. I'm just gonna, yeah, the reason we made that film was because here in the Bow Valley, we are really seen as leaders when it comes to coexisting with wildlife, including grizzly bears. And I think it's a really central part of our culture. And I'm just going to go through another iteration of the Living with Wildlife project that was done for educating and also just this piece will just take you through what makes the Bow Valley so unique is this the steep, rugged mountains, and as we have very little land to develop on, and what we're talking about today is this last little piece right here of developable land in Canmore, as you know. And I think this looking for wildlife signs and it's part of our everyday life here. You don't go for a run without taking your bear spray. Our crossing structures, our overpasses and underpasses, they're part of our identity in the Bow Valley. It's a technology or an innovation that's been inspired similar projects around the world. Our garbage systems are world class, and they're also something that we've been setting an example for around the world. When it comes to human wildlife coexistence, people and wildlife, this is definitely an area where we still have lots of challenges and we have lots of work to do. And this is really the main part of my argument today. And, there isn't a ton of recreation that happens down on those Three Sisters lands right now, but you can bet once that development goes in, there will be a ton more recreation in those areas. The other thing I really want to touch on is the wildlife management aspect of all this. It's a hugely resource intensive prospect to manage wildlife in the Bow Valley, and I'm going to touch on that a little bit later. Education, Three Sisters Mountain Village is talking about doing a lot of education, at least initially. It's an ongoing and forever prospect to keep educating people. And as a filmmaker, I've been involved in that aspect of things for a long time now, and I know the challenges there. And the Stoney First Nation traditional knowledge, well, that seems to have been neglected in this case, and I guess I'll look at that briefly at the end. So around the time that we made this film and did the Living with Wildlife website, it was collectively understood that we were at this real tipping point with human wildlife coexistence. So to the town's credit, they really took the lead on forming a multi-jurisdictional group that was going to look at this and make recommendations. And it was recognized that there needed to be more coordination amongst Banff, the town of Banff, the town of Canmore, Alberta Parks, and Parks Canada. So this was a great step forward. This slide I borrowed from Michael Roycroft from Alberta Parks. He recently gave a presentation to the Tourism Task Force about basically the state of things now. And, since making Living with Wildlife, we've had, obviously the pandemic's hit. It's made a huge increase in visitation. I think we've all felt the incredible pressure on all of our trailheads and so on. And we've also had a change in government, and with the UCP government, just to interpret this chart quickly, the blue line is visitation and the orange line is the resources that Alberta Parks has to deal with those resources. And this is the same government that's, supposedly going to,
Excuse me, Ms. Allison. I just wanted to interrupt with your time check. You're at 9 minutes.
Oh, really? Already? Yikes. Okay, so I'll try and quickly finish up here. This is a slide from the TSMVASP about how they're going to deal with some of these issues. And, they talked about adaptive management, enforcement, and so on. And I just want to say that in the human wildlife coexistence paper, they identified especially the enforcement issue as being a huge problem already. And, I mentioned that the Alberta parks are low on resources. Well, they're rich compared to the fish and wildlife folks that would actually be the ones dealing with enforcement issues. And then they'll do all this work for a time, but then that responsibility comes back on the town and the province, which already is stretched to deal with the human wildlife conflict issues that we have now. And this slide this is about, this is from the Human Wildlife Coexistence report as well. And it just shows where a cougar has gotten into the town of Banff. And just as an illustration, if something like this happens in the town of Banff, there's 10 or 12 staff, human wildlife specialists, conflict specialists who can address that. But if there's wildlife to get over the fence, say in the TSMV lands, there's no one or one fish and wildlife officer who might be in Cochrane who can come and deal with that. So I guess just quickly to finish up, I would just say that you should reassert your control over this project. This is from the NRCB report that the town and its citizens should play a lead role in this. So I think you need to engage the public, which you've heard many times now, in a meaningful way. The board at NRCB also did a cumulative impact assessment at the time, and this is really overdue. So I think you need to conduct a cumulative impact assessment before you keep going ahead. And then this is the recommended group from the NRCB, including the Stoney First Nation. And, this is a real oversight, and I think this needs to be addressed for sure.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to bring that to a close if you can.
Okay.
Allison?
Yeah, those are my recommendations. I can finish it there. I'll stop sharing now.
Great, thanks so much. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Allison? Councillor Comfort?
So thanks for your presentation first, Ms. Allison. The question is, given that so many pieces of this very complicated project and ASPs, two ASPs, are governed by provincial mandates rather than municipal, we could do what we can and it wouldn't matter. The province could ride roughshod over our decisions. Do you think it's not every Albertan's place to talk to the province about what they want from the province for wildlife and other ecological initiatives?
Yeah, no, totally. I think, that should be of grave concern, the government that we have right now, and really what their priorities are. It's been clear that they're not around a lot of these issues. They've been proving that time and time again. That's why we have all of us have those Defend Alberta Park signs on our lawns, and yet we're leaving the corridor decision up to them. We're leaving the undermining decisions up to them. I think it's one of the big problems with this. So, it's come up, I guess, a few times. Maybe we need to get Miranda Rosen more involved in this conversation. So it's a good point, Esme. I agree.
Yeah, and I'd encourage Albertans everywhere, not just in Canmore, to write the province and let them know how you feel about wildlife and the coal decision, all of that stuff, the eastern slopes. Please get in touch with Miranda and other MLAs.
Okay, are there other questions this time from Ms. Allison? Seeing none, thanks once again for sharing your perspective with us, Leanne, and joining us here today.
You're welcome.
And with that, I will ask that Priscilla Janes join us. Good afternoon, Ms. Janes.
Good afternoon. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and voice my opposition to Three Sisters Mountain Village ASPs. My name is Priscilla Janes. I know many of you. I've lived in Canmore for 23 years, and as a committed citizen, I led a community group during the Mining in the Future process, as well as chaired the founding board of Arts Place. I'm speaking to you, our elected representatives, with great concern over the Three Sisters Mountain Village development proposals. You have and will hear many technical and detailed reasons as to why these ASPs contradict or conflict with several of our guiding documents that our community has wisely established in the past. Documents like the Land Use Bylaw and the 2006 Mining the Future process. Instead, in thinking of Three Sisters Mountain Village proposed development, I'd like to highlight my major concerns if these ASPs are approved. If the development proceeds, a major concern is the development of priceless wild land that will never revert to the present wild spaces where elk, bear, and other beings are free to roam without constraints like fencing and a too narrow wildlife corridor. This wild land is part of the Wide Corridor, an increasingly vital connector for wildlife sustainability, and should not be violated. You all know Joni Mitchell's song, Pave Paradise, I'm sure. Another concern is creating a high-density, unaffordable suburb, which will produce an overcrowded, inaccessible downtown for Canmore. There will be more pavement, more cars, more people, more houses, more demands on infrastructure and services, crowded biking and hiking trails, and more empty houses owned by second homeowners, to say nothing about the increased financial liabilities that may well have to be assumed by the citizens of Canmore if things go wrong, such as the unpredictable future of the land that has been undermined. All of these issues contribute to creating a dysfunctional and unsustainable town, and will add significantly to the town's GHG emissions in a town that has already declared a climate emergency. Another concern includes the accumulated impact of development in this valley. Town has already approved additional single-family dwellings in Silvertip, as well as high-density development in Spring Creek. We need to ask ourselves how much development is enough in this small town. If the town should be a leader, or I should say the town should be a leader in sustainable and responsible development. If any development occurs, it should be held to the highest possible environmental standards and be an example to the world of how development can be done right. Development which contributes to the climate crisis should not be allowed. You've heard from an extraordinary number of Canmore residents who are not in favor of TSMV's development as proposed, but want a development that fits with our vision and values and the majority of people who live here. Could we not postpone a decision on this development until the pandemic allows for meaningful community consultation and discussion, when we can all learn from each other and together reach a consensus for the good of our own town? The citizens of Canmore really deserve this. The citizens of this town will have to live with any decisions made for generations to come. There really is no need to rush through legacy-making decisions in order to appease the interests of a single land speculator. For you, our elected representatives, an opportunity lies ahead to do the right thing or fail in approving the wrong thing. It takes courage and commitment to do the necessary work, to slow down and listen to the voices you are hearing who are wanting to do the right thing. So it's up to you now. Thank you for being able to present.
Thank you very much, Ms. Janes. Are there questions from members of council for Ms. Janes? Seeing none, thanks again for being here to share your perspective with us.
Thank you.
At this point, I will call a lunch break, midday break. We'll try to stick to the printed schedule. We may have to speed things up a little bit in the afternoon presentations with shorter breaks between groups. But it's 12:22 by my clock, and I will call a break on the public hearing, and we'll reassemble at 1:20. See you then. Did I say 1:20 we would start up again? Okay, I believe, yep, it's 1:20 and I had said we would reconvene at 1:20 and so we are doing that. Looking at the scheduled speakers for the day, we're keeping pretty close to the schedule, so that's good to see. The first person to speak to council this afternoon would be Sarah Elmaligi. And Sarah, I know I always get your name wrong, but 1:20 and it's we will reconvene at 1:20. I think you've got your YouTube video on still, Sarah. Looking at the scheduled speakers for the day.
Okay,
There you go.
thanks for that reminder. I had both up just in case I was having problems with the connection.
Right. Well, welcome to the public hearing and please share your perspective with council.
Thank you so much for having me today, Mayor Borman and esteemed councillors. I know the decision that sits before you is not an easy one, and I really appreciate all of the time and effort that you're all dedicating to having this conversation with our community. I do have a few slides. They're not necessary. Would you like me to share my screen and show those slides?
Only if you prefer to, it doesn't matter.
Well, I just had a few maps that I thought might be helpful to really, just in the points that I'm making, it might be helpful to actually see like where on the landscape I'm talking about. So I am going to share my screen. So you should all be looking at a title slide now. Can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're here talking about Three Sisters Mountain Village. At least I hope that's what we're talking about today.
It is.
So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Sarah Elmaligi and I've been a Canmore resident for 14 years. I've been working as an ecologist and conservationist in Southern Alberta throughout that time. And I completed my PhD working with how grizzly bears and recreationists share trails in Banff National Park and how we work towards coexistence. I'm also doing a contract with CPAWS Southern Alberta, and that's who I'm representing today. And CPAWS is a nationwide nonprofit dedicated to the protection and sustainability of public lands across Alberta. And CPAWS has been active in Alberta since the 1960s. After reviewing both area structure plans and the associated environmental impact statements and the third-party review of those impact statements, our recommendation is to reject Bylaw 2021-05, the TSMB area structure plan, and Bylaw 2021-06, the Smith Creek area structure plan. This project has a really long history in Canmore, and wildlife connectivity and ecological functionality of the wildlife corridor has been at the heart of that discussion amongst an array of other community generated topics, but I will focus on wildlife since that's my area of expertise. Since the NRCB hearing in 1992, the field of corridor ecology has grown, and we have really deepened our understanding of animal movement through the landscape so that we have further insight into the importance of this critical corridor. We know that the corridor, the through valley corridor that runs in front of, or I guess between the town of Canmore and Spray Valley and Bow Valley Wildland Provincial Parks, we know that that is an internationally significant corridor for both north, south, and east-west wildlife movement. Everything from grizzly bears to martens relies on this corridor being functional. And there are two ways that these ASPs will limit corridor functionality, in large part because of their scope and design. So one is the dramatic increases in human use in the corridor, and two is the habitat loss due to the increased human footprint in and around the corridor. But I wanted to bring up this map because I think it's important for us to remember the importance of where this red dot is here. That is the Wind Valley. And the Wind Valley is through the Banff Bow Valley study and the NRCB hearings was recognized as critical habitat and a very critical habitat patch for animals moving through this entire corridor. The Wind Valley connects Kananaskis country to Banff National Park and to the Spray Valley, as well as north across the highway. The Smith Creek development will occur at the mouth of the Wind Valley, and the current scope of the Smith Creek development is such that I believe it will compromise the effectiveness of the Wind Valley to be the critical habitat patch that it is. A recent paper published by local biologists suggests that the Three Sisters Mountain Village and Smith Creek developments could have grave impacts on this through valley wildlife corridor. Analysis shows that current connectivity rates of the area range between 7% and 45%, but that this will drop by 6%. Which could be pretty significant for grizzly bears and wolves. This demonstrates that the consequences of this development could be severe. And in cases like these, biologists recommend applying the precautionary principle and exercising extreme caution in approving development. If there was ever a time to apply the precautionary principle, it is now. Even the potential of severing an internationally significant wildlife corridor is enough to reject these ASPs, in my professional opinion, I guess. One of my main concerns is the underpass realignment that is being proposed as part of the Smith Creek ASP. So the proponents suggest that this is a simple matter of moving the underpass and developing in front of the current one. So we know that this is one of the most popular underpasses in the Bow Valley for wildlife movement, and the proponent wants to just move it a few hundred meters down the Trans-Canada Highway. This assumption leaves little room for the fact that it takes animals time to learn where crossing structures are and how to use them, or that they're safe to use. The new underpass will be sandwiched between two large residential developments, thus creating sensory disturbance directly adjacent to a critical crossing. This will likely prevent wary animals from crossing as often, and that has far-reaching implications for the next generation of wild animals that tries to navigate the busy Bow Valley. Lastly, the new underpass has not been approved by Alberta Transportation, and so there are no guarantees when and if this new underpass will be built, which would leave animals to navigate this awkward dogleg to their favorite crossing. That's hugely problematic in my mind. A lot of this conversation has been about slope. And I'm not going to get into that. I'm sure lots of other people are going to talk about that. But this map from Y to Y really kind of shows a couple of the significant pinch points that will be created. So the blue line is the corridor, the legal corridor designation. And the more red the coloring, the steeper the slope. And we can see, looking at this map, there's a couple pinch points that will be created. One is sort of by the Thunderstorm Quarry, and the other one is sort of at the south end of the Smith Creek, or the south side of the Smith Creek development. Pinch points will be further impacted by adjacent human use. The Thunderstone quarry involves extending changing the urban growth boundary, and we're not in support of that at all. The proponents suggest that these pinch points will be mitigated through fencing. The entire development, or any kind of impact to the wildlife corridor, will be mitigated through fencing Smith Creek and Three Sisters, and other mitigation measures such as education and signage to keep people recreating on designated trails in the wildlife corridor. I have a few specific problems with that. One, there are currently no designated trails outside of the Smith Creek ASP, and there should not be. So there should not be a designated trail system that connects the Wind Valley all the way to the Canmore Nordic Center. That level of human recreational use could highly impact wildlife movement as well. Two, no fence is 100% effective. All fences require regular and daily maintenance, and I am concerned that this fence will become a liability for the town of Canmore in the long term. The EIS lays out no details of how any incursions will be managed in the fence, and it's an example of where the EIS and the adaptive management plans for the development fall short.
This last is 9-minute time check.
Sorry, how much?
You're at 9 minutes.
Oh my gosh, that went by so fast. Okay, the recreation trails inside the development will also not replace recreating in the wildlife corridor. There is no data presented regarding people's motivations to recreate and expectations of their recreation experience in Canmore. So that assumption is ill-founded. The two kinds of recreation are different. The reality is there'll just be a lot more people up here, and a lot of them will be recreating in the wildlife corridor. Even if they're on designated trails, there will be a lot more activity in the corridor. The last thing I wanted to mention to council is this idea about the cabin line and how the Three Sisters ASP really is a lot broader in scope than I was expecting as a resident anyway. The original idea was to use the old golf course lands to add critical width to a narrow part of the wildlife corridor, and where that human intensity would be, where human use would be of a lower intensity, and infrastructure development would not be permanent structures and buildings. And I'm disappointed to see that the Three Sisters ASP is much bigger spatially than I had originally would have liked to have seen. And that is the end of my presentation. So I'm not sure if I have time for questions, but I'll stop sharing and you can ask if you'd like.
Thank you very much. I appreciate bringing your perspective to this discussion. Just sort of a high-level question, and given you're involved with CPAWS and you do work like this across in much broader area than just the Bow Valley, I wonder, take the Smith Creek ASP out of the equation. With the growth of in the local population, the regional population, I believe we're going to see continued growth and pressure on our valley, whether it's from new local residents or residents from outside of the Bow Valley. Maybe this is too long a question. Maybe we could talk some other time, but I'm trying to understand what options there is outside of provincial involvement, because they don't seem too determined to become involved. How are we, we need to figure out how to manage incursion into the designated corridors by residents from other locations. If you have a quick thought on that, just a quick one, otherwise maybe you could share a longer answer with the council later.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to discuss this at more length with the council later. In reviewing all of these materials, I kept coming back to what are the simple measures we could put in place to make these ASPs better or acceptable for wildlife? And frankly, I don't think there's a way to do that, which is why our recommendation is to reject them both outright. I think that we need to, as a community, it is complicated, Mayor Borman, there's not a simple solution for human activity in the wildlife corridor, but I would really like us to get to a place where we have our current levels of use and recreational impact in the corridor under some semblance of control before we start investigating bringing 10,000 plus more people up to that side of the valley. And I think that it is going to involve, it has to involve working with Alberta Parks because it's their land. But I also think there's got to be some work with the town, because a lot of the trailheads do start in the town. I don't think education is enough. There needs to be some enforcement, and there needs to be some reclamation programs to get rid of some of the pirate trails in the corridor that exist right now. And I just said that, and now there's like all these people out there just hating me a little bit.
No, that's welcome to my life. No, that's great. I don't, we shouldn't be looking for more input outside of the public hearing. So I appreciate you sharing that perspective today, and for joining us to speak today.
Thank you so much for having me. Good luck. And as a resident, I appreciate all of the work that you're all doing. Thank you very much for your commitment to our town.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good hearing.
Okay. Next, we will hear from Ms. Naya West. Ms. West, you're muted.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Thanks. Yeah, no surprise. I'm opposed to the bylaw that we're talking about today. We're in a public health emergency. Because this is an emergency, we impose certain standards. Despite that those standards have no precedent, will require expenses on the part of individuals, and may be called unfair by some people. But we impose those standards anyways, because it's an emergency. We don't allow for exceptions to those standards. We don't allow for sanitization bonusing. We don't say, oh, you could wash your hands and in exchange, you don't have to wear a mask. We don't say that, oh, if you buy us a bus route, we'll let you sneeze in our face. We don't do that. We just say, this is an emergency. You have to wear a mask. These are the standards. End of story. We don't care if you think it's unfair, because that's how we combat the emergency. On October 1 of 2019, you stated that this was a climate emergency. Yeah, we don't say there's no standards imposed on people, and we allow all kinds of excuses and trade-offs and fairness to be considered. And I think we do that because while COVID really, really immediately and violently affects us personally, climate change really doesn't. Not unless you live somewhere like this is Hattagwai. I lived there for a while. Those people are really, really immediately and violently affected by climate change. I don't think they would care whether you were asking for 10% less or 15% less GHGs, or if it was one housing development or the oil sands. They just want every single GHG, every single greenhouse gas as much as possible to not be emitted. They just want every single person on the planet as much as possible to use the most efficient building technology. And we don't have the power to stop the oil sands or mitigate greenhouse gases elsewhere in the world, but right here, right now, with this development, that is the most power we have to prevent greenhouse gases. There is amazing building technology out there. Three Sisters is more than capable of using it. Other communities have that as a standard. They have net zero housing as a standard completely. I don't know why Canmore wouldn't be worthy of that standard. I think we're worthy of that. And I think that it's totally within our right to ask that that standard be met, because it is, as you stated, a climate emergency. So I'm opposed. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I don't want to stray too deeply into this, but in Alberta, the legislation doesn't permit municipalities to insist on something like net zero. The only opportunity there is in Alberta is to use something like density bonusing to get us there. But regardless, I appreciate you being here today to share your perspective, and thank you. Are there other questions, or are there any questions from Ms. West? Seeing none, thanks again for joining us here today. And now we have Jen Geiger, sorry.
Yeah, hello, council members. My name is Jean Dury. I'm sorry, my name is a bit complicated to pronounce because I grew up in Switzerland with Romansh language, which is almost dying out, by the way, too, like some of our animals. Like only 4% of the population speak actually that language in Switzerland. So excuse me for my complicated name. Most people just call me John because it's much easier. Anyways, I lived in Canmore for 25 years. I grew up in a small village, and the residents there worked hard with their hands as mountain farmers. They had large families, and they had to practice natural resource conservation wisely a long time before it became a modern talking point. This is my background to show you how my upbringing may influence my opinion about the proposed development of our town. I stand here today to illuminate the threats of climate change as they relate to the proposed two-area structure plans. Not very long ago, people didn't believe in the health hazards of smoking. Today it's different, yet many very intelligent people still they take up smoking, knowing the health risks. Climate change is similar, but arguably a much bigger existential threat for our species and the planet. And again, intelligent people know better, but still do little about it. I won't list all the serious threats posed by climate change as it relates to the Bow Valley, because they're all well known. The point I want to make is that unfortunately, awareness does not often translate into responsible action or restraint. This contradiction is the main reason why we Homo sapiens drive many other species into extinction and make our own habitats more and more unlivable. Three Sisters Mountain Village wealthy speculative developers are proposing to double the population of our town. In effect, Three Sisters Mountain Village will create another car-dependent satellite town with many large luxury dwellings, which will be empty much of the year. In Canada, home heating is one of the largest contributors to our greenhouse gas emissions. I urge our council not to fall into the trap of the 7-hour-long sales pitch and sweet talk having been presented to them by the developer during the first reading. I urge you to listen to our local experts opposing the proposed massive developments instead of real estate speculator trying to make as much money as possible and then walk away, leaving us with all the long
John, I'd ask you don't assign character to the land applicant. They don't be taking demeaning sort of approach to judging them.
Okay. I urge you to listen to your constituents, being afraid that you may actually greenlight 2 proposed bylaws and transform our beloved town of Canmore into a sterile and sprawling city, fencing out our wild neighbors and pushing our large wildlife species over the brink into their local extinction. In 20 or 30 years, the envisioned mountain village may not attract anymore the rich and famous who spend their spare millions to purchase their part-time vacation homes, because the future Bow Valley summers may be regularly filled with acrid wildfire smoke, and there may be a lack of snow and cold to sustain our ski hills, including the Canmore Nordic Center. Canada, unfortunately, is the world energy waste champion per capita, and the big irony is that by greenlighting those developments, you may actually contribute to the above future climate scenario. You declared the climate emergency, and we should aim to aggressively reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and not even contemplate to double them by building the proposed satellite town. I urge you to reject the scale of the development proposed by Three Sisters Mountain Village and think about our future generations, your kids and grandkids, and what kind of world you want to leave for them. This will be the end of my talk.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today and sharing your perspective. And at this time, I believe we'll be joined by Denise Kitagawa.
Good morning. Afternoon. I'm just going to screen share here. My name's Denise. I'm presenting on behalf of myself and my husband Kyle, and we've been homeowners here in Canmore since 2010. Trying to advance the slide here. So why are we here? These ASPs cover most of Canmore's remaining developable land, and they make trade-offs between things like Canmore's growth rate, affordable housing, and environmental impact. And as an entrepreneur and a business person, I can assure you that the ASPs will have been designed to generate a return to the applicant. Given their massive scale and up to 30-year time frame, we have a responsibility to make an informed decision about whether we agree with what's in these ASPs and where we don't, insist on change. We heard what you asked of us at the end of the February 9th special council meeting, and we've done our homework, spending well over 100 hours reviewing documents and video replays on the Town and Three Sisters websites. We've researched how building codes are evolving in response to climate change, to complement knowledge we've gained from reading dozens of books on climate policy over the years. We took fresh air breaks by walking the Loki and Guy Lafleur trails, which cross the Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek lands. We built simple models to help us better understand the magnitude of some issues, and we reached out to town planners in other jurisdictions, which helped us focus on the key implications of these ASPs. We found planning departments in 6 other towns, and those town planners all brought up the same 4 themes. 1, they found it stunning that any town would be asked to consider at one point in time ASPs that cover almost all remaining developable land. That brings a lot of pressure to get everything right on day 1. 2, 20 to 30 years is too long for any ASP, particularly given evolving building codes in response to climate change. 3, in the case of mixed-use ASPs, they strongly recommend requiring lockstep commercial and residential development. And 4, when the developer prepares ASPs, the town needs to thoroughly vet every aspect, ensure alignment with the town's vision, and require changes as needed. One planner also mentioned that 2 Okanagan town councils recently rejected ASPs over concerns about growth, climate change, and traffic jams. Their bottom line is that these ASPs are a big deal for any town. Kyle and I spent a lot of time talking through everything we'd learned and ultimately came up with 5 big questions we'd like to draw to your attention. A lot has changed in our community and the world since 2006 when we did Mining the Future. Front and center, there's a high level of urgency around climate change, which Town Council acknowledged by declaring a state of climate emergency. And any visioning process for a town these days should also consider the growing worldwide movement for slow and smart growth, as well as other town priorities. It's past time we update our vision for Canmore. And if we fail to use that to inform our decision to the developer, these 2 ASPs become our default vision for our town for the next 30+ years. The Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek ASPs astutely appeal to many hot button topics, including affordable housing, multimodal transportation targets, more commercial development, and an innovation district. These benefits must be weighed against our aspirations as a community, our stewardship responsibilities to nature, and in the context of climate change. Canmore Town Council staked a claim to leadership on the climate change front by declaring a state of climate emergency. These ASPs undermine our climate action plan, which itself falls short on two fronts. For one thing, the 80% 2050 reduction target falls short of Canada's latest 2050 net zero target. And for another, it doesn't mention embodied carbon, an emerging topic among urban planning. Yes, the ASPs include a density bonusing toolkit designed to motivate builders to build to net zero ready. But until building codes are actually at net zero, there's no guarantee any residences will be built to that standard. And what happens under the density bonusing toolkit when Alberta's building code requires net zero ready? Let's continue to lead on the climate change front by asking the developer to enhance that bonusing toolkit to commit some minimum number of net zero ready homes in the early phases. In the ASPs, the developer states their builders have been early adopters of Built Green. This should not be a big stretch. To understand the fiscal implications of the ASPs, we carefully read the applicant's reports listed on the slide. Unlike the environmental impact assessment, we could not find any third-party review of these fiscal reports. Particularly troubling, only the executive summary of the commercial market needs assessment is available to us as members of the public. So while we were able to do our own review of some key assumptions, we were unable to look inside the black box models used to reach the conclusions that these ASPs have a nominal positive impact on the town's finances. Despite that limitation, we have three findings to share with you. First, there appears to be missing information. In particular, we wonder what it's going to cost to add enough buses to serve up to 30 more stops with 10-minute service during peak times, and how those costs will be financed. Two, there's an apparent inconsistency in assumptions regarding the rate at which commercial development comes into the assessment base. And three, we wonder where the 2.2% growth rate assumption comes from. It's disconnected from Canmore's historical growth rate and does not align with the Alberta government's 2019 population growth forecast for our region, which is 0.5%. 0.5% versus 2.2% would be a difference of more than 10,000 people by the year 2050. And if we were to grow at 0.5%, it's entirely possible Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek would still be under construction in the year 2100. What would that mean for the town's fiscal situation and the viability of the commercial component of these ASPs? This is yet another reason to direct the developer to break these two ASPs into several smaller ASPs that come through the approval process sequentially over the coming decades. And we also urge the town to engage a qualified independent party to do a due diligence on the fiscal reports. More broadly than the ASPs, Town Council may wish to look at the ultimate achievability of the 66-33 assessment split target in the municipal development plan. According to the developers' experts, these ASPs have the potential to improve the assessment base mix from the current 88-22 and shift it to 78-22. There are two important points here. One, what does it mean for our tax rates and debt capacity if we can never get to 66-33? And two, for all mixed-use ASPs, we really should require residential and commercial development in lockstep. This is a mixed bag of some other challenges, one of which is undermining, which brings with it a liability wildcard, and you've already heard from some speakers on this topic today. The 15% walk, 20% bike, 5% transit targets will require significant behavior change. And even if we reach those targets, in 25 years, we'll still see over 3,000 vehicles per hour on the Three Sisters Parkway during peak times. And that's with a 700 stall intercept parking lot. There's no getting around the fact that Smith Creek is urban sprawl. It's further from downtown Canmore than Harvey Heights. Walking the Guy Lafleur and Loki trails gave us a heart-saddening sense of how many trees are going to come down to meet fire smart guidelines for these developments. And if you have not walked these trails recently,
Time check, excuse me.
Thank you. Yep. If you've not walked these trails recently, it's a good way to get a sense of the scale of the project. And finally, there's our beloved wildlife, one of our most important natural assets in the context of tourism and quality of life. And you'll no doubt hear from many wildlife experts during this hearing. There's important work to be done before considering second and third readings, update our vision for Canmore, complete our due diligence, and identify any changes needed to align the ASPs with our vision for Canmore. Only then will it be appropriate to decide whether to proceed to second and third readings. These ASPs embody massive permanent change to our town and to the Bow Valley, for our residents, visitors, wildlife, and landscape. It's up to us to do the necessary work and ask for changes to make sure all future development reflects our values and our priorities. And at this point, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kitagawa. I want to note that when you're talking about an overarching vision for the community, the town approved a new municipal development plan in 2016 after several years of public engagement. In fact, Mining the Future, which you referenced, was initially approved by council back in 2007, I think, initially with the intent to inform the new municipal development plan. So the MDP is the overarching vision for the town on growth and development, and that was approved, as I say, just a few years ago. Are there questions at this time from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here to share your perspective with us today.
You're welcome, and thank you for your hard work on the topic.
Thank you. I believe the next person to join public hearing is Sean Krausert. Mr. Krausert.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Well, you all know me. For the record, my name is Sean Krausert. I've lived in Canmore for 25 years and I've read the proposed ASPs. I was on council for each of the last two considerations of ASPs for the Three Sisters land in 2013 and 2017. And so I'm awfully familiar with the issues before you today. Please note that I'm taking a neutral position. As a declared candidate in the October municipal elections, I must refrain from taking a strong position for or against, as such could potentially be used as evidence of bias and put into jeopardy any future council decision in this regard should I be elected. Having been in the exact same position as you, I empathize with you as these are incredibly important and extremely difficult decisions for council. You read, you listen, you ask questions, as you take in all of the information in order to make the best decision possible. What makes it particularly difficult is the polar opposite perspectives speaking to this decision. You have to balance property rights of the landowner, the benefits of development, the environmental, safety, and cumulative impact concerns that have been raised, and then make a decision that is in the best interest of the community as a whole. Of course, there's only one guaranteed outcome for any decision that you make. Somebody will not be pleased. For reasons given at the time, I voted against the previous two applications, and I stand by those council decisions as being correct at the time. However, every application is reviewed anew, and the past applications are now irrelevant. When approaching such matters, I first ask whether or not the proper process has been followed. I do have a significant concern that the proposed ASPs could be inconsistent with the MDP. As an example, the Smith Creek ASP is not in compliance with the MDP in that it proposes a change to the municipal growth boundary. Please let the Municipal Government Act be your guide here. Section 638, subsection 2, states very clearly that an area structure plan must be consistent with any municipal development plan. Therefore, I firmly believe that you cannot approve an ASP that you know to be inconsistent with the MDP, and that if either of the ASPs pass second reading with elements that are inconsistent with the MDP, you must put the ASP process on hold while you go through an MDP amendment process. This only makes sense as you don't make a regulation and then change a statute to comply. You don't issue a development permit with zoning that is not allowed and then seek to change the land use bylaw. Just as a regulation follows statute and a development permit follows land use bylaw zoning, the ASP must follow the MDP. Some may argue that section 638 sub 4 of the MGA allows an ASP to be passed with inconsistencies to the MDP, as it states the MDP prevails over any inconsistency with the ASP. However, for two reasons, this is not the sort of situation where section 638 sub 4 should come into play. First of all, for subsection 2 and subsection 4 to not contradict each other, the only interpretation that gives subsection 4 any meaning in light of subsection 2 is if the inconsistency referred to is either inadvertent or unknown at the time of the ASP being passed, or as the result of a new MDP being approved that is inconsistent with terms in an existing ASP. It does not follow that this section relieves council of its obligations to require the ASP to be consistent with the MDP. Secondly, to approve the ASP with the inconsistency sets up a breach of the obligation of council to not go into a decision, such as amending the MDP, having already decided the issue. It is a long-established governance principle that a member of council cannot enter into a decision-making process with a closed mind. Of course, that is exactly what it will look like if you enter into an MDP amendment process, having already decided the issue with the ASP. Moving on, I have a number of questions for you to consider regarding the ASPs. With respect to both ASPs, first, what are your expectations with respect to the environmental monitoring and adaptive management plan? I encourage you to capture any such expectations in writing in the ASPs, including how long in advance must the mitigations be put in place prior to development in order to be monitored. With respect to mitigations, there's an extensive list of mitigations that the environmental report indicate must be implemented, which cumulatively result in the opinion that there would be no adverse environmental impact by the development. My question here is whether or not the landowner and the town have control over all of the suggested mitigations. As noted by the landowner prior to the first reading, a number of them include action by the province. Accordingly, I encourage you to include a condition in both ASPs that prior to any development permit being issued, that the landowner be responsible for getting written commitment from the province with respect to all mitigations in which they are expected to participate. If the province is not at the table to implement those mitigations within their power, then depending on the magnitude of the mitigations not implemented, it is reasonable to conclude that there will be adverse environmental impact by these developments. Third question for both ASPs, is there enough commercial development planned? Any ASP approved by council must have sufficient non-residential zoning in order for the development to work financially for the town as well as for taxpayers, to allow for the functionality of the new neighborhoods, and to support the transportation modal shift. If you determine there's not enough commercial development, then now is the time to do something about it by bolstering the non-residential zoning in both ASPs. And a final question for both ASPs, is the proposed affordable housing of the nature and quantity that ensures accessibility by residents of various socioeconomic demographics seeking housing going forward? Due to the high desirability and limited development footprint in Canmore, I'm not aware of any market solution for housing that will keep it accessible over time. And so sufficient quantity of non-market solutions are a must. With respect to the Village ASP, I have one additional question. Should the taxpayers of the municipality be on the hook for liabilities related to matters over which the town has no decision-making authority? The decision-making with respect to undermining is not made by the town, yet the town is liable with respect to any losses suffered by the municipality as a result of undermining. I think it would be prudent to put a condition in the village ASP that prior to any development approvals for undermined areas, the developer and town would work together to either find a way to protect the town from any such losses or work together to get the province to bring about changes that protect town from losses with respect to provincial decisions. As for the Smith Creek ASP, I have a few specific questions. When will the province legally establish the wildlife corridors that they have delineated? You should consider making the legal establishment of corridors by the province a condition for any development approvals. Second, will the new proposed underpass and realignment of the Cross Valley corridor described in the proposed Smith Creek ASP be put in place for a sufficient time before development in order for wildlife to become accustomed to it? This should also be a condition before any development approvals. And third, is it prudent to approve a Smith Creek ASP at this time, given that development will not start in this area for at least 10 years, if not more? Our experience as a town is that both the market and the municipality's needs change over time. As the applicant has noted with respect to the 2004 Resort Center ASP, markets change, and thus the reason they have prepared the proposed village ASP. When it comes to making a decision on each of the ASPs, you need to ask yourself if there is any way, either as is or with amendments, that you can approve the proposal. In addition, for the village ASP, you must ask yourself whether what is proposed is better than the ASP that is already in place. If the answer to these questions...
This is your 9-minute time check.
Thank you. If the answers to these questions are in the affirmative, then you strive to make whatever changes you need, if any, and then vote yes. If you can't get to that place, then you vote no. Those are all my comments, and I would welcome any questions from council for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krausert. Are there questions from members of council for Mr. Krausert? It was a fairly detailed submission, and I appreciate you bringing it today and sharing your thoughts with council. I'm sure we'll all be thinking about what you've shared.
Thank you.
At this point, we'll take a short break, 10-minute break. So it's 2:06. We'll reconvene at 2:16. Just waiting for two more councillors to rejoin the meeting. There's one.
I was here all along, Your Worship. I just forgot that I didn't have my screen on.
Okay. Okay, so I'll reconvene the public hearing at this time. And I will ask Tracy Henderson to please join us. Ms.
Well,
Henderson?
hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I think you may be tired of seeing my face. So I made a PowerPoint today, so you don't have to look at me the whole time. I want to start by particularly thanking you for all the time you are all taking and have taken. I will be taking over the next couple of days and continue through these next few weeks and dealing with this really important issue. I sincerely do appreciate that and what you're doing for our town. Now I'm going to just try and share my screen. I want to just start by saying I am opposed to these bylaws. And I've done a lot of research, read a lot of documents, and feel they're just too far out of line with what we need to approve them at this point. I want to add, I was a contributor and signatory to a previous document that you should all have received, called the 9 Reasons document. Oh, I'm having trouble. There we go. You should have received this document. Hopefully you've read it, and it does include some suggestions for amendments if you see fit to send these, continue on down this process with asking for amendments. But I won't be speaking to those today. Instead, I'm going to speak to what I call our the big showstoppers for me. And the first one of those is really the economic risk that we as a community are being asked to take with this, with these two developments. I know we've been told that these ASPs represent an opportunity for the town to grow in a fiscally sustainable manner and will lower our taxes. But as we all know, positive fiscal outcomes are contingent upon development of commercial zone when it comes to mixed developments like this one. It's also important to note that the modeling used in the fiscal municipal impact assessment assumed some important things, like the spas and hotels would be built within 7 to 12 years. And that helps lead to the positive fiscal outcome they predict. But historically, we've seen something different on these lands. We have a 2004 Village Center Spa Resort and Hotel that was never built. In fact, in 17 years, none of the 525,000 square feet of commercial lands that we were promised in the Resort Center and Stewart Creek ASPs, none of them have been built. And yet, virtually all of the residential has. Gateway Commercial is moving forward, but it is also almost a third smaller in commercial component, and taking over twice the time to build out as originally predicted. So I think there's a lot of uncertainties, and I think it's really important to note that the positive fiscal outcomes are based on models that assume timely and complete build out of commercial development, something we've just never seen from TSMB. To date, I would assert that because of that, these developments have cost us money and contributed to tax increases. And there's a high probability that this will continue going forward. There's just not enough certainty in here, in my mind. The next economic risk is that one associated with the undermining of these Three Sisters land. You know, we've had slumping and sinkholes in the past, and no amount of boreholes and 3D imaging and preventative measures will really guarantee we don't have more in the future. The forces of Mother Nature, they're pretty powerful and unpredictable, as we have experienced right here in our town. And to quote my friend Jerry Stevenson, it's not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when we'll have more undermining issues. And when we have those issues, even with this new provincial mining regulation, it's still the Canmore taxpayer who will have to pay for any damaged town infrastructure. It's provincial taxpayers, including Canmorites, who will have to pay for damaged homes and any lawsuits that ensue. So my question is, why should we take this financial risk? I just think that's too big an ask of our community. I don't think any development should be allowed over the heavily undermined lands that are currently undeveloped. Another big show-stopping issue for me is coexisting with wildlife, and I think this is something that many of us in our community really pride ourselves on and are committed to. And I want to start by just saying there's a couple of facts that need to be put out there. The corridor delineation was largely a political-based decision, not a science-based one. And the corridor is too narrow, based on the best available science, too narrow in multiple places, given the steepness of terrain. So with this in mind, and the other thing is TSMB is saying the corridor width, they're assuming the width is fine. They've not looked at that. They're really looking at managing human use within the corridor and saying that's the main problem. And I don't want to detract from that. It's a huge problem, I agree. But to me, corridor functionality and success depends on two important issues. Human use is one, but the other is an adequate corridor width and design. And the development as currently proposed will forever limit the width of the corridor. There'll be no going back if we find, even if we keep all the humans out of there, but it's too narrow a corridor, there's no going back unless you're willing to tear houses down. Within their plan, their proposed mitigations only address human use issues. And development right up to the edge of the corridor is therefore, I think, irresponsible, and it's playing a bit of Russian roulette with our wildlife and the functionality of these corridors. We need buffer lands like those provided by the currently abandoned golf course. So again, it's just too much of a risk to forever damaging the connectivity of that corridor. And then finally, my third showstopper issue, if you will, is moving the urban growth boundary. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because it's just wrong on so many levels. It doesn't benefit the community, adds to further sprawl, requires rezoning of wildlands, and further negative impact on wildlife. What I'd like to do, and it's not in line with our MDP, but what I'd like to do with my few remaining moments is kind of look at things in a more general aspect. And that's that times have changed since TSMB bought these lands. Climate change is a reality. Affordable housing is more serious than ever. Wildlife connectivity is more threatened than ever by increasing human activity in the valley. Canmore, we've all experienced in the last year, particularly last summer, we were at or over capacity multiple times in the year with traffic congestion, parking issues, et cetera, et cetera. We all saw it and felt it. And I think this has brought us to, as a community, to a point where we want development that helps provide solutions to our current problems, doesn't compound them. We're in the face of climate change, a seventh mass extinction cycle, this unprecedented level of human activity. All of this calls for creative, innovative, and visionary solutions for a new approach to growth, not the same old approaches that have created many of our current environmental, social, and economic issues to date. Canmore has a chance to be leaders provincially, nationally, internationally in coexistence with wildlife and sustainability and climate conscious community development. In fact, as you've already heard today, many experts live right here in this community, and they have the knowledge and vision to help guide us in this direction. All we need is your help as council and mayor to steer us down this path. And we need a developer who shares these ambitions with us, or at the very least, is willing to acknowledge and respect our community vision and work within that. We have a right, and I think a societal responsibility, to ask this of any developer who would like the privilege to build in this special place. So with that in mind, I just think these are too big, too bold, and not in line with our community values nor our community vision. And I ask that you send these ASPs back to the developer and ask for something better in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council for Ms. Henderson? I appreciate everything that you've brought to us and the previous information that you have provided with your points, the 9 points. So thank you for joining us today and sharing your perspective with all of council.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
At this point, Sarah Renner will be joining us.
So we're trying to confirm there's someone who has not renamed themselves. They're listed as a number. If that is Sarah Renner, if it is, we ask that you unmute yourself. Otherwise, please rename yourself. And Sarah is not in the meeting just yet.
All right, can you hear me now?
That is Sarah Renner. Number 248139. There you go.
Perfect.
Sarah?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you bet.
Perfect. So thank you very much. Can you see me too?
Yes.
All right. So thank you very much. It's nice to have an opportunity to speak on something that's so important to so many people in Canmore. I grew up in Canmore. I'm the mother of 3, and I own a business, and I stage a backcountry business from Canmore. My Olympic medal belongs to this town. I have reviewed the TSMV and Smith Creek ASPs, and I do not support either. I love this place. To become informed, I skied the land. From downtown Canmore, I zipped downstream along the Bow River and herringboned up to the quarry. As I double poled through the abandoned golf course, I noticed that the visionaries of this land had left behind the scars of earthworks and infrastructure which has turned into garbage. At the beginning of the current residential area, with nary a resident in sight, I replenished my electrolytes with a bag of cheesies. I wondered where everyone is, and how do we justify empty homes and the plan of more of the same? My tempo increases through the uninspired urban sprawl. This is the tough part, and it's best to dig deep and get over with it. I have a terrible pain in my gut, and my heart is breaking. The feeling has nothing to do with too much coffee combined with physical effort. I'm imagining what the experience would feel like for a species at risk when their very survival is dependent on moving through this valley. It feels like I am threading a needle, and I am terrified for them. The bear in me is relieved when I reach the end of the current development and the forest. There is a sign indicating I am now entering the future Smith Creek development, which is conditional on the town of Canmore approval. I feel hopeful. I reapply grip wax in preparation for the final climb, followed by a harrowing descent beyond Canmore's urban growth boundary to the end of the proposed Smith Creek development. It was a 2-hour ski. What became clear on my ski is that we as a community have declared a climate emergency, and every aspect of the ASPs make a mockery of the said emergency. Three Sisters Mountain Village is and will be a car-centric and carbon-heavy experience. Walking, biking, or skiing will not be a realistic transportation option. We have created urban sprawl and empty homes, and the plan is to create more. We need to prioritize wildlife and effective corridor design. And this isn't even going into depth about undermining and revenue projections from commercial developments, which Three Sisters Mountain Resort has a track record of broken promises. In 1992, the NRCB approved the Three Sisters Mountain Village. We live in a different time. My question is, do we as a community want to hold ourselves to the same standard as we did in 1992? My ask is for council to direct administration to explore the methodology by which the 1992 NRCB decision could be overturned, and what would be the limits of the town's legal liability if the NRCB decision were to be repealed as a result of the town's action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah, you've born and raised here and raising your own kids here in Canmore. I know you have a good understanding of our housing issues and the very serious challenge we have for affordability and to keep young Canmore residents here and young families staying here. Outside of the area structure plans that are being promoted, what sort of opportunities would you see exist to address that really significant need for affordable housing in Canmore?
I think that what's been done in Lions Park, I think that was visionary, and developments like that in the town center, high density in the town center, I think that's crucial.
Great, thank you. The Bow Valley Housing Needs Assessment would suggest we need hundreds of units, not dozens. I agree. The development, Hawks Bend development in the Larch area was great. Of course, it took 5 years of discussions with the neighborhood group that was opposed. But I'm trying to find. We're all trying to look for ways to ensure that kids that are born today in Canmore can stay here, and new residents, well, like the young fellow that spoke, I think it was in the first hour, you know, we need to know that there's a great deal of affordable housing coming forward, and housing that's maintained in affordability under a CCHC type of guidelines. So I'm really just fishing here if there's any suggestions that you or others that come along may have on that.
I wish I knew, but I'm definitely not an affordable housing expert.
Okay. Well, if something comes to you, let me know.
Thank you, Mayor John.
Okay, and thanks for being here. I'm looking to the rest of council. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thanks very much, Sarah, for being here today.
Thank you.
And at this point, we will ask Edward Lazdowski to join us.
Hello.
Mr. Lazdowski.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. My name is Ed Lazdowski, and I want to thank you for allowing me to provide comments with respect to the Smith Creek and Three Sister Village ASPs, bylaws 202105 and 202106. I've had the opportunity to review the ASPs. As well, I am familiar with the town's transportation plan. I'm the owner of an Alberta-based real estate management business and a homeowner in the Lions Park area. I am also a member of the Canmore Golf and Curling Club and have been an active member of the Canmore community since 2007. I'm in favor of the TSV and Smith Creek ASPs because, taking a long-term view, I believe that they are good for the downtown core areas of Canmore and are in fact a solution to the traffic and population concerns that the town has and constantly grapples with. My spouse, who is a healthcare professional, and I consistently support community activities and business in Canmore, including Canmore Folk Fest, Canmore Uncorked, Highland Games. We kayak, cross-country ski, cycle in Canmore and the surrounding area, and golf throughout the season at the Canmore Club. Our favorite parade is the July 1st Canada Day Parade, and viewing it from Fairholme Drive. I have two daughters who have established long-term friendships in Canmore, as have I. I personally look at Canmore as the best community to live in Alberta. The amenities, lasting friendships, surrounding beauty, and events and activities bring our family to Canmore. We have a long-term interest and a desire to continue to support, contribute, and live in the community. Canmore's success has not been the result of only its surrounding beauty, wildlife, pathways, and sporting facilities, but also as a result of its amenities, such as restaurants and shops, many of which are one of a kind. We frequent establishments such as the Tin Box, Shoes to Boot, Le Fournil, Santa Lucia, Grizzly Paw, Community, Beamers, and Rocky Mountain Flatbread. A game of golf or dining on the patio at the Canmore Club is one of our favorite ways to enjoy an afternoon or an evening. The growth Canmore has experienced cannot be contained. When we visit with our friends and family and make new acquaintances, we consistently find that they want us to spend time in the area and are drawn to it. People who have never been there before, and particularly this year, have visited as a result of COVID instead of going away somewhere else. This reflects what is transpiring in the Bow Valley, and a need to accommodate growth is inevitable. I've particularly noticed increases in traffic over the past 5 years, both vehicle and pedestrian. The current amenities in Canmore are no longer able to accommodate this traffic. Additional amenities added to the core area downtown or adjacent to downtown only crowd the core further. Centralizing commercial and multifamily development in the downtown area of Canmore increases traffic. While the transportation plan will reduce and redirect vehicular traffic and encourages cycling and pedestrian mobility, the growth that the Canmore area is experiencing needs to be diversified away from its core. Canmore has an entrepreneurial spirit that forms part of its character, with numerous businesses rooted in Canmore that have grown to service the broader community. Additional commercial development is necessary to help sustain this growth and avoid stifling this spirit because of unsustainable cost structures or simply because space is just not available. I personally run a business that will be interested in expanding and will require these amenities. This is a business that will create local employment, well-paid management and administrative jobs, and will benefit the community. The amenities available in ASPs will divert from the core to help maintain the core's character. Approval of the ASPs allows for planned, sustainable growth, more control for the town than that which it can exercise in the core and its already developed areas. Of significant concern, if additional development is not approved, is that of property value and taxes. Values of properties, particularly in the core of Canmore, will increase, rendering real estate in the area of Canmore to be even more unaffordable. We are seeing increases in values and property demand, even though Alberta is apparently in a recessionary environment. There is a need to shift property tax burden to commercial and limit growth in residential taxes that are currently higher and rising more rapidly than those in other Alberta communities. I am also in favor of reducing pressure on residential property tax, which these ASPs help with. While growth and expansion are sometimes difficult to accept and digest, it is inevitable. Canmore is fortunate in that it can provide the opportunity for Albertans and, in fact, citizens from all over the world to visit or reside. The ASPs accommodate this in a responsible manner, and although there are always challenges with new developments, they are the best sustainable option to address inevitable pressures that the Bow Valley faces over the coming years. Without them, the ASPs, we will be confronted with additional pressure on Canmore's already stressed downtown core. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on what I believe is a very well thought out development plan that will benefit Canmore and address the pressures of future population growth. My family looks forward to living in and contributing to the Canmore community for the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions from other members of council? Mr. Lazdowski, I'm curious if you would expand just a little bit on one of the first comments you made regarding you thought that the ASPs as proposed would be good for the downtown core, and I think you suggested a solution to the transportation and congestion concerns. Certainly that's a major issue for Canmore residents after having seen what happened in summer of 2020 and the heavy impact to our community and our recreational facilities from visitors, day visitors out of the region. So is that what you're suggesting? You believe that the development of the ASP areas would, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so if you could expand on that thought for me.
Sure. As an owner in the Lions Park area, I have an interest in the traffic plan that the town has presented, and I've actually been looking through the numbers, the update in 2018 and what is forecast going into 2030. And I think that anybody who reads that will see that it's striking the amount of traffic that is projected. And even though there is an objective to reduce the vehicular traffic, it's still rising. And I think that any development that continues in the core is going to just simply add to that traffic. So by not approving these ASPs, you're actually contributing negatively to a problem that you're trying to solve. And I particularly, refer to the crossing into onto 8th Street and then into 10th Street. You're just going to have that traffic go through there, and now you're going to try and reroute it through 17th Street and Fairholme Drive. I don't see why with transit and other development outside of the core, you can't have an effective and efficient way of addressing that problem.
Okay, thank you for elaborating on that point. Again, looking to council for other questions. Seeing none, thank you again for joining us today and sharing your perspective. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
At this time, I'll ask Vicky and Ivar's Argals to join us.
Hi.
Hello.
We're Vicky and Ivar's Argals. First off, thank you so much for all your work and listening to our concerns today. My husband is a retired physician. I'm a retired farmer, and we've been living in Canmore since 2017. We were quite interested in the TSMV proposal of development in Canmore because we have friends and relatives that are very interested in purchasing and residing in Canmore in the future, including our children. With our friends in mind, we decided that it would be a good idea if we learned more about the proposal from TSMV. We attended the TMSV online presentations. As we learned more about the proposal, we had serious questions that were not answered in the presentations. As Canmore taxpayers, we are very concerned about the long-term financial liability of permitting construction on land that is extensively and heavily undermined and has numerous recommendations from many mining experts over the years that this land should be zoned only as recreational and golf zone. We feel that for the town of Canmore to now change the zoning to allow residential and commercial development, it would expose the town of Canmore to future financial risk. We also have concerns that the commercial build proposed for the needed tax space it produces has no binding commitment with TSMV to the town of Canmore. We also have concerns of the number of residential units proposed by the TSMV and how it will cause future major traffic problems for the only single bridge into the downtown from this area. Will the bottleneck over that single bridge from South Canmore cause a downturn in the commercial viability of downtown Canmore? The urban growth boundary is designed to help the town of Canmore and its residents plan for the future. It also encompasses the idea of a workable wildlife corridor for South Canmore. We are very concerned that the wildlife corridor changes the TSMV has proposed are not workable in real life. The fence around the TSMV property will only work until wildlife reaches the fence and will not be able to work their way back out. A scared wild animal is unpredictable and dangerous, and this will lead to dangerous encounters with residents and not a good outcome for wildlife. That's the farmer in me. The conservation of wildland boundaries is essential for wildlife movement in the Bow Valley. We feel strongly that the boundary should remain unchanged. Right now, we're at a very important time considering the development and growth of the town of Canmore. We trust that you at the council will make the best decisions on behalf of us, the residents of Canmore. Thank you for listening to our concerns. Bikini Sparkles.
Thank you very much for being here to share with us. Are there questions from other members of council? Seeing none, again, thanks for joining us today and sharing with us your perspective.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we'll hear from Tony Clevenger. Mr. Clevenger.
Tony has not yet joined the meeting. Looks like we're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule, and we currently don't have anyone lined up. So if we want to take a quick 5-minute stretch, and hopefully he'll be on.
Okay, why don't we do that, and then we'll roll right through the next group. Okay, we'll take a short break now and then reconvene in 5 minutes. So let's say 2:50. Let's make it 2:55. We'll reconvene. Does that work for everybody? And it looks like everybody but Councillor Seeley is rejoined. And Mr. Clevenger is here, so we should get started. Mr. Clevenger, welcome to the public hearing.
Welcome. Thank you, Mayor Barrowman and town councilors, for the opportunity to speak. I do want to thank you all for your hard work and your time, the time that you put into this portfolio. This is obviously a very, very complex and important issue here in the Bow Valley. I'm writing as a concerned citizen of the Bow Valley. I've lived in the Bow Valley for 25 years. I'm a wildlife research scientist dedicated professionally to the research on connectivity conservation of ecological corridors. We're extremely privileged to live in a unique natural environment, the Bow Valley. Our community lives with wildlife, including large predators and prey species that were here at the time of European colonization. And in the Bow Valley, we've managed to keep viable populations despite us taking up a lot of land that they roam on and the habitats that are so critical for their long-term survival. For decades, there's been great and sustaining efforts and millions of dollars invested in conservation strategies at the local, provincial, national, and even transboundary level to ensure that the Bow Valley ecosystem remains healthy and viable for the long term. So important is this ecosystem, which Canmore is a part of, that the Bow Corridor Ecosystem Advisory Group was formed nearly 30 years ago, followed in 1994 by the creation of a technical subcommittee for the Bow Valley Wildlife Corridor Task Force to create maps showing existing and recommended wildlife movement corridors. And the most recent documents in the last 10 years provide explicit guidelines on development in and within wildlife corridors and patch habitats in the Bow Valley, of which Canmore and Three Sisters Mountain Village belong. Both of the Three Sisters ASPs ignore and violate these guidelines and more recent guidelines on recommended wildlife corridor width based on the most current and independent science. The town of Canmore should reject outright these two ASPs on those grounds alone. But there are so many other deficiencies in these ASPs and seemingly well-intended promises put forth on concepts they propose, not facts or experience, that would allow us or the town to believe what they say they will do will actually happen. Canmore in the Bow Valley east of Banff National Park is literally dying by a death of 1,000 cuts, where cumulative effects assessments are not considered and projects are assessed individually without regard for their combined effects on the rapidly disappearing and degraded natural landscape. This valley has really reached a threshold and a tipping point where land use development, a burgeoning tourism industry that seems to have no limits, is creating environmental havoc that has lasting, irreplaceable effects on our land, our lives, our health, and our well-being. The development permit application and ASPs for Three Sisters could well be anywhere else in Alberta, in Red Deer, in Airdrie, areas chock full of developed land, commercial and agricultural. The Banff Bow Valley is a unique ecosystem, long recognized for its rich biodiversity and healthy wildlife populations and ecosystems. This globally famous and continentally significant ecosystem is and has been under intense pressure from developers like Three Sisters, like Silvertip, like Eagle Terrace. There's not much of our natural heritage that is left. And this is testament to our neglect for preserving our natural heritage and our natural capital, opting for short-term economic gains and dreams of not healthy ecosystems and communities, but a healthy tax base. And this is short-sighted and misguided, particularly given the town's efforts in mining the future. What we see going forward and the reason we have so many days of really public outcry is that in Canmore, it appears that it's the financial capital, not the natural capital, that's important. The longtime Canmorites, the newcomers that arrived here decades ago, And those arriving now, many like us, were attracted to a community, a natural, healthy environment, and promised that this community would remain committed to the demanding heights and not the gates of wealth. Committed to a community fabric rather than sprawl, short-term speculation, and half of our homes sitting idle nearly all year, taking up space and using resources. If the town of Canmore has an environmental ethic and a will to be a green and environmentally responsible community, it needs to be courageous, valiant, and demonstrate that capacity now. These are extremely tough decisions. These ASPs will decide the fate of Canmore and the Bow Valley forever. There's no turning back once these decisions are made. I am confident that the town of Canmore will respect and defend our interests as shareholders in the Bow Valley ecosystem, natural capital of the Bow Valley, and our community. We are a community that is deeply concerned about our future and our well-being, our quality of life. In the face of an aggressive tourism campaign, development interests that are put above local community, our unique natural environment, and our quality of life. We as a community are here for the long term. Our wildlife and natural communities have been here since the beginning, and they are resilient as evolution dictates. These changes that are being proposed by Three Sisters, their ASPs, the natural process of evolving ecologies cannot resolve. We will not be able to go back in time and repair or restore or reclaim. Resiliency only goes so far. I thank you, Mayor Borman and Council, for the opportunity to speak and voice my opinion on this deeply important and historical moment for Canmore and the Bow Valley. Again, I want to thank you all for the extraordinary dedication and time you've invested in this issue. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for being here and sharing your perspective. I'm curious if you would just take a couple of minutes perhaps and give your perspective on the proposed use of exclusionary fencing to maintain a barrier between the wildlife and the humans within the ASP areas.
Well, in this context where we have residential development and fencing, I don't know of any experiences that show that this is effective. And I don't know how Three Sisters thinks that they can control where people go just by having fences in place and assuming that wildlife are going to stay on the right side of the fence and people are going to stay on the right side of the fence.
Well, to play the devil's advocate, that's what we have to do. We have to force that situation.
It's a risky approach. This is a large area, a very confined valley. We know the issues of human wildlife conflicts. To be, let's say, experimenting with this strategy is quite risky.
Councillor Seeley, you have a question.
You mentioned an aggressive tourism campaign. Can you expand on what you mean by that?
Alberta tourism. This isn't the town. This is Alberta tourism driving tourists into this valley, into the Banff Valley. I mean, tourism has increased in this valley. I don't have the statistics, but we can find them very easily, exponentially. And this is the greatest conservation issue we have in this area. And this isn't just the Bow Valley. If you go around to other parts of North America, to other parts of Europe, people are everywhere. And we're going to need to start closing off areas so people can't enter. Closed areas. I mean, Lake O'Hare is a good example. Not quite as strict or draconian as maybe we would like to see, but that's a good example of where we limit the number of people. Everybody wants to go everywhere, and it can't continue like that, not with the numbers of recreationalists that come to this valley every year, and it's just increasing every year. It's not increasing, it's increasing exponentially, and it's worrisome.
Okay, I thought you related it to these ASPs. I thought you had something specific for these ASPs. Thank you.
Are there questions from other members of council? Mr. Clevenger. Seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time to join us today and share your perspective. I do appreciate that.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor Barrowman.
At this point, we'll ask Marnie Danero to join us.
Marnie has not joined yet, but we do have James McPherson, who's next on the
Okay.
list.
Let's move on to Mr. McPherson then. You're muted. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, you bet.
Very good. Well, thank you for the time to speak. I don't know any of you because my wife and I just moved to Canmore from Ontario. But before you reach to turn off your audio, let me give you a little background on my perspective of this Bow Valley. I first came here when I was 14, 1959. And as soon as I could drive buses, I came back for the summer 62, 63, 64. For Brewster's, it was all 2-lane roads then, but I came through here innumerable times from Lake Louise and Banff to pick up passengers in Calgary. You may recall it was all 2 lanes and passenger trains. Long hiatus, but I had a career in Toronto and a family. The family moved this way. My son working in Calgary. My daughter started her professional life here. Son went to U of C. He settled in Oldsdale, had kids. So we started to visit very often. In fact, the last 4 winters we rented in Canmore, then bought a house in the fall and moved here for good in November. So while not a long-time resident, I have a long perspective on the Bow, and I believe the mountains, and more particularly the remnants of the wildlife and the shrinking wildlife areas in the bottom of the Bow, are the greatest resources here. And perhaps you recall the book Collapse by Jared Diamond about Easter Island, which he described as the clearest example of a society that it destroys itself by overexploitation of its own resources. And his writing, if you recall, was inspired by the question, what was the man who cut down the last tree on Easter Island thinking? No one can answer that, but perhaps ourselves. You may think your response to the Three Sisters ASPs is binary, a yes or a no, but I feel that you don't even have to analyze or at least weigh every aspect of the argument, because there's probably a better way. And that is to say neither yes nor no, and to ignore the impulse to put yourself in the position of a developer, the planner, a conservationist, an average Canmore taxpayer in an effort to make the plan palatable to a majority. Now, Howard Hughes said that you can say no as often as you want, you can only say yes once. And that's a good lesson in politics and in life. But as a better example to lead us, I think the unsurpassed movie director William Wyler is a better guide to make the last act of the Three Sisters saga into a satisfying ending of the whole story. Wyler directed people like Betty Davis and Laurence Olivier, and he drove them crazy with take after take after take of key scenes. And the actors would beg, Bill, what do you want us to do differently? He would think, and then he'd just say, do it better. And Steve Jobs was more or less the same vein. His design team would come with a piece of hardware or software. He'd look at it. He'd say, I don't like it. It's clunky. Make it better. So for these proposals, I'm wondering what the consultants were thinking when they want to build on undermined land. Maybe they think the law of gravity has been repealed, but that will sink and subside. There will be losses, and there could be loss of life. And I would remind you of the extra costs just recently incurred by the town from the subsidence at one CPR crossing, or from the unexpected subsurface water encountered while rebuilding the intersection of Bow Valley and Benchlands. Multiply those costs by 3,000 kilometers. Now, when planners for this development ask you to pinch in and fence off the wildlife corridors, what are they thinking? Because fences are in themselves an admission of failure, and they will fail. I think they've forgotten that we humans are the best walkers in the animal kingdom. Indeed, most quadrupeds in this area have difficulty walking where we can still walk with ease. And if you want to put themselves on their footing, literally put yourself on crutches for a day, and you'll see why wildlife cannot and will not use higher or steeper ground. Their way is a hard way since I was here in 59. Wider highways, longer railway sidings, power lines with wider rights of way, brighter lights, more trails, more bikes, more hikers. I fly down the valley sometimes and I'm astonished at how our human footprint fills the valley from Spray Lakes to Lafarge, Silvertip to Thunderstone. I don't want to talk about the housing aspects too much, but if approved, Canmore will be to a city what Chile is to a nation, strung out like a shoestring, but the budget needed to provide transit, fire, health, policing, recreational, all the rest of it, to the end of that shoestring will be a fat budget indeed. And Alberta's new budget dictates less help to municipalities like ours. Now, to date, these developers have provided very little low-cost housing, little commercial building. Their moneymaker has been luxury style, secondary and primary residences. I don't think there's a general housing shortage in Canmore, judging from the many large and expensive homes standing stately but but empty most of the time. And if commercial and hotel accommodation is needed and permanent low-cost housing, then insist upon it. Now, Canmore is often compared to Aspen, but Aspen is 4 hours from Denver, which we're just an hour from Calgary. And I just wonder if Canmore does need more dwelling units for Calgarians that will be vacant most times of the year. And if there's a pressing need for commercial development, keep in mind Calgary's soaring commercial rates of vacancy. So oblige these developers to come back as often as needed to make the project better. They can afford to wait. Their acquisition cost from the trustee in bankruptcy was only $12.5 million, a sum doubtless paid back many times from their sale of hundreds of houses and cheap by Java living units. And I've been there. I think many look better situated in Manhattan than the mountains. I would ask them for better. And the chutzpah of a carte blanche for a build out over these future decades, world's changing and we can barely guess how, even here. 5 years ago, who predicted a global slump in oil? 2 years ago, who predicted a pandemic? 1 year ago, who imagined a closed US border? We have smoke in the valley now, summer and winter. That's a taste of climate change. 1 month ago, we had an earthquake. Did you predict it? And who forgets Cougar Creek, just up the street from me, where nature reminded us that she always has the upper hand and has no mercy for our mistakes. So let's not make a mistake. Now, Canmore is much cleaner, safer, and by most metrics better than in 1959, but the price has been high to wildlife, and a lot of the development has been thoughtless, wrong-headed, or just plain greedy. And I think greed made that
Mr. McPherson, I would rather you didn't assign character to the developers in that way.
Okay, in my opinion, sir, but I'll go on. These developers, to put a positive thing on, they are creative by nature. And here's a thin slice of ideas for those owners. A village that has no motorized vehicles and plan to retain that way. To remain that way, I would refer them to the Swiss town of Riederel, or a village with dedicated and supported institutional space for emerging mountain sciences such as animal migration, species reintroduction, or the study of best practices for managing human-wildlife interactions. Much can be learned from places like Namibia, India, Borneo, and Banff. Or how about some space for one or more intentional communities, not just standalone living units? Would they consider dark sky proposals or protocols that promise many benefits but are so untested to date? Or could there be a place to study and heal those with post-traumatic stress from mountain accidents? So
Mr.
since
McPherson,
1950,
this is your 9-minute time check for you.
very good, thank you. Since 1959, I have observed myself are developments which are chopping at this resource, and we can feel the bottom of the bag of candy. We thought it was bottomless. So lead us, please, by demanding of the owners and backers and advisors of this development only one thing, something better. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you for joining today.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity.
Move on to Mr. James, oh no, Ms. Marnie Daneros joined us. Marnie, I invite you to join.
Hello. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm sure this has been a long day for you all. I'm here to present my personal view as opposition of the presented TSMB ASP, and after having reviewed it and of course writing a letter, and you know, as a business owner within this town, I've been here since 1998 and moved here for probably the same reason everybody else did: recreation, beauty, lifestyle, and have set roots. Have had my business for 14 years now in downtown Canmore, which was really created in 2006 as a place to bring people together and be a positive influence in somebody's day in our community, in our world. And I have to admit, you know, when in looking at this and how our town has changed, and it doesn't take much to see how it's expanded, but I'm also part of that expansion. So is everyone that wants to live here. This is not about trying to exclude anybody. You know, there is development in town that is actually more responsible and doesn't have the same effects on which this one could be, with the encroachment on the wildlife corridors, which is one of my main oppositions to this. You know, I could, as a business owner, just leave myself out of this, but I have to say that even though we could potentially benefit from a large increase in population visitation, I don't feel that's the best move for the town. I really feel that there needs to be a balance with looking at past bylaws and you know, the urban growth boundary, and kind of honoring that. And this is something that has an impact that will forever shape the village of Canmore, the wildlife, the community, and the quality of life in Canmore. It also involves risk and the potential of massive economic burdens. You know, however, there are times when that so I strongly oppose Three Sisters Mountain Village proposed ASP, and if approved, this and built, this plan could have a very negative impact, I think, on our community and beyond. Doubling the size of our town could possibly bring benefits if we were to only consider the financial gain, but that would be at the cost of something so much greater. So I stand for preserving our wildlife corridor, honoring our mining heritage, learning from the experts, the science, and the warnings that we have already seen, and to never build on the heavily undermined lands. For the preservation of a sustainable town size and capacity, I think we've all been downtown or tried to park at a trailhead. Right now, you know, it's busier, and I don't know that our downtown and our infrastructure can handle that at this time. Obviously, it's going to take a bit of time for this to roll out, but we have seen what the impacts of past decisions have been. We live and we work in a steep valley. It's not about keeping people out or shutting down all development, but it is about the natural limits of what our infrastructure in town can handle while still preserving what makes this place so special to live and visit. So that's my opposition. I don't want to take too much of your time today. I know there's a lot. So
Okay. If you finished presenting, did you have more to say, Marty?
you know, I could like list off bylaws and past past decisions and more reasons. I'm not sure that's the best use of anyone's time.
Well, I am interested in hearing your perspective on one or two issues, particularly as your downtown business owner, very successful business owner, love community. And you just mentioned in your comment that with recent experience, like last summer, the downtown is getting much busier and we just can't handle more of that. Essentially, you were referring to that increasing busyness downtown. And I wondered if you had been listening to a previous speaker not that long ago who suggested that the possibility of another resort center in the Three Sisters lands would help reduce the congestion and stress on the downtown core by drawing visitors there rather than downtown. What do you think of that suggestion? How does that I don't know, how do you think that might play out?
Yeah, no, excellent question. And it's something I thought about because I looked at the ISP and the resort center, it's not an easy place to find if you were driving, walking. I mean, typically, I mean, sure, one could argue downtown Canmore maybe isn't the most easy place to find either. And some people think Bow Valley Trail is Main Street. You know, but it doesn't seem that their plan is encouraging of a community town center. From what I can see, I could look at the current commercial area that Three Sisters Mountain Village has, and I'm not even sure if they're at full commercial capacity now. Maybe they just are, but it seems like they have had a hard time filling a handful of commercial spaces. I'm really happy to see that now there seems to be a vibrant restaurant cafe, but that has taken decades, possibly, to get to that. And so one would wonder, you know, how long is that going to happen before it actually gets the critical mass of people, you know, it having its own vibrancy and community spirit. I think with that, you need a combination of locals, and it just doesn't feel like that's what the housing type is sort of catering towards either. I mean, obviously they're going to have to build another grocery store and they're going to have to build some more services, but I think it also takes away from Canmore as a community in a whole. And, you know, we have an arts center downtown. We have, you know, lots of restaurants and galleries and arts and culture. And, you know, to take away and distract from that. I mean, you know, in bigger cities, obviously there's different neighborhoods and areas and they can all be successful, but I honestly don't. I looked at this plan and where they've located their town center. It's not easy to find. And right now they have the only commercial area is, you know, off of Three Sisters Parkway. Well, this one is quite a bit further off, even close to the wildlife fence that they've proposed. So I mean, in terms of having a business downtown and feeling threatened by new commercial coming in, I'm not thinking in that terms, but I do wonder, because their current lack of having a successful commercial area to provide services to what's already built, which is there's a fair number of housing already there. I think most of those people are still coming into town for their services. I mean, if not on the highway to Calgary, but.
Okay, thank you for that. I have one other question if you have time.
Sure.
Again, as a business owner, you're very familiar with the shortage of housing, suitable housing for, particularly in the service industry. And I don't know, expect you provide staff accommodation, but the area structure plans do propose quite a bit of real affordable housing that would be developed and managed under our housing corporation criteria. And what do you think of that? Well, I asked Sarah Renner the same question. What other options are there to address a very serious housing shortage for young workers, young families, people who want to stay in Canmore?
Yeah, excellent question. And I mean, I do applaud Canmore for some projects. I mean, obviously using some lands that we do have within Lions Park area and developing that. I mean, we have seen 3-4 apartment buildings be built in the past 3 years, which I think is a huge success. A lot of inventory coming in with that. We have like one employee unit that we provide. Seeing that we're allowing for accessory dwelling units and secondary suites, I think is helping, because where we can increase the density in areas that, instead of going out into the corridors, we can work with the land we're already occupying. So I think the move in that direction is really good. I haven't had any staff have issues with finding housing. And I think we actually made a move in a very positive direction. And thank you, Council, because the decisions to limit Airbnb, I think, made a massive turn on that issue when it was an issue. I think now there's a lot more housing available for rental. Now, obviously, I would love for everybody to be able to come in and afford homes, and my staff too. And so I appreciate that there is more affordable housing being built, and there's different programs with that. But I think as a way to sell a massive development built on heavily undermined lands that, even years ago were slated and told that they should never be built on, is not a good enough reason for this to be approved, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions from other members of council? Seeing none, once again, Marty, thanks so much for joining us today and sharing your perspective.
Thank you so much, and all the best.
I believe the next person to join us will be Amy Taylor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'll start by recognizing First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people of Canada as traditional stewards of the land. Canmore is located on Treaty 7 territory, traditional territories, and home of the Stoney Nakoda, Blackfoot, and Tsuut'ina Nation, as well as Zone 3 Métis. So my name is Amy Taylor. I've lived in Canmore for over 20 years, and I'm an environmental economist with a master's in resource environmental management. I'm an owner of an employee-owned small consulting firm that focuses on identifying solutions to challenges that intersect the environment and the economy. I've worked with governments across the country and internationally to craft solutions that balance these sometimes competing interests. And I'm here to implore you to find a balanced solution to the challenge presented by Three Sisters Mountain Village. As an environmental economist, I am frequently engaged by municipalities to help them value the natural assets and the services that those assets provide to them and their communities. I'm also frequently engaged to conduct cost-benefit analyses of alternative management decisions related to natural assets. These are the lenses through which I am viewing the Three Sisters Mountain Village development proposals. I've been asking myself, what are the benefits and costs of the proposed development, and how do they compare? The natural assets within the land slated for development provide a number of beneficial services to citizens of Canmore. They help manage water flows and supply, they sequester and store carbon, provide recreational opportunities, filter pollutants from the air, provide wildlife habitat, and deliver aesthetic appreciation. In my work, I endeavor to estimate the monetary value of these types of services to help municipalities appreciate the value that their natural assets provide and ensure they are considered on a level playing field with built alternatives. While no such assessment has been done for the natural assets that will be lost should the Three Sisters Mountain Village developments as proposed proceed, we know the value is not zero, and I can say with a relatively high degree of confidence based on experience in other jurisdictions that indeed the value is significant. Taking the benefit cost analysis view, the loss of these benefits, or in other words, the cost of the proposed development, needs to be considered in light of the benefits that will be derived should the development proceed. So I ask myself, what are the benefits of the proposed development? Obvious benefits relate to increased income and employment, particularly during the construction phase of the project. Three Sisters Mountain Village has also identified increases in economic diversity and affordable housing as benefits of the development. There is also the potential for the town to increase tax revenues. But there are issues and uncertainties associated with these potential benefits. If increased economic diversity is a strategic objective of the town of Canmore, I would ask the question, what is the best way to achieve this outcome? How else could the town increase its economic diversity, and what approach provides maximum benefits to the community? I understand that affordable housing is a priority for the town of Canmore. I would ask the same question in this context. Is the Three Sisters Mountain development the best way to achieve this outcome? What alternatives exist to increase affordable housing, and which approach maximizes the benefits to the citizens of Canmore? There are significant questions around the likelihood that the town will realize increased tax revenues as a result of the Three Sisters Mountain Village development. Deriving this benefit hinges upon commercial development taking place at a sufficient level, a condition that historically has not been achieved by Three Sisters Mountain Village developments. When the potential liability associated with developing previously undermined lands is taken into consideration, the financial benefit associated with this development, particularly in the long run, is called into serious question. Within this context, I consider the costs and potential benefits of the Three Sisters Mountain Village development as proposed. It is not obvious to me that the benefits outweigh the costs. When the uncertainty related to the benefits for the development, for example, the municipal tax revenue that increases that would be conditional upon commercial development coming to fruition are taken into consideration, my skepticism around the value of the development increases significantly. There are also degrees of uncertainty which are beyond the control of the municipal government that should be taken into consideration. This includes, for example, risks related to extreme weather events due to climate change, risks resulting from the global pandemic, and risks related to Alberta's economy, which is still tied to the global price of oil and the North American price of natural gas. Price signals which are beyond the control of local governments, but can have significant impact on provincial and local economic conditions in Alberta. Your task is not easy, and I know you are not taking it lightly. I heard from all of you your desire to consult with the community and to hear our views on this pivotal development. It is the current and future citizens of Canmore who stand to gain or lose the most. It is also imperative that you hear from experts with knowledge of what is at stake, what the risks are, what the liabilities are, and what the uncertainties are. You need to hear objective, informed, scientifically based perspectives on the impacts of the development. Proponents of Three Sisters Mountain Village cannot provide this information in an unbiased manner. Their financial stakes are simply too high. They are, by definition, in a conflict of interest when it comes to assessing the true costs and benefits of the proposed development. Numerous experts have stepped forward arguing against this development as proposed due to concerns related to wildlife impacts, financial implications, and liabilities associated with undermining. I would suggest that the views of these and solutions by these proposed by these experts deserve significant attention. Considering the costs and benefits and their associated uncertainties, as well as information provided by external experts with knowledge of the wildlife implications, financial risks, and undermining liabilities, it is my view that the development as proposed should not proceed. It should not be approved. I believe that a precautionary approach is required to ensure that any development that takes place maximizes benefits for Canmore residents today and into the future. Taking this approach, the council and mayor would not commit the town of Canmore to 20 to 30 years of development. It would consider the full range of options for achieving objectives related to affordable housing and economic diversity. It would avoid development in undermined lands that were previously deemed inappropriate for built infrastructure. It would focus on quality, not quantity. A number of alternatives to the current proposal have been articulated by community groups and local experts. These alternatives take a more balanced and cautionary approach to the proposed development, in my opinion. In particular, I would point to the proposed development footprint articulated by Kirsten Hoare as a balanced and cautionary approach to managing concerns related to wildlife impacts. Other recommendations that are in keeping with this approach and that I support include not expanding the town's urban growth boundary, not changing the conservation of wildlands designation, and not changing the recreation and golf district zoning for the unfinished golf course. I will close by expressing my sincere appreciation for your efforts and energy on this very important decision. We're all here for the same reason. We're all here for the love of Canmore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from Ms. Taylor from members of council? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Ms. Taylor, for your presentation. I have to admit, I've never heard of an environmental economist, so I found your presentation quite fascinating. I'm expecting that in your work, you intersect with where environment and economy and then government, especially senior levels of government, sort of intersect. And I'm wondering if you have any solutions or recommendations as to how we can grapple with the fact that there are decisions that are being made in the periphery of this other decision that are not in the hands of council. In particular, concerns around undermining, wildlife corridor connectivity, climate change in terms of the building code and asking builders to provide net zero housing. I was just wondering if you had any recommendations on how to manage that piece.
My experience is working with municipal governments largely and more around the assets within their purview. I haven't had any experience working across multiple levels of government on any given project.
Okay.
So I'm not familiar with the legal limitations or options that exist across those levels of government when we think about the natural assets and the services that they contribute. So I'm sorry, I don't have great
You're my best bet.
advice. It sounds like a bit more of a legal issue to me in terms of what you have jurisdiction over and what you don't, and exercising the full extent of the power you have over the jurisdiction that you have authority over. And then, working with and lobbying those other levels of government to try and come to solutions that, support the local citizens and preserve those assets that provide really important services to community members.
Yeah, as you would know, municipalities aren't even recognized in the Constitution. So sometimes that's a tricky is an understatement. Sometimes it's tricky. But
yeah,
I
it's
think
not recognized in the Constitution, but yet required to deliver a host of services to the community.
60% of the infrastructure care with 8% of the taxes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I knew it was a shot in the dark question. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Are there questions, Councillor Seeley?
Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for your presentation. Just wondering about the village area, if you have any recommendations, anything that jump out at you for comment?
Well, I think my biggest recommendation would be just reducing the footprint of the entire development and respecting those boundaries around the urban growth and the conservation of wildlands. Within the community, the center itself, from a natural assets perspective, things like stormwater ponds, which I did notice there was a couple in the works, but strategically placed natural and green infrastructure can go a long way to providing services related to stormwater management, water flows, water storage, carbon sequestration, the more green roofs. There's a lot of an increasing amount of evidence and options where municipalities have integrated more and more green infrastructure. And so the more we can do around that, the better off we'll be as well.
I was more thinking about the village area, like the more to the center, not the urban growth boundary part.
The pedestrian area?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that good options there are, related to including green infrastructure options for water flows, water retention, carbon storage, aesthetics, some of those services that natural assets frequently provide. But I wouldn't want to trade those kinds of investments for the natural assets in their natural state, that are on the fringe of the development. I think reducing the footprint of the development is the best way to preserve the natural assets. And beyond that, there are good options within the footprint area for incorporating some of those green infrastructure options.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from members of council for Ms. Taylor? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here today, joining us and sharing your perspective.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. At this point, we will ask to hear from Jaden Webster.
Hello, Mayor Borrowman and the members of the council. Thank you for listening to our voices. My name is Jaden Webster, and I was born and raised in Canmore, and I've lived here for 19 years. In fall 2019, I stood in the town hall with my peers as council discussed and unanimously declared that Canmore was in a state of climate emergency. At that time, I felt that our collective voices were being heard and valued. I felt that our community was coming together and taking action to preserve the valley that we call home. Today, I'm concerned that that progress is taking a step backwards with the proposed Three Sisters Mountain Village development. If TSMV's development proposal is accepted, the hope of a sustainable, clean town for future Canmore generations is threatened. Council, we are in a state of climate emergency, a climate emergency that my generation will be in for the rest of our lives. And I'm scared. When the town declared this state of climate emergency, it was said that, quote, "This declaration will serve to acknowledge that the town of Canmore recognizes a serious global impact resulting from climate change and that we support action intended to reverse the impacts of human contribution to global warming," end quote. Well, members of the council, if you choose to expand the urban growth boundary of Canmore and change the current conservation of wildlife zoning that we have in place to protect our wild species, then you will be making a mockery of our declared state of climate emergency and break your promise of the Canmore Climate Action Plan, all while directly increasing the human contribution to global warming. But you already know this, and you've spent hours today listening to passionate, frustrated, and educated citizens voicing their concerns, and you will continue to spend a few more long days listening to Canmore residents. You already know that the Bow Corridor is a vital and significant wildlife highway and a major part of the Yellowstone to Yukon Wildlife Corridor. If the TSMV and Smith Creek ASP proposals are accepted, The process of extinction will increase and the species are put at a higher risk. You already know that the development will increase resident taxes, and the undermining and the proposed fencing of TSMB has serious financial risks for taxpayers, let alone safety and security risks. Not only is the development environmentally unsustainable, but it is fiscally unsustainable as well, especially for future generations starting their young adult lives in Canmore, much like myself. And finally, we know that the TSMB could possibly double the population of Canmore, hence doubling Canmore's carbon footprint. A carbon footprint that our town has been working towards minimizing through the Canmore Climate Action Plan, the CAP. I question why this development is even being considered when the town is committed to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. If we double our population, which would also almost double the number of cars driven in Canmore, it is unrealistic that Canmore will achieve its goal of reducing our GHG emissions by 30% in 9 years. Our mountain town cannot sustain this rapid increase of people and congestion without further development and further expansion of our carbon footprint. But I want to talk about something that hasn't been at the forefront of our minds. Today, I speak to you on behalf of the youth of the Bow Valley. I have lived here for 19 years, and by no means I'm no expert on the development issues, that's for sure. So thank you to the experts in the Bow Valley who have educated me on these issues and inspired me to voice my concerns. It is a good reminder that I have been raised by the community of Canmore. I have ran and skied and biked every trail in this valley. This town is ingrained in me, and the integrity and values of our community runs through my veins. This town is a part of me, as it is for so many citizens, especially young community members. And I am scared that future generations might not have the same childhood that I did. The values of Canmore and our unique landscape has taught my generation to be mindful and respectful of the Indigenous lands that we call home. We have been taught to use our voice and to stand up for the things and the places that are important to us. Our love of Canmore has allowed us to make effective change. It has taught us a sense of community and a sense of power that will allow us to be effective leaders. I recognize that change and development is necessary, but I believe we must accomplish this change through environmentally and fiscally sustainable actions. When you declared the state of climate emergency, I felt influential and inspired, and I thank the town for that. Councillors, please continue to make immediate and effective change that inspires future generations to do the same. For the sake of a sustainable future, I am asking the town to, number one, please refuse to rezone any lands currently zoned for conservation of wildlands, the Smith Creek ASP. Number two, raise the CAP climate targets, shorten its climate timelines, and amend the land use bylaw in accordance with the recommendation of the Bow Valley Climate Action. And number three, reject any proposals to change Canmore's growth boundary as proposed by the Smith Creek ASP. And do not increase the number of allowable residential units as stated in Bylaw 198. Mayor Borrowman and town councillors, I strongly urge you to support whatever initiatives you can in order to address human-induced climate change in the Bow Valley. The town has as much power as it wishes to assume on the TSMB development and Smith Creek ASP. So on behalf of the youth of Canmore and our future, please use your power to make positive, impactful change and show the next generation that there is hope, that there is passion, and that Canmore is worth fighting for. I am asking you, Mayor Borrowman, and the town council to reject the Three Sisters Village proposal. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate your patience.
Thank you for being here and sharing your perspective with us, Ms. Webster. I will ask you, as you're speaking, in a sense, on behalf of your others in your demographic, the young Canmore residents, as I've asked a few others, you would understand firsthand the worry and concern that many of your peers likely have about their housing prospects at this time in Canmore and whether they would be able to even stay in Canmore given the dire shortage of housing. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the ASP, but if you had, you'd note that there was a minimum number proposed, if the minimum number of units as proposed within the ASP was approved by council, it would bring 300 or more, actually closer to 400 vital housing units to our complete town inventory. And in that context, do you see a community benefit from a project that would provide location for young and Canmore residents who are just starting out and need some assistance with affordable housing?
Yes, I recognize that affordable housing is an issue in Canmore, and I do support that. But I believe that we would have to reconsider the development plans, but I still am for moving forward with affordable housing in the Three Sisters area, but it has to be brought down a scale with respect to the environment and the wildlife corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there other questions from members of council? Councillor Comfort.
I just wanted to say that was a very well prepared and very eloquent presentation. And please stay involved and inform yourself and encourage your peers to also get involved and not only vote, but to really understand the issues, because it's not linear. It's not yes or no, black or white. It's very nuanced, and there are a lot of things to consider. So thank you very much for getting involved, and thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you, Councillor.
If there's no other questions from members of council, thanks again, Ms. Webster, for joining us today and taking the time to share your perspective. I really do appreciate that. This time we'll ask to hear from Larissa Travis. Ms. Travis.
Hello. Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Just give me one moment here. I have like many screens open. Okay. Great. So thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I won't take up the full time, I'm sure, because I'll speak fast because I'm nervous. So I've lived here in the Valley in Canmore since 2008 and have worked in the field of wilderness therapy, taking young people out on the land, supporting them to reconnect with nature and discover a way to heal from addiction, mental health, and trauma. And I want to express today my emphatic opposition to the ASPs as they are proposed at this time. I am most concerned about the detrimental and long-term impact these developments will have on the wildlife, most specifically the animals, wolves, bears, elk, cougars, etc. In the last few weeks, feeling really excitable about the opportunity to speak. I've reached out to speak with my friends who live next door in Minisni, also known as Morley, with the Stoney Nakoda people. The elder I was speaking with, who allowed me permission to quote her today as she was not sure if she could make the council meeting. She said to me, "I care about our valley. There's too much me. Need to go back to we," speaking to the human relationship to land and wildlife. Then we can look ahead to 7 generations and protect the waters and the land. The money cannot measure or repair once damage is done, end quote. Now, I'm not a wildlife biologist. I'm a social worker by trade, I guess. And I have read the ASPs, and I admit I'm not an expert on those either. And I feel really sorry for the position you all are in to make these decisions. Yeah, I don't envy that. I also won't pretend to be an expert biologist either. So for that matter, I do choose to listen to the elders in my community, the elders next door, and to the expert biologists in our community when they say these proposals are risky. and are asking for a more cautionary approach that will protect wildlife. The ASP report notes respect for wildlife and the environment as a guiding key design principle. And that jumped out at me. From what I understand from the ASPs, the recommended width of the corridor for animals is 350 meters. And now I'm getting into details that I probably won't be able to argue if you ask me any questions about that. But why are the plans not adhering to that? The fencing, from what I understand from biologists I have heard speak to this topic, say that these fences will even further squeeze the corridor. And I fear what will happen to the wildlife in this part of Alberta and Canada. We have learned what happens when animals get squeezed out of their corridor. It forces extinction. And this is what has happened south of the border in the States. So I hope the town will choose to be a leader in protecting the wildlife on this sacred land, as the animals, and they don't have a voice on this topic. I hope you'll hear from more Nakota people in the coming days, and from the biologists who live and have created their biology careers in this valley. If it is the province that is twisting Canmore's arm, or if it's out of our jurisdiction, I ask that the municipality council to please stand up with us. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. Just in the context of one of your comments, and you may be aware of this, but the corridor delineation is a provincial decision, and the municipality has no influence there.
Mm-hmm.
And there has been some discussion about that earlier today, and the suggestion that people engage with the local MLA or the provincial government.
I'll certainly do that, and I invite you to also stand with
yeah.
us. Yeah.
But it is at this point, it is what it is. Council has to make decisions based on what's in front of us, of course. And in regards to the proposal to use inclusionary fencing as a management technique, there's certainly a great body of environmental experts who I respect, who have spoken against that. But there is an environmental impact statement that was provided by the applicant, prepared by their environmental expert, Golder Associates, suggesting that the fencing might work. So as you can imagine, we're in the unenviable position of having to decide between different expert opinions. And we have to weigh a whole lot of other things into that. But that's just the background of some of the questions you were asking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the might. It's the might that makes me nervous. It might work.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these changes will be long-lasting and irreversible. And that's
right. Right, you are. Yeah, absolutely. Are there questions from members of council for Ms. Travis?
No, I just want to congratulate her for speaking through her nervousness. Thank you very much, Ms. Travis.
Thank you.
Yeah, you didn't appear at all nervous, so maybe you have a career in public speaking.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Thank you, Doug.
Well, regardless, thank you so much for taking the time and making the effort to be here today. I appreciate hearing your perspective.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
What are we at in time? Look at that, we're right bang on time. So we'll take well, the next speaker is not scheduled till 4:15. So let's take a 15-minute break and reassemble in time for the 4:15 speaker. Waiting for Councillor Comfort. The next speaker, Sarah Brown, is in the room. Yes. There's Councillor Comfort. So I'll reconvene the public hearing and welcome Ms. Sarah Brown to speak to the public hearing.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor Borrowman, town councilors, and esteemed citizens of Canmore, who I'm so proud of today. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we are meeting here today and speaking about Treaty 7 territory, the traditional homelands of the Niitsitapi people, including the Siksika, the Piikani, and the Kainai nations of the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Yarhe Nakota, including the Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Wesley First Nations, the people of the Tsuut'ina Nation, and this area is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. And as inhabitants of these lands, we have ongoing responsibilities as treaty people. I'd like to thank the First Nations for their respectful and reciprocal stewardship. These are ancient and storied lands, and our time here is so brief. I think it's our moral duty and imperative to ensure that our actions do not have negative impacts on future generations of human and non-human beings. My name is Dr. Sarah Brown, and I am an assistant professor at Mount Royal University, although I'm not speaking on behalf of any institutions today. My research interests include environmental and cultural reconciliation. I teach courses focused on outdoor leadership and on the ecological and climate crisis that we are facing. I've been a citizen of Canmore for 25 years, and I've owned a home here since 2008. I have read the ASPs, and from what I understand, the elected councillors of the town of Canmore have the power to reject them and to demand adjustments if you deem that appropriate. And so I'd urge you not to expand our urban growth boundary, not to change our conservation of wildland zoning, not to change recreation and golf district zoning that acts as a buffer to an otherwise compromised wildlife corridor on heavily undermined unfinished golf course, not to increase the number of allowable residential units as stated in Bylaw 1-98, not use zoning to mitigate wildlife pinch points that were approved by the province, but are not based on latest independent science. And I guess I encourage you as well to push against this as you've encouraged the citizens of Canmore to do. And I also want to state that I concur with the proposed amendments to the ASP as articulated earlier today by Dr. Hilary Young from Y2Y. I'd like to sincerely thank the counselors for listening today. During the pandemic, I've had to adjust to online teaching, and I know that Zoom fatigue is real, and my students can get exhausted by an hour and 20-minute lecture. So I have great compassion for each and every one of you as you sit in front of the computer for days on end, listening to these two-dimensional presentations. And I encourage you to get out on the land, as Leanne Allison mentioned, and to feel the sun on your face, and to prioritize your self-care in the days to come. I'd like to take a moment to also thank my fellow Canmore citizens for just this incredible level of public engagement that we're seeing around this issue. I'm really proud of everyone for voicing their opinions in these really respectful, intelligent, and heartfelt ways, whatever side of the issue you stand on. And I'd like to bring up what my friend Larissa Travis mentioned earlier, just sort of that absence of Indigenous voices and representation in this meeting. And from what I gather in the development process as a whole, and while some might argue that this is irrelevant in this context, I think that in this time of reconciliation, we should be actively seeking more input from Indigenous peoples and making sure that more spaces exist for respectful dialogue and cross-cultural sharing. I've had the privilege of collaborating with some members of the Yarhe Nakota community in my courses at MRU. And while I'm in no position to speak on behalf of anyone but myself, I think that settlers need to listen more carefully to Indigenous perspectives, particularly when it comes to any issues concerning human nature, relationships, and land development. As a professor who teaches the ecological and climate crisis to young adults, I often wonder what I can say to them to encourage them to take these pressing issues more seriously. But more importantly, I wonder what will empower them to rise to the leadership positions that they may find themselves in the future. I kind of prepare them for the positions that you're in today. And I wonder what will help them to make the often difficult choices to prioritize the health of the environment in these leadership decisions, especially when they might be feeling the pressures to prioritize so many other things, as I've heard you express today, and just all the nuances and the not being black and white and all the things that I hear you expressing. And as an academic, I often focus on intellectual arguments, which are obviously important, but we've heard many sound and compelling arguments from a variety of experts and concerned citizens here today, as I'm sure we will in the days to come. And I don't think that I can add any more relevant information to these already compelling presentations about why we should reject the current ASPs. And as important as all these arguments are, and as important as the facts and the science are, in the end, from my experience as an educator, I think that it's this mysterious journey between the head and the heart that is really required to embody information and to really make decisions that come from a place of integrity. And so I urge all of you, our esteemed counselors, and I'm sure exhausted counselors, to let these hearings land in your heart as well as in your head. And to really make the decision that will serve the current and future citizens of this town, and also honor the original inhabitants of this land and all of the non-human beings that we share it with. I urge you to reject the scale of the current ASPs and to listen to the scientists and wildlife experts when considering your amendments to the ASPs, and to be a little bit cautious about the experts brought in by the developers that have a financial interest. Often our difficult decisions pit the economy versus the environment. But in this case, I don't think the current ASPs make financial or environmental sense. I also hope that you don't view this as the only option for affordable housing based on some of the questions that have been brought up to the speakers today. I know that this is a pressing issue for the town of Canmore, and I know that there's not a lot of easy answers, but I think there'd be ways to still provide affordable housing and limit the scale of this development. I also think that there are major safety issues with the proposed development. I didn't really fully appreciate how undermined this area was when I purchased my home in the Three Sisters, but I've since seen many sinkholes emerge, and some stay for years in the case of the Durgas Gate sinkhole. And I've even had fights with insurance companies with things that weren't covered because the home settled, and that was deemed to be the reason. So I think that, so I do fear for future homeowners and how they'd be impacted by this and the fights they might have to face around this. And last thing I want to say is I believe in each and every one of you, and I thank you for your service. And I'd really love to be able to go back and tell my students who I've been keeping informed about this issue all semester, that my town council stood up to the developers and stood up for the environment. Thank you.
Thank
I don't have a lot
much.
to bring them.
That was very nicely said. Thank you. I just want to note that we actually have for Stony Elder speaking today at the end of the day, including a prayer giver. So that will be happening the last number of speakers today.
Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
You bet. And of course, we've done quite a bit of work over the last many years to rebuild respectful relationships with the Stoney Nakoda. I'm looking to the other members of council to see if there's any questions that any have for you, Ms. Brown. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Brown, for presenting today. You had stated, and I know that this is a question that comes up, and as somebody myself that's passionate about affordable housing and about creating an inclusive community, you stated that there were other ideas that you had with regards to affordable housing. If you have an opportunity to email that to me at some point, I would be really happy to receive that. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Are there other questions this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon and speaking to us. I certainly appreciate you giving the time.
Thank you so much.
And we will now hear from Sarah. Oh, we just heard from Sarah Brown. Dr. Erin Jacob.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, good to see you again. It's been a while.
Good to see you too. Thanks for having these today. Shall I go ahead and share my screen?
Yes, you bet.
Thanks. Can you see that all right? Should be a beautiful
yeah.
view that you're all familiar with.
Yes.
Lovely. My name is Erin Jacob. I'm a conservation scientist with Yellowstone to Yukon Conservation Initiative. And I'm really happy to be speaking to you today about these things and about this place. My work as a conservation biologist has taken me all over the world, Latin America, Central and East Africa, Alaska, and in small towns and in big cities all across Canada. But now I work up and down the Rocky Mountains, and I love living and working in Canmore. And it's not just because of views like this or of the wonderful outdoor activities in this place. A big part of it is because it feels good to be part of a community that's trying hard to live with nature, and particularly to live with big wild animals that no longer live in many of the other parts of the world that I've lived or worked. And that's why I'm here today, to talk to you about why I love this place, and particularly to explain some aspects of conservation biology and conservation science. And I know that you know that Canmore is on the precipice of a big decision, and that if we don't proceed carefully, there will be big consequences for people and for nature. And I believe that people get into public service, people run for things like town council because they want to make a difference, because you care about these places too. And I know we only have a few minutes today, and I know you're trying hard to keep on schedule. So I had to think really carefully about what I wanted to share. And a lot of aspects about the decision that's in front of you affect me. Things like affordable housing, climate change, taxes, traffic, recreation. And yet I'm a wildlife biologist, and I particularly care about ecological connectivity and animal movement. So I'm going to talk about that. First, I'm going to focus on the science of animal movement. And perhaps it's fitting that we're on Zoom, because first I'm going to zoom out, way out. And then I'm going to zoom back in, back to the scale of the Bow Valley. And you've probably read a lot about ecological connectivity and animal movements over the last few months and number of years before this. This really is only the tip of the iceberg in this body of science. One of the wonderful things about being a scientist is that we know a tremendous amount, both at the global scale and at the local scale, about this place. I'm talking about animal movement because it is essential for animal survival. Being able to move means that animals can find mates, food and shelter, that they can escape predators and competitors, that they can avoid disturbances and threats. And letting animals move has bigger implications too. Animal movement is key to healthy, functioning ecosystems, everything from pollination and seed dispersal, soil turnover, and more. In my work, I study a lot of those things as well. Part of my expertise is in the benefits that people get from nature, as well as in things like species at risk, conservation planning, protected areas, and the trade-offs that come with development decisions. So I really want to emphasize that disruptions to animal movement can cascade throughout ecosystems. We're talking about more than just one bear or just one pack of wolves. These are big implications. I read a lot of peer-reviewed scientific literature. Just trust me when I say that not a lot of it's very exciting. And I publish my share of it too. This work I publish, I try to make a little bit more readable and a little bit more understandable. And one of the things I love is talking to people about science, what it means and why it matters. I read this research paper recently, and it stopped me cold. This is about the patterns seen around the world, and yet it's directly relevant for this discussion. So I'm just going to talk briefly about what this research paper found, and then we'll go down to the local level. To start with, the research question people were interested to hear is, how do human activities and habitat modification affect animal movements, which is what we're talking about here for the Bow Valley and these development decisions. This was an enormous data set. This is the kind of data set that scientists dream about. It's everything from butterflies and fish, frogs, owls, foxes, moose, great white sharks, hundreds and hundreds of cases, almost 200 species. And what they found as they looked at human activities, things like recreation, hunting, and habitat modification, things like housing, development, logging, what they found was widespread impacts that threaten species survival and biodiversity. These things are happening around the world, and the impacts are huge. On average, they found that, and some animals increase their movements and some animals decrease their movements. Depends on species, it depends on the circumstances. Some move more, some move less. But on average, the increase in animal movement was more than 70%, and the decrease in animal movement was up by more than a third. So imagine if that's you. Imagine if you have to increase the distance that you travel to work, to the grocery store, to see family or friends by 70%. Or consequently, you had to stay at home, which is something that we're probably acutely familiar with this year. You spend a lot more time and energy traveling. You have less time for the things that you need to do, to find mates, to find food. So that's the global picture. It's a big problem, but I'm going to shift and talk about where we live here in the Bow Valley. I get asked a lot, why the Bow Valley? Erin, why does animal movement matter so much in the Bow Valley? There's a lot of other valleys in the Rocky Mountains, right? So why do people care about this one so much? One of the answers is that most valleys in the Rockies run kind of north to south. There are very, very few that are big that run east-west. And that's one of the reasons that the Bow Valley is so special for ecological connectivity. 4 places across the Rocky Mountains in Canada for this major east-west movement for animals, for ecological connectivity. 4 key places. And those are places that also have roads, railway development, and recreation. So put simply, the Bow Valley isn't like most other valleys in the Rockies. We live in a place that is special for many, many regional and continentally important reasons. And I'm just before my time ends, I'm going to talk specifically about some research that's been done here in the Bow Valley. It's brand new. And I think that you've received a research brief about it because it is so brand new. This is a paper that is published by a number of people who have worked in the Bow Valley for a long time. And it's something called a preprint, which is what scientists are now publishing as part of being really transparent about the work that they're doing, showing things that have been submitted to peer-reviewed journals and making them available for decisions like this, so that you don't have to wait for a year or 2 years from now for something to get published in a scientific paper behind a paywall somewhere, so that you can use brand new cutting edge information that is the best information we've had yet about these animals in this place. So what this paper found is that wildlife habitat in the Bow Valley is already compromised. The figure on the right shows in the top, it's wolf movement. And these are simulated movements from individual collared animals in this place. And that's crucial because it's local scale movement and local scale development. So they found that current human footprint has already reduced connectivity around Banff and Canmore to about a quarter of historic values. That's a big deal. And it's reduced high quality habitat by about 14%, varies depending on the species that they looked at. This is largely for wolves and grizzly bears. And most crucially for this decision, you can see the bottom figure, the difference in all those little blue lines, which is simulated movements. This is particularly for wolves, but they also have it for grizzly bears. And the researchers emphasize that future developments like the Three Sisters Mountain Village proposals will have significant and irreversible negative impacts, especially for wolves and grizzly bears. 2 of these animals that need to move large distances, some of the reasons that people come from around the world to visit places like this. Seeing an animal like a wolf or grizzly bear in the wild is something that people cherish those memories for the rest of their lives. So I'd be happy to talk in more detail about this research, about other research, things that I've done. But I'll just wrap up because I know you're trying to stay on time to say that for the reasons that I just mentioned and many, many others, I oppose the current proposals. I urge you to reject the Smith Creek ASP. If and only if the Three Sisters Village ASP has significant design and policy amendments, you could consider supporting it. But if those changes are only skin deep, then I urge you to reject it as well. In closing, Canmore is a marvelous place to live. We have so much to be grateful for living here. but we have a huge responsibility to make good decisions, ones that will benefit this place and benefit the other creatures that live here for generations to come. So I thank you very much for your time. I know there's a lot of science out there, and a lot of it's really complicated. If now or at any time in the future, if it's helpful to discuss these things, I would be happy to do so. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. That was some very interesting presentation, Erin. I appreciate that. Councillor Comfort, you have a question.
I do. Thank you for that presentation. My question is regarding the wolf movement through the valley, and I haven't followed it like in the way that a scientist would, just as a citizen or someone who's not not very well versed in the science. But I do know that there have been several iterations of trying to reintroduce the wolf pack and reestablish the Bow Valley wolf pack, and between the trains and the highway, those seem to be the worst sort of, I don't know, the worst sort of predators, if you will. So we've known about that for a long time. Have we managed to, or those in the know, those who understand these things better than I, have some of those mitigations or measures that people have tried, what do we know what works, I guess is what I'm asking. And I'm not talking about development here, I'm talking about, other sorts of things. So
other sources of predation on predators. That's yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. We have to be thinking about all of these things and thinking about the individual mitigations that we can take, and also how that fits into the bigger picture. So I would say that certainly the place that we live is leading around the world in mitigations for what will work on for roads and crossing structures. We know that we need both underpasses and overpasses. We know that wildlife use them differently. However, that mitigation only goes so far. And one of the things that I've worked on a lot for the last 10 years, and specifically the last 4 years, is on impact assessment, particularly on stronger science and impact assessment. And one of the things I see over and over again is that there's often very little evidence that mitigation will work. So road crossing structures is one of the exceptions where we do know that it works in many cases, but it's not enough. It has to fit into the bigger picture. We can't mitigate our way out of these kind of developments. We can't mitigate our way out of this many more people living in the town, this much more recreation, all the other things. So we can't deal with them on an individual basis, whack-a-mole, or the reverse, trying to prevent whack-a-wolf. So we have to be thinking about these things in a cumulative fashion. And it's one of the great travesties in environmental science and its application to policy that we look at them on an individual basis rather than the cumulative effects. What is the cumulative vision of what will happen in this valley?
Thank you. That's a pretty complete answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've been trying to formulate a question in my mind. I think I have it, but in considering that the map that you shared, the current and future maps, the future map that you shared, the impact or the change that informed that map, was that exclusively change as a result of the proposed development, or is that the sort of change that you would expect to see through the increased use of the landscape by regional visitors? What exactly? I don't really know how to.
I think I know what you're getting at. Let me see if I can answer, and if that's not right, happy to come back more. And I will say, these things are really complicated, and it's not research that I did personally. So mea culpa, if I make a mistake here, that's on me, and that and I can share what's called the preprint. It's a 30-40 page report. This peer-reviewed paper. So it's a combination of things. It's both the physical development, what's called the human footprint. So the built environment that we make, housing, roads, railway, and all the existing things that come along with that. In addition to the physical footprint of trails. So these things are both, the title is something like towns and trails. And the combination of those two things together So it's both. It's both the trails, and one thing that it doesn't have is the number of human visitors, the activities that they're doing, the timing of those things. So that's no fault of the researchers. That's actually a separate research project that I'm involved with university and Y2Y, is how do we measure where people are going here? How many people? When are they going? And what's the impact on wildlife? So some of it is that we don't entirely know yet. We've got some pretty good guesses from the work that we've done so far. So it's a combination of those things. And just like Councillor Comfort's question before, where I emphasized we have to think about the cumulative effects of all of them. I really want to be cautious that people don't think about this as, well, just this town, this development here, these buildings, and then these buildings here. And then we'll try to mitigate the highway over here, and then we'll do something about trails. We have to look at them all together because nature doesn't respond on an individual basis to those things.
Great, thank you. I think that got to the nub of my question. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask you a question since you're bringing up current research. Has there been any investigation into putting GPS on people instead of animals?
That's if it has, it's not one that I've been involved with. I don't, although there are a lot of collaborations in certain places where where researchers can look at where people go. And some of that information you can get from things like trail counters, which is the infrared, little beam of infrared light that you cross as you're on a trail. You might see those boxes on some trees, and you can get that from cameras as well. However, it doesn't tell you, although that information can tell you a lot of things, there are some gaps with it too. And those are important ones for us to be thinking about as a town. And so where are people going and when are they going? But before, and as a researcher, I love more data, right? More data to analyze, more graphs to make, more nerdy things to get excited about. But I also want to stop us from always looking at more research, more information. We have enough information now to make good decisions. There's enough known about the current movement of animals, about the current challenges they have getting through this very busy valley already, about human-wildlife conflict. And so although I think we can always learn more about where people go, and I haven't heard work about having people have collars or anything, I would emphasize that we know enough now to make strong decisions, to keep animals moving and to keep the things that will keep these large animals alive for generations to come. But I'd love to chat about research ideas in the future. If you have neat ones, I'm always interested in that.
I'm not implying collars, but people can be tracked through cell phones, etc.
That's true. There can be. There is work that's done on that. In this plate, I've looked into it a little bit for other things. It ends up you need to have a really good coverage with cell phone towers to do that. In some places, it could be limited. It's also very expensive to buy those kind of data. And they need to fit into a bigger picture. Like we would have to use that in combination with other things in order to get a high quality picture of what's happening. But it's a neat idea.
I'm going to just interrupt there because I see we've gone on a little bit longer than planned with you, Dr. Jacob. So once again, thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your perspective. I really appreciate that.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. And do reach out if you want to talk about the nerdy science details. I'm always happy to do that.
Thank you. I'll get a hold of you.
Please do. Thanks.
And joining us next is Brenda Davidson. And I don't know if Paul's joining with or separately.
Yeah, we're both here, but the host has asked me to start my video. Okay, you got us?
Yep, I got it.
Well, how lovely to be following Aaron. Sort of daunting to follow somebody who's so versed, but here we go. We've written it down. I recently attended a webinar discussing 30 by 30, an initiative by the federal government in which Canada has committed to protecting 30% of our land and water by 2030. We are currently sitting at 18% of that, which means protecting another 12% in just 9 years. Why such a rush? Well, the guest speaker at the webinar was the Federal Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Jonathan Wilkinson, and he said this, and I'm quoting, "As everyone knows, We are facing twin crises. There is the crisis that is climate change, and there is the crisis that is rapid biodiversity loss in this world. They are obviously completely intertwined, but stopping climate change doesn't necessarily arrest biodiversity loss. There are many other issues in play, including protection and conservation of wild spaces and ecosystems, and the appropriate protection of species at risk. So today I'm asking you to consider the second crisis, this other inconvenient truth, with the same concern and foresight that the Council has done with climate change. And I'm going to give you some facts to make you realize that. So this is a quote from the CBC. The World Wildlife reported that between 1970 and 2014, there was a 60% decline on average among wildlife populations around the world. What they were measuring was abundance. To be clear, that means the average number of songbirds or ungulates or moths is now estimated to be just 40% of what it was in 1970. And once numbers in any species start to get small like that, there's the chance they'll wink out. Here are 8 randomly chosen species I got off the internet to point out that extinction involves every country on Earth, every ocean, every kind and every size of living thing. In chronological order, you have to picture this one. Big ear hopping mouse. They winked out in Australia in 1850. So no matter how cute they may sound, you'll never see one. The last eastern elk was shot in Pennsylvania in 1877. We think elk couldn't be lost, but apparently they can. Passenger pigeon, the original cautionary tale. There was an estimated population of between 3 and 5 billion passenger pigeons in 1800, and the last one died in the Cincinnati Zoo in 1914, just over 100 years later. Bali tiger, 1937. Blackfin cisco was a fish last seen in the Great Lakes in 1960. In all, 128 species of fish were lost to extinction in the 20th century. Golden toad, Costa Rica, 1964. Japanese sea lion, 1970. In Africa in 2011, the last Western black rhinoceros died. And it's picking up speed. The International Union for Conservation of Nature has listed 35,500 species around the planet that are presently threatened with extinction. This, in any calculation, is of the same magnitude of emergency and as dire as climate change. So I'd like to thank Council for taking an environmental stand and declaring a climate emergency. I'm proud that the town is listening to the science and doing the right thing. But unlike Al Gore or Greta Thunberg, our work will have little influence on what eventually happens to the planet. Our contribution, though noble, is small. On the other hand, Canmore could be a leader and make an instrumental and measurable difference in the fight against that second existential crisis, the rapid loss of biodiversity. How? By setting an example for the rest of the world. We live in a place that is rare because we still have the full complement of large animals that were here before white settlers arrived. We have an intact ecosystem. We need to demand that nothing short of the best science be used to create wildlife corridors to keep it that way. We simply can't risk an unproven, uncertain mitigation like the proposed fence. TSMV's biologist has admitted, and the third-party review has agreed, that there is uncertainty around whether the fence will work or not. The EIS states that if the proposed fence is less effective than anticipated by the proponent, the project has the potential to contribute to high consequences for wildlife. TSMV wants us to ignore the risk that the fence will be an irreversible failure by saying that they can mitigate and adapt to any problems. But the truth, no matter how inconvenient for the proponent, is that the science is not on their side. Wildlife biologists and researchers have already done the monitoring on a continental scale for decades. They have counted the numbers of wolves and bears using cameras and cameras and RUBs over hundreds of thousands of square kilometers and told us just how fragile those species are. They have collared the big carnivores. They know how much space those animals need and what kind of terrain they will use to move. And from this science, they have told us quite clearly how to mitigate. The mitigation is to create a continent-long landscape of large habitat patches joined together by corridors that have been designed with adequate width after due consideration of slope and length. It is the initiative we all know as Yellowstone to Yukon. If we create a truly high-functioning corridor in Canmore, the results are twofold. First, it will create an environment that saves grizzly bears, and knowing that they are an umbrella species, we will also inadvertently be saving all those things we have yet to monitor, from tree toads and downy woodpeckers to foxes and rare mosses, maybe even some of the 322 bee species that live in Alberta and are at risk. We will have protected a whole ecosystem. But the second and maybe more important consequence is that we will become leaders in the fight to preserve the variety of life on the planet. We can speak from experience and from the high ground. Our example can be used by Y2Y and CPAWS and Nature Canada to show that conserving wildlife is possible. And even when it is inconvenient, it is our moral obligation to make place for other things. The town of Canmore is in just the right location and at the right time to lead. We have a platform to educate the world because of the high tourist numbers. We can create signage that explains how Canmore coexists with wildlife. We can offer family-friendly interpretive programs during the summer afternoons at Stan Rogers Stage, or the Nordic Center, or the steps of the town office, or at Elevation Place, that explain the terrible crisis of biodiversity and the wonderful mitigation that is a wildlife corridor. Folks from Calgary would learn how to treat the forest and the things in it with respect. People from other places in the world might take ideas home with them to their own countries. Locally, we could support environmental groups to create programs to take into the schools on Earth Day or World Wildlife Day, so that we are raising our own children to understand that they need to share the earth, it's a privilege to be there, and that they have a role to play. We could export the program to other schools. Josh Welsh said at first reading, as with many topics associated with the environment, change happens quickly. Science is the first to catch up, followed by government policy, and then industry. Leadership is often about going first. I'm asking council to show just that kind of leadership and vote unanimously to deny both area structure plans and set the precedent that creating functional corridors based on science must be developed first before we decide where the human footprint will be. In conclusion, I'd like to say something personal. I can remember the first time I heard Karsten Hoyer speak. Maybe I'm done. He showed slides of the inexorable push of grizzly bears off the prairies toward the Rockies and inevitable extinction. It made a hole in my heart. And then he spoke with passion about Y2Y. And it was such an obvious, simple, smart, necessary, idealistic, impossible, brilliant solution that the spirit behind that has been one of my most enduring beliefs. It speaks to me of some ancient sacred knowledge. It speaks to me of some ancient sacred knowledge about the place of man in the world, about the responsibility, about the responsibility he has for the well-being of other things whose lives he can never fully understand or live, things who have walked the earth since a time before human history. And I believe that we will have lost something essentially good if we don't continue to walk the earth with us. Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Alston.
A real gentleman would have taken the paper and finished for you, Brenda.
I know.
I never claimed to be a gentleman. Your worship.
Are there questions from members of council for Brenda and or Paul? Seeing none, thank you both for being here.
Paul has a speech too.
Oh, I have.
Paul has something to say as well.
You might want to order out.
Short.
You might want to get dinner.
No, is it short?
I'll be brief.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Davison.
Your worship and counselors, I'd really to begin with, just simply appreciate it. You know you're appreciated for the time that you're putting in on this. Brenda's clearly defined the need to develop wildlife corridors that protect and conserve the vanishing wildlife. But at the same time, to add to her observations, I'm really concerned about what happens when environmental science collides with political interests. I'd like to start by taking us back to 1992, when the NRCB, a government-appointed board, made a decision at that time that was pretty balanced. While allowing human development in the Three Sisters area, it also protected Wind Valley because it was a critical grizzly bear habitat, and it made wildlife corridors a necessary requirement of the development going forward. To ensure that the wildlife corridors would be effective, the Bow Corridor Ecosystem Advisory Group, known as BCEAG, was formed, and it was composed of members from town of Canmore, the MD of Bighorn, Banff Park, and of all people, the Alberta government. The group researched and then used biological science to develop guidelines that provided standards for corridor design. It was clear to everyone at that time that the corridors outlined during the process were based solely on science. Had those guidelines be applied to the Three Sisters lands in 1998, we would not be sitting here still arguing about corridors at public hearings. Well, sorry. But at that time, the original owner of the Three Sisters, unhappy with science, went to the Alberta government and asked that his properties be excluded from the BCEAG guidelines, arguing that he'd been given approval for his development before the guidelines were written. This is where politics derailed what should have been a straightforward process. The developer lobbied the right party, a political decision was made, and the best science was ignored. It may have helped that the developer's brother was an MLA at the time, I'm not saying. At any rate, as a result, guidelines, specifically developed from the NRCB ruling for the Three Sisters land, using a peer-reviewed science and multi-stakeholder consultation group of scientists, were simply ignored because of a political decision that was made behind closed doors. We need to learn from that experience because once again, politics is attempting to dictate what should happen. This time, we aren't even starting with science. The Minister of Alberta Environment and Parks, Jason Nixon, has brought forward a new corridor design without consulting the town, without addressing science-related issues like slope and pinch points, and without collecting valid opinions from environmental groups like Y2Y. I don't believe that we can trust Minister Nixon to create functional corridors for Canmore. His track record for thoughtful decisions about the environment is dismal. He delisted 164 parks without any public consultation. He also reintroduced off-highway vehicle access into the Castle wildlands, despite scientific research showing that there would be a tremendous negative impact on the wildlife there.
Mr. Davison, could you just sort of focus on the Canmore issues? I appreciate where you're going with that, but.
Well,
oh, maybe.
Okay, yeah, I got it. I simply see him with TSMV stating what your guidelines should be for a wildlife corridor. And I don't believe that the politicians should be able to do that, okay? Without involving the science. So anyway, good point, thank you. So how do we get back to wildlife science and create corridors based on sound principles? First, council needs to deny approval for both area structure plans outright. We've seen that with the BCEAG history, what happens when approvals are given before the boundaries are firmly in place. Then we need to start again without politics. This will likely cause friction between the town and the provincial government, but this government has been getting a lot of that lately and they deserve it. In that vein, I don't have to remind you that Canmore is uniquely blessed with an organization like Y2Y with its head office in town. They know the science They have integrity, and they stand to gain nothing monetarily from giving you advice. Josh Walsh, your plan manager, advised the town to create a multi-stakeholder committee, including the Banff National Park, wildlife specialists, and the Stoney Nakoda Nation. It's sort of a do-over of the BC EAG. I hope you take his advice. I'm asking you to follow the advice of your wildlife biologists and environmental experts in developing an adequate wildlife corridor, including a buffer zone and not a fence. You're well aware of the research and are in the process of public consultation. And soon, you'll have the unique and enviable opportunity to decide on the parameters of that corridor and to put into place a permanent and official ban on any future development in that corridor. I'm not talking about banning development in the town, simply that corridor. Stand firm. You have the support, and political players change, but the need for properly functioning and permanent wildlife corridors doesn't change. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. I'll just note that there is no development proposed within the established or the designated corridor. I know there's a nuance there that you're addressing, but we're only considering or possible development outside of the established corridor. So
I think our point was that the established corridor wasn't established using science, the best science.
Fair enough. Okay, I take your point. Thank you. Are there questions from members of council for either of Mr. or Mrs. Davis? Councillor Comfort.
I'll take either or. Hi, Brenda and Paul. Nice to see you.
Hi, Esme.
So what you seem to be saying is that the provincially designated wildlife corridor is insufficient.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
because it's based not on science. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with TSMV going.
I don't think you can say that, Paul. I think we were given that corridor by the scientists who work for the province.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
So just so you know, so that's not within our purview, but I appreciate your point of view, but I just wanted to be clear what you were saying.
Oh, good.
So, okay, thank you.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Are there other questions or any questions? Seeing none, thank you both for spending time with us today, and I hope everything's beautiful down the Crow's Nest Pass.
It is.
Okay.
Stay
Thank you.
beautiful.
Bye-bye.
Go Canmore.
Okay, thank you. This time, we're now happy to welcome Jackson Wesley to join us to bring a prayer to this proceeding. Jackson, there you are. You're just on mute right now. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Thank you for being here, and welcome virtually to the town of Canmore, and thank you for offering to bring a prayer to these proceedings.
Yes, thank you for having me. And my name is Jackson Wesley. I'm a Stoney First Nation, Burspaw First Nation of Stoney. Before I continue, I want to say prayer to opening prayer. This is how we do for Stoney First Nations. Before we do it, we do opening prayer so everything can go smoothly and understanding each other. So I'm gonna say pray in my language. Please bear with me. Tuyabi ho signawa kama piakta yaone. No nagahane da chin na pejaitini. Da'an no da'an waste ingiji abichin da chin ya pejamni da'angi abi no iskabinde. Da'an no da chotangangi nabinde da'an no ongogiab. Tanos kana na da'an pingi chabichin. Da'an no bari hamichin. Yenin chink shwajnia bornshinke. Jesus Chajikans. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so first of all, I will share the story of how the town of Kenmore got its name in a Stony language. It's called Chiamikudebi. This was a long time ago. There, a hunting party went going hunting, trying to get some food before the winter comes. And there's a couple of one old man and a couple of young people, guys. And the old man saw something in the bushes. They said it was a black wolf. So the old man told them to stay quiet so I can just get this animal here. So the old man shoot this animal. He keeps shooting, and nothing moves. So young man jump off the horse and trying to see what it was. And it doesn't move. So the old man told him to, let's go see them. But be ready. Keep your guns ready. So all of them walk over there. And they get closer, and the old man was shooting again, and nothing moved. But I went to there and got foolish by this trunk, black tree trunk. Since then, they call him Chramchidebi Kudebi. That's a stony word, back in the old days, more than 100 years ago. So this stony word, that's how they know which one they're talking about. Today, if you go to a city, someone asks you to directions, you say 40th Avenue, 5th Street. But in the old days, when the First Nation asked a question about directions, if someone said Chamchuli Kudebi, if you pass that Chamchuli Kudebi, they know which one they mean. That's how they won't get lost, or how where they're going to pick up medicine stuffs and hunting parties. That's how they get these names. It's not just this one. There's a lot of stony words around that Rockies, and this company, they should report it before they do this stuff. They should report it to Stony people, because we're trying to, many years, we're trying to work together with especially the park rangers. If we work together and report everything to each other, we can everything can go smoothly. Because once it's gone, it's gone. And that Rockies, it's a grizzly bear, mountain bear lives around there. We don't want that disappeared. Hopefully, I say this smoothly and respectfully. Thank you. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And if you have more questions for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wesley, both for bringing the opening prayer and for sharing your comments and your story of how Kenmore had its stony name. It's an interesting story.
Yeah.
I don't know if any members of council have questions for you at this time. There will be opportunity later, of course, if you're staying on while the other three Stonies speak with council as well.
Okay.
Regardless, again, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here today.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
I would ask Roland Mudd to join us now and bring us his share his perspective, his stories with us.
Now it's a great honor.
We can't quite see you. Not sure. Maybe that's you in with the hat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Rowan, nice to see you again, and we can see you and hear you. So welcome to our proceedings.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm an artist, a professional artist. I painted the Cavan Basin, then the library in Calgary, and I've got 6 more that I'll be working on before I reach 80. Well, life is full of things, surprises, especially when we're involved in such things like this. I think it's about time that we would share our knowledge and wisdom of how that Bow Valley area was used by the Stonies back 100, probably 150 years ago. And there's not many elders left that really have the knowledge to share what it is. So I've been working on such things like this. I'm the one that brought back the Banff Indian Days back in the early 90s. And it's been functioning, but it's not functioning like it used to when I was young. But that Indian Days is more like a harvest. The same thing with current Canmore, Chomchimchian Kudebi. That is a horse disease that invaded a Stony camp. So the scouts that were put out there to guide the camp noticed them, and that's when they saw that this person that was running from them, they all scattered. And this guy apparently took a shot at one, but it wasn't a human being. It was a little spruce tree. So that's where it got its name, Chomchimchian Kudebi, because they were invaded. Because we still do, but verbally nowadays instead of physically. Because our territorial that we know about is very precious to us, that our ancestors were there to do how we are brought up today. So the knowledge of wildlife or any kind of other things like plants, roots, everything that was used for the camp for the winter is gathered around that area and the Dead Man's Flat area. That particular place, as I was saying, that's a pharmacy for the Stonies to go there and gather such what they need. But lately, since the 60s, I do believe nobody talks about those things. So my grandparents were very keen to tell stories of those things that I understand now, which I'm planning to paint starting this year, so that I could share the knowledge of Stony activities in that area, right from Deadman's Flat, even from Morley. So right now I've got the materials to begin, because there were some supporters that wanted to see it happen. So that's where the importance of being an artist is showing the world of how the beauty of the landscape is and what it was for the Stony people and what they gather. Like I have a trap line about the size of the reserve, Sybil Flats, and there's about 4 packs of wolves over there. And they're doing what they're doing, kind of taking care of overpopulated species. But we are allowed there in our trapline game of what we are getting. So one of the species, the wolf. So as being only at the individual in this area, the Canmore area was, I think it was Moses year, right through that creek that goes right into town. So I remember before it developed like today, we were hunting for beaver and around that. That was in the 60s. So I wonder if there's anything like that included with the understanding what it was. It's not just hunting, but trapping. And the west from Canmore in that area is a great trapping area for marten and the weasel family. That's a family. And also the wolves. So being as involved in what's happening today would be a more understanding of knowledge and what it was in those days, right up to today. Today, Canmore Town is expanded. Now they want to expand it through the Three Sisters. That Three Sisters, yesterday I was talking about it. There was I don't want to disturb my future paintings, but that was a young Stony girl gave birth to three young sisters. That's the story from my grandmother's side. So, and the rest, I don't hear the reality of why it was three sisters. That's the only one that I can remember. And I still don't know which family gave birth there. So that's my duty, but I'll be painting of what it was. So just across the hospital, across the highway, that was a regular camp, but it's now developed into. But I like to use my imaginary of how that area was, and hunters going back to the camp from doing their hunting activities and also gathering activities. Today, where the Three Sisters is, that is still a valuable of herbs that we intentionally lost when they become, nowadays it's Deadman Flat service station there. And now they want to develop that right up to, I don't know how far. Like last year, we did a survey and I was asked to go on foot to do a survey, and it was a good experience. So I will share that much for now, but thank you for what's happening. I always wanted to know about this and share our side of the story. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roland, for joining us today. And I have to say, I've admired many of your paintings over the year. I'll look forward to seeing the new paintings that you've just described. Thank you so much for taking your time to spend with us here this afternoon.
Yes. Thank
you. I'll ask now that Mr. John Snow Jr. Join us.
Good day. Can you hear me?
Yes, just fine. You bet. Thank you, Mr. Snow.
I want to thank the elder for the prayer and the gunchawa mintauncha stabi. Isnisha hibini dohon aste ne oda ne wahich ni dauskamne wiamne winchane isnish hibini. I wanted to just welcome everybody to Stony Country. So I'm welcoming you too. Good day. I am John Snow Jr., descendant of the Treaty 7 signer, Chief Goodstoney. I am a member of the Stoney tribe. My Stoney name comes from these sacred mountains. Our creation story begins in these mountains. We have many sacred sites, places of worship, and areas of harvesting, reflection, meditation, and fasting in these sacred mountains. There is a way to understand one another if we show respect. Our people always knew the Creator. We are led by prayer, ceremony, and we are part of the totality of creation. We are also part of many treaties prior to the arrival of the settlers. We are now part of one another and the land. We are part of all relations to land, plants, animals, waters, and the mountains. These mountains are sacred places. We have many concerns with developments in the Bow Valley. These areas are our traditional and cultural areas. We have not been consulted and we have not been in relationship with those who change and desecrate our ancestral lands. Under Treaty 7, we have interests in all lands and developments. We have the Stoney title case that is being pursued in the courts. We have wide and varied interests on all our ancestral lands. We have many prayer sites and burial sites and harvesting sites that were taken away from us through prejudicial legislation over the past century. We are pursuing our claims and we protect our interests on these lands. Through the Indian Act and other legislation, we were prohibited from many human rights in Canada, including worshiping in our sacred places, of which Canmore is one of our sacred places. For many of our people, we have been denied access to hunt, fish, gather, harvest in these and other traditional and cultural spaces for our Indigenous spiritual practices. Few studies by our people have been completed on any development areas. We have opposed other projects, like in the past, the Bighorn Dam. Many of our treaty and land claim issues are still outstanding. Our stewardship and relationship to these sacred mountains have existed for centuries. Part of our history has been chronicled in my late father's book, These Mountains Are Our Sacred Places, that should be required reading for the Bow Valley. Under discriminatory and prejudicial legislation, our people were forcibly removed from our own traditional and cultural places, prayer sites, and ceremonial areas. Some of the story of removal from the land is best captured by the oral traditions of our Stoney elders, like Elder Roland Rollingmud and like Jackson Wesley, as well as in Dr. Courtney Mason's work, The Spirit of the Rockies. The other important work that identifies the Stoney perspective on Treaty 7 is Walter Hildebrand's The Spirit and Intent of Treaty 7. I strongly believe any development must encapsulate the principles of Treaty 7, signed in 1877, the Truth and Reconciliation Report 2014, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in 2007. During these last few years, my experience at Line 3 has been prescriptive for me, and I want to share that with you and the Council. The project was originally a 1,100-kilometer project in 2016. The defining factor for me as the co-chair of the Indigenous Advisory Monitoring Committee and the senior Indigenous advisor was to develop a terms of reference for the full life cycle participation and relationship of this mega project. The importance of setting the terms of reference was critical to the success of the project. The terms of reference allowed the government, Indigenous groups, and the company to mitigate, address, and develop strategic planning, guidance, and an ability to lead many contractors to complete a project that was to traverse many cultural sites, burial sites, prayer sites, and special wildlife spaces. This project was delivered on time and on budget and without incident because the Indigenous participation and validation in the process was present. The guidance of the terms of reference was crucial to the project's success. To me, the key is Indigenous community participation, input, and validation. Part of my work has been to reconcile differences, and I have done so incorporating the above noted principles into many large projects in collaboration with many large societal institutions and large corporations, including several levels of government. I have incorporated solutions to outstanding issues of access to land for Indigenous people. After many ceremonies, feasts, protocols, traditional land use, traditional knowledge assessment, and cultural impact assessments, we were able to negotiate access to many prohibitive areas. The Three Sisters development should have completed traditional, social, and cultural assessments in 1992, and traditional study of the Bow Valley, respecting stony sacred places, artifacts, burial sites, prayer sites, and harvesting sites. Studies should be led by the Stoney people, and the information for cultural and traditional teachings must be protected by intellectual property agreements. I have seen this done in the past. There are many sites that have been desecrated. We have many other sites that we will not share unless there are protective agreements. We have a different experience on our ancestral lands being removed from these Indigenous spaces in the mountains. We have a knowledge of the land that has not been respected, and there is a need to have a respect for the people and the land. We believe that the past has not been one of respect, and we will need to begin our relationships by reconciling past abuses. I believe much more work can be done on reconciliation with Indigenous people. All developers should be required to have cultural awareness training sessions. All studies of environmental assessment must have a real historical, cultural, and traditional knowledge assessment for a full understanding of development on our sacred lands. The Stonies have won many awards. The latest is the Grizzly study. And I'm just closing here now. We have noted the importance of telling our story and sharing our knowledge from our wise and our sage elders. We have participated in studies and need to be respected for our knowledge of the land and our continuing rights to sacred places, harvesting sites, ancestral lands, and prayer sites. We feel there is a long road for reconciliation that needs to begin today. Thank you for allowing us to share our voice, and we hope that you will be led by the Creator so that we become involved as the original stewards of this land. We have much to share to science, to community, to government, and to the world. Thank you for listening to me.
Ishnish, thank you, Mr. Snow. I appreciate you bringing these words to our attention. And I believe Bill Snow is also here to speak. Is that correct?
Yes, he is. That's
Bill, would
my
you like-
brother. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought as much. Bill, if you, Mr. Snow, would you like to join us?
Mambo Stitch, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good to see you, Mayor Barman, and town councilors. Thank you for the time today, Mambo Stitch. Good day, everybody. My name is William Snow, and I'm a member of the Wesley First Nation, and I'm also the consultation manager for Stoney Tribal Administration at Morley, Alberta. I've been the consultation manager since 2012, and I reside in Calgary, and I consider this project to be within the Stoney Nakoda Traditional Territory. I have not had I do not have a full understanding of the ASPs proposed by this project, and that'll figure further in my comments as I believe that the Stoney Nakoda Nation was not properly consulted on this project. First of all, I'd like to thank Elder Jackson Wesley from the Bearspaw First Nation for our opening prayer. And again, thank you to the town and councilors for hearing some of the voices and some of the concerns of Stoney Nakoda Nation on this Three Sisters project. Today, I will be speaking briefly about Stoney water rights, the importance of wildlife, and the 2016 Stoney Cultural Study on grizzly bears in the Kananaskis country. Stoney Nakoda Nation have not surrendered, ceded the use of waters originating and flowing in Stoney Nakoda traditional territory. This includes the bed and banks of those waters since time immemorial. The Stoney Nakoda have enjoyed continuous use of water in the traditional lands to facilitate hunting, fishing, trapping, camping, as well as other cultural and spiritual activities. I think some of the comments by our elders today regarding areas, especially within the Three Sisters area, as gathering areas and hunting areas, speak to this continuous use. The Stoney Nakoda have been one of the oldest producers of hydropower in Alberta since 1911. The water rentals paid to Stoney Nakoda by TransAlta are in recognition of those water rights as described in the Natural Resources Transfer Agreement of 1945 that are between the federal government and the government of Alberta. This agreement is a testament to the Stoney Nakoda leadership that fought for Stoney water rights in the 20th century to the present day. Wildlife is an important part of the Stoney Nakoda history, spirituality, and culture. Culturally important species, like grizzly bears, have an important role in Stoney society. Most wildlife studies approach an understanding of wildlife from the Western science perspective, while little is written or understood about wildlife from the traditional knowledge perspective. In 2015, the Stoney Nakoda had the opportunity to do a study on grizzly bears, focusing on the Galatea Creek area of Kananaskis country. This report was based on the traditional and oral knowledge, the traditional knowledge and oral history of the Stoney Nakoda people. The report made recommendations to Parks Alberta in order to preserve grizzly bear populations and habitat. To date, a similar type of cultural study on grizzly bears has not been considered in the Three Sisters project area. The exclusion of these types of cultural studies is reminiscent of the prohibitive policy period when First Nations needed written permission to leave reserves, sell goods, or to vote. Some of that was alluded to in the presentation by John Snow. Stoney consultation has not been properly engaged by the proponent for this project. A copy of the 2016 Grizzly Cultural Study is part of the Stoney Nakoda submission for this public hearing. The reverence for grizzly bears by the Stoney people is historic, and it continues to this day. In April 2020, a white grizzly bear was observed in the Banff National Park area, and I was honored to hear that the people of the Bow Valley chose the name Nakota for this rare white grizzly bear. Unfortunately, this proposed project may impact wildlife species, rare species of grizzly bear like Nakota, that are culturally important to the Stoney Nakoda. The studies for the Three Sisters to date do not include that traditional knowledge perspective. Because this perspective has not been understood or taken seriously, we're running the risk of constructing or operating a development that is culturally inadequate, inappropriate, or both. The increased pressures that this project places on important wildlife habitat and migration corridors, specifically wildlife underpasses, may result in more tragic conditions like another Bow Valley grizzly bear, Bear 148. As part of our study, we had specifically recommended connectivity in the 2016 grizzly study. And we are hopeful that the existing wildlife passes and proposed wildlife passes will be protected, they will be thorough and functional in the Bow Valley. For the Stoney Nakoda, hunting is more than hunting. Hunting is not recreational. Hunting is a treaty right that is constitutionally protected. In traditional knowledge, hunting is part of our identity and supports our physical body as well as our spiritual well-being. Stoney Nakoda hunting is done respectively so that wildlife and the Stoney Nakoda people can coexist peacefully on landscapes. The flesh of the animals is used for our health and well-being. It is also shared in our community, with our children, and with our elders. Artifacts from that wildlife are used in our ceremonies and in our medicines that we continue to utilize for physical and mental ailments. I have a personal knowledge of people in our community at Morley that have gone the Western science route. They have a physical ailment. They have gone through Western science and they come out of that with sometimes without a cure. And those people I know have come to our healers and our elders within community and today enjoy good health. So these are practices that we still utilize today in areas like the Three Sisters Project area. The importance of conducting cultural studies in these sacred and biodiverse landscapes is a growing trend in academic and conservation circles. Giving voice to the wildlife and habitat is part of the Indigenous stewardship role that the Stoney Nakoda have fulfilled for thousands of years. The voice that is missing from these project assessments is the Indigenous voice, specifically in the area structure plan for the Three Sisters and Smith Creek. The story relayed to by Elder Jackson and Elder Rowland, those historical accounts of the Three Sisters area are not included in the current area structure plans. To not acknowledge, hear, or understand the voice of Indigenous perspectives, that is the legacy of colonization. Despite reconciliation efforts, the colonial mindset for the Three Sisters project appears to be alive and well. The importance of Stoney water rights, reverence for grizzly bears, and the need for cultural studies are important to add our understanding for this project, for the project area, and for the long term of the Three Sisters area. The bylaw for the Three Sisters and Smith Creek applications should be denied. Consultation with Stoney Nakoda should be done properly and meaningfully. I wanted to thank the town of Canmore for providing some time and space here for the Stoney Nakoda to speak, and I'm available for a few questions. Ishnish, thank you.
Ishnish, thank you very much, Mr. Snow. I'm curious if there had been any outreach from Stoney Nakoda to the to TSMV about this planning process that's initiated several years ago. Did Stoney reached out to TSMV or vice versa?
Our community did take part in the hearings back in '92 and had spoken to various different issues. The elder, the late Lazarus Wesley from the Bear Spa Band, as well as the late Peter Wesley, also from the Bear Spa Band, made submissions at the hearing at that time. There were a number of articles that were made as part of their submission at that time. To date, we have not heard back from Three Sisters on any of those commitments. We have not heard on any of the developments largely since 1992. And that's why we're here today as part of this hearing. The elders from each of the three bands, as well as myself, to say to the town of Canmore that this is not functioning properly. The consultation should be done meaningfully.
Well, I appreciate you being here to share that that information with Town Council, Mr. Snow. I don't know if any members of council have any questions for Mr. Snow. Seeing none, your information will certainly form a big part. Oh, Councillor Comfort, you have a question?
I do. I'd like to ask Mr. Snow, how would you envision the Stonies being consulted by Three Sisters in this process? What would you like to see?
Typically, we have a whole process that we go through that begins with some administrative parts. But given the area and the scope of the project area, one of the first things I think we would like to see is a cultural study conducted on this project area. Cultural study so that we can relay some of the history that you've all heard about today, but not just hear about it in a 10-minute interview, but see it thoroughly researched in the form of a report where we have time and space to go back to talk to other elders in our community so that we can relay stories and the meaning of these places properly in a report form, like we do with other projects in the Bow Valley and other places. And the other instance I think that we would we would like to see is an independent environmental assessment for this project. The reason for that is from time to time in the last few years, we have seen environmental assessment reports written in a way that is not fully encompassing of all of the relevant data that is out there. So I think an independent environmental assessment is very much needed, especially for this particular area. And some of the amendments that John had mentioned in terms of having cultural awareness for the developer and for other subcontracted parties to follow, so that the consultation process is informative and meaningful. I think those are steps that we would like to see. All of that we have not been able to do, as I said, because we have not been properly consulted by the company for this project.
And as I understood it, you responded to Mayor Borman that you had reached out to TSMV, but they hadn't responded?
We have had various communications over the years, but we have not had, as I say, a meaningful process where we can talk about some of the issues that were brought up today. We have not got to those issues that elders bring up that we talk about in our process. So again, and this is a very unique kind of project as well, because we have a starting point from 92, and some of the relatives of those families remember what happened in 92. And so I think it would be in the best interest of everyone if we had the Stoney consultation process respected, as well as these more independent environmental assessments done.
Thank you.
The other questions or comments from councillors, other councillors? Mr. John Snow, did you have something else?
I'm not on council yet.
Okay. I thought you were...
I wanted to add to what Bill was saying to address Councillor Comfort on the issue. There are three nations, so that's Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Wesley. So as we contemplate involvement possibly with the developer, or as we contemplate the involvement with the town of Canmore, it's three bands, three First Nations that comprise the Stoney. So it's not one, there's three. So I just wanted you to be aware of that, and that each First Nation operates separately from one another. The other thing is how these projects are painted are really how we act and how we envision as a town. So if we have an Indigenous policy, if we have Indigenous outreach, then of course the developer needs to conform to that. But if we don't have policy, if we don't have outreach or relationship with Indigenous, then we're going to be challenged. So that's one issue. And then I wanted to add to what Bill said. When we start, respectfully, your worship, when we start, we want to start with ceremony. We want to start with pipe ceremony. We want to start with prayers. So as we contemplate maybe an MOU with the town of Canmore or an MOU with a company, this should be led by our traditional process. And that is through the prayers, through the feasts, through the ceremonies. And that paves the way for our relationship, not just now, but into the future. When we're not here, we will have a relationship. That's the planning and the thinking of treaty. It goes beyond us. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you very much, Mr. Snow. And Bill Snow, thank you for being here and sharing. I truly appreciate the Stoney Nakoda reaching out and asking to be included in this public hearing and to bring your Indigenous perspective.
I would just add on one more point. Thank you, John, for those points added. The point I guess I would add is that in our submission, we talk about more than the areas that we presented today. And we have also pointed out that I think one of the first problems that we saw with the ASP is the lack of recognition for each of the 3 Stony bands, right on the first page of the ASP. So there's many other points that are listed in our submission, written submission to the town. So I would just encourage all of you to read through our submission. And again, I look forward to understanding what decision is made. But as it stands now, as the ASP is now, Stoney Nation, we cannot support this project as it is now, purely on the basis of the lack of consultation.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for being here and sharing that with us. I'll certainly be reading your written submission, Ishnish, and we'll look forward to seeing you all again. And that brings us to the end of today's presenters. So I will can't think of the word.
Recess the public hearing.
Recess, thank you. I'll move that the public hearing be recessed until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and we'll be listening to a number of people again tomorrow. I'm not sure if I need a vote on the recess, but just in case I will, I'll call the question on recess. Those in favor?